I warmly welcome everyone to Cardio Yoga Summit 2026. Now we have beautiful dance by these kids, yoga rhythmic dance. We shall witness this and will be following by inauguration.
ಮಾನವತೆಯ ಮಹಾಯಜ್ಞದ ಮಹಾತಪಸ್ವಿಗಳು ನೀವೇ. ವೇದನೆಯ ವನದೊಳಗೊಂದು ವಸಂತವಾಗಿ ಅರಳುವಿರಿ. ಕಣ್ಣೀರ ಸಾಗರ ತೀರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಗುವಿನ ಅಲೆ ಬರಿಸುವಿರಿ. ಹಗಲು ಇರುಳ ಮರೆತು ನೀವು ಸೇವಾವ್ರತದಿ ನಿಲ್ಲುವಿರಿ. ಅಸಂಖ್ಯಾತ ಜೀವಗಳೊಳಗೆ ಚಿರಕೀರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಯುವಿರಿ. ಇಳಿಯ ಕೊಡು ವಸ್ತ್ರವಲ್ಲ, ಕರುಣೆಯ ದಿವ್ಯ ಕವಚವು. ಸ್ಟೆಥಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ಸಾಧನವಲ್ಲ, ಜೀವದ ಅಮೃತನಾದವು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮೂಡಿದಲ್ಲಿ ಭರವಸೆಯ ಪುಷ್ಪ ಅರಳುವುದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶ ತಾಗಿದಾಗ ಬದುಕಿನ ರಾಗ ಮೊಳಗುವುದು. ಪ್ರಾಣರಕ್ಷಕ ನೀವೇ, ಕರುಣಾ ಸಾಗರ ನೀವೇ. ಅಮೃತ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶದಿ ಬದುಕು ನೀಡುವ ಜೀವ
ಹಾಗೆ ಅವರು ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂರ್ಚೋದು ಇಬ್ಬರೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ಕರುಣೆಯ ಗಂಗೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೃದಯದಿ ಧರ್ಮದ ದೀಪ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಉಸಿರಲಿ ಮಾನವತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಲಿ ಸೇವೆಯ ರೂಪ. ಶಿಶುವಿನ ಮೊದಲ ಶಿವಾಯ.
so much, kids. And I kindly request Dr. Dinesh sir and Shri Sandesh Mahadevappa sir to hand over gift to them. Please, sir. And I request Ravnika sir to be on the stage. Please, sir. He is the teacher of all these kids. Hi there. Thank you, sir. I request all the dignitaries to be please come on the stage. Please, sir. Dr. Sadanand sir, Dr. Gangadhar sir, Dr. M.A. Balasubramaniam sir, Keshavamurthy sir, Amshi Prasanna Kumar sir, Raghavendra Rao sir, please be on the stage, and I request Shanoy sir and Devra sir to escort the dignitaries. Please, sir. Harish sir. Harish sir, please be on the stage. Dr. Anthony Palraj sir and Dr. Rajesh sir, please come on the stage. Dr. Rajesh sir. Once again, a very happy morning to one and all present here. Respected dignitaries, on dais and off the dais, dear friends, eminent speakers, and all the delegates, students, researchers, a very warm welcome to Cardio Yoga Summit 2026. This Cardio Yoga Summit has been started since 2024, and this year we mark the third successful year of the Cardio Yoga Summit. And we have been conducting all these years, with a different theme, and this year it's redefining the healthy aging. And I heartily welcome everyone to this program. This Cardio Yoga Summit is being conducted by Government of Karnataka, Ministry of Ayush, by Government Ayurveda Research Centre in association with Sri Jaideva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences and Research, Mysuru. And myself, Dr. Renuka, take this opportunity to host this event, and I hope everyone will learn together and cherish these moments. Thank you. And now, let's start the program by seeking the blessings from the God, and I request Dr. Manjunath sir, Associate Professor, Jaideva Hospital, for the prayer. Please, sir.
Pranamami Gananayakam, Pranamami Gananayakam, Dayakam, Pranamami Gananayakam, Dayakam, Vinamra Shrita Jana, Vignanashakam, Pranamami Gananayakam, Varadayakam, Vinamra Shrita Jana, Vignanashakam, Pranamami Gananayakam. Vikramorjita Vakratundam Chirobhushita Chandrakandam, Vikramorjita Vakratundam Chirobhushita Chandrakandam, Bharata Rachana Karanakandam, Bharata Rachana Karanakandam, Taradruta Pashankushechudandam, Pranamami Gananayakam, Dayakam, Vinamra Shrita Jana, Vignanashakam, Pranamami Gananayakam.
Thank you so much, sir, for this melodious song. I think we are all blessed to start this occasion, and I kindly request all of our dignitaries to light the lamp and grace the occasion. Please, sir.
ಹೇಳಿ ಎಲಸ್ ಮಾಡು
Due to shortage of time, Amshi Prasanna Kumar sir will be leaving us shortly. So he is the Kannada Prabha chief editor, and I request dignitaries to felicitate him. Please, sir. Thank you all the dignitaries. Thank you all guests, and I request to formally welcome all the gathering and the guests. I welcome Dr. Shanai sir for the welcome speech.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಯೋಗ ನಮನಗಳು. ಯೋಗ ನಮನ ಟು ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಯೋಗ ನಮನ. ಯೋಗ. Government of Karnataka, Department of Ayush, Government Ayurveda Research Centre, in association with the Jayadeva Institute of Cardiology, today we are celebrating 12th International Day of Yoga with a great function, cardio yoga. This is the third function of this series, because I should congratulate the whole team of Jayadeva Institute of Cardiology, because they have given all support and coordination for this program. And this program happened only because of their effort. So first of all, I congratulate whole team of Jayadeva for giving us the opportunity to conduct cardio yoga program in this spacious and fabulous venue. When I contacted Dinesh sir 15 days back, he was busy with his own work. I said, sir, we are conducting the third cardio yoga summit, and this is the series we are doing. First we did 3 years back into 2024, then 2025, 2026. Each year the name is cardio yoga only, but the theme is different. The first one is cardio yoga for cardiac diseases. The second one, cardio yoga for diabetes mellitus and lifestyle disorders. This year we are doing cardio yoga for healthy aging, and these themes are as per the directions from Government of India. This year 12th International Yoga Day theme is yoga for healthy aging. So we take that initiative from Government of India, and we tagged here for cardio yoga, and today we are celebrating 12th day of International Day of Yoga with the theme of healthy aging in cardio yoga. So Government Ayurveda Research Centre has done many such initiatives for the last 10 years. This year we have conducted a awareness campaign in Mysuru more than about 100 schools. Today we are distributing 40 school students here the prizes. So in each school we have conducted awareness quiz competition, we have conducted slogan competition, then drawing competition, rangoli competition, whichever competition they like. So we have conducted more than about 35,000 students have participated in this whole program 1 month. Then we cannot say limit ourselves to Mysuru only. We have conducted online awareness program for national yoga competition, wherein we have reached more than about 20 lakhs because we got that much of likes for 12 innovative competitions. The competitions are very funny. We have started Yoga Ghibli, we have started Yoga Saregamapa, we have started Yoga Selfie, we have started Yoga Reels, Yoga Meme and all those things which attract the youth towards the yoga. This is the important thing for us. But because of these innovative things, we got more than about 1,800 participants across 31 states and 9 union territories. So it is a great thing, and all this happened because of Harish Babu sir, because he was our deputy director, former deputy director, and he said, why you are limiting yourself to Mysuru? Why cannot it is whole India? And if he blesses us, next year we will definitely go for global also. So you have to give the permission, Harish Babu. Then this year, as per the direction of the health minister, UT Kadar sir, he said, why you are not conducting, only you are conducting in your Ayush department, why you are not conducting other department? That's why under Onkar sir is here. So we are conducting in Indian Institute of Science, Science of Yoga, Vijnana Yoga program, 1-day workshop. Then under the Cancer Society of India, we are conducting Onco Yoga in Kidwa Institute of Cardiology, then Yuva Yoga Mahotsava in Mysuru University. So in all, each and everything, and we are planning this event as a Nitya Yoga. So every month we will have such initiatives, and it will be a Nitya Yoga initiative. And all these have started from Jayadeva Institute of Cardiology only, because we have started this in 2024. So when I requested Dinesh sir, because I know Dinesh sir for the last 30 years, we never used to call him as Dinesh sir, we used to call him as Hebbal Guppe Doctor. Because that is the pet name Dinesh sir is having. Today also, if you go to Hebbal Guppe, if any doctor goes there, the Hebbal Guppe people will ask you, sir, nimge Dinesh sir gottidya anta. That much of popularity sir is having. Today also, every day from that small village, he is getting 50 patients in Jayadeva, Bangalore also. So that is his popularity. So very simple man, very professionally, very brilliant, because we have seen him for the last 30 years. So when I requested him, sir, you should come. He said, it is not possible, I will come online. I said, no sir, we will wait for you. And he gave us the date, today's date, that is 7th. So on behalf of all of you, I wholeheartedly welcome Dinesh sir for this program, and I request Shobha madam, our administrative officer, to hand over the Ayush books to sir as a token of respect. When we contacted one person, because this person is very, very important. When we started Cardio Yoga in 2024, I requested sir, that is Sadanand sir, we will conduct Cardio Yoga here. He said, is it possible, because our hall is about 350 capacity. Usually in each and every seminar I have seen only 50 or 60 persons. Today, you may not believe, today we are having registration of more than about 580. That's why we have had one more 200-seated makeshift auditorium there also with the LCD. So all this happened because of Sadanand sir, because he has given us full, that is called a red carpet welcome. So he has said, it is for you and you can do anything, but it should be academically oriented, and it should be student friendly atmosphere program. So as per your direction, we have done it, sir. So we welcome you on behalf of the team Cardio Yoga. I welcome. When we started Cardio Yoga program, the first program was inaugurated by none other than our NMC chairman, Gangadhar sir. So first program you have inaugurated, sir, in 2024. Sir was in New Delhi at that time. Online he has inaugurated. He has spared his 15 minutes because at that time he was the president of National Medical Council, Marbism. So he gave us time and he was there for about 1 hour for this program. I said, sir, you should be there for us and you have to deliver a lecture for us. He said, in future times I will definitely come there, not online, offline I will come. So 15 days back when I requested, sir, you have to come. So I said, I have given you the promise, I will definitely come. Because of his promise, he came today, and he was the former director of NIMHANS and one of the greatest psychiatrists of this country ever seen. So Gangadhar sir, thank you, because he is very much, he is also disciple of Padma Vibhushana B.K. Sayengar, and he is also one of the yoga teacher also. So we welcome you, sir, for this program. When we wanted to create the awareness of yoga all over country, we thought of releasing postal stamp, we thought of releasing postal first day cover, we thought of releasing the My stamps for yoga program. When we contacted the postal department, they said, okay, you can do it, and they have given agreed to release this program because we are fortunate that in all over India, this is the venue where we are releasing the first day cover of Postal International Yoga Day. So we are fortunate here to have the higher officer, director for Karnataka Circle, Sandesh Madhayappa sir. He came from Bangalore. He is also very friendly in nature, and he has accepted our invitation. Today he came along with the first day cover. Today we are releasing first day cover. So thank you, Sandesh Madhayappa sir, to grace this occasion. When we talk about awareness, we should have multimedia approach. So when we discuss with the All India Radio people said, we will give you 52 days program without any money. So it is free of cost. But you should see that it should be a continuous program, and all 52 should be done by great exponents of yoga. So this is the word given by us by Keshamurthy sir, the Nilaya Nirdeshakaru, Akashvani Mysuru. So today he has graced the occasion. Today he will release the Yoga Vani 52 days brochure for the whole Karnataka. So we will thank you, sir, for your kind gracing the occasion. We will welcome you on this occasion. Last year, the program here offline was inaugurated by none other than Director General CCRYN Raghavendra Rao. Today he is SCG Vice President. Today he will deliver a lecture for us, and he is the person who is always stood for yoga. He is the person who is known as the architect of yoga with research, because under his able guidance, we had many projects in Department of Ayush, CCRYN. Even he has started the cardiac yoga programs 3 years back in 12 centers across the country, including Jayadeva Institute of Cardiology, Mysuru, and including Jayadeva Institute of Cardiology, Bangalore, even JSS, All India Institute of AIMS, Delhi, many of the big institutions where he has conducted the research initiatives on yoga. So thank you, sir, for gracing occasion. Today he will talk about the cardio yoga initiative he has taken as Director General of CCRYN, Bangalore. Today we are, because of his busy schedule and his schedule with the Central Minister, Health Minister, JP Nadda sir, Commissioner sir has gone to Delhi. He has deputed Vinay Ambarkar sir, Deputy Director Ayush. He is also a friend of mine and one of the greatest yoga and naturopath who is practicing yoga and naturopath in Vidhan Saudha for last 15 years. So thank you, sir, because you will also be the guest for us in the end of this ceremony, that is the farewell ceremony today. So thank you. We welcome you on this occasion. The whole Postal Department initiative and relationship started from Harish sir, because when we contacted Harish sir, Harish sir said, we will definitely help you. You come along with an application, and there was no hassle for us. He is so friendly that we have, within 10 days, we have released the postal stamp, we have released the postal card in Vidhan Sauda from the hands of Health Minister, and today we are releasing the first day cover in front of you, and all this happened because of Harish sir, SPO, Mysuru. So we welcome you, sir, on behalf of Cardio Yoga. I just wanted to introduce my teacher, my guru, M.A. Balasubramaniam sir, because I have learned many things from him. I know him for last 30 years. He was served as advisor to Government of India. Today he will do the keynote address for this Cardio Yoga Summit because he has done many policy workshops, policy methodologies for many of our institutions, including Government Ayurveda Research Centre. Whole vision document was done by M.A. Balasubramaniam sir in 2017 because he is the only person who can do the vision document for us. Today also, if any dignitary comes to Government Ayurveda Research Centre, if I show the vision document, even our minister said, we don't have a vision document for Health and Family Welfare Department. Why can't you do a vision document for us? That much a beautiful vision document was done by Balasubramaniam sir and team for us. It's a great opportunity for us to interact with him. So today he will deliver the keynote address for all of us. So this whole program was started only because of the co-organizers today. The co-organizers for me is none other than Jayadeva Institute Research Head Devraj sir. So we welcome you, sir. And always, whenever I do a program, because with me, always Lavakusha will be Anthony Palraj and Rajesh. So for Anthony and Rajesh sir, we welcome you, sir. I also welcome the person who is named as champion for cricket. Onkar sir is there because he is the coach for our BCCI 2013 saga. So Dhoni team win because of Onkar sir, because the stress management was done by Onkar sir. Today he will deliver a talk for us. He is the professor and head of the Department of Aeronautical Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. So we welcome you, sir. Please give him a book. We also welcome Dr. Harish Babu sir. Dr. Harish Babu sir, our former director, deputy director. I also welcome Dr. B.R. Shenai, the physician and professor of Adishnitik Institute of Mandya, Nagmangla. I also welcome all Arsha Basappa sir, RMO of this institute, Pashupati sir, and also the Krishnamurthy sir, principal of MIT College of Ayurveda, then Patanjali Yoga, Patanjali Yoga and Bharata Sabhyavana Trust, Shashikumar sir, and all the dignitaries who have assembled here, and my special wishes to all my students who have participated and made our journey of awareness, our dream of awareness into reality. All of you I welcome, one and all of you I welcome, one and all. Thank you. And before I finish, you have to chant yoga, yoga, yoga. Next other program. Inaugural address.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for introducing all our guests. And I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Shenai sir. He is the whole and soul of this program. Even, upon got surgery and he just got discharged yesterday. Even after all these consequences, he is here with us. I wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Lakshminarayan Shenai sir. I also welcome Dr. Manju Prasad sir, Vande Wellness Director. Welcome you, sir. Now, as part of Har Ghar Tiranga theme, We have got national flags, and I request Postal Department team to hand over national flag to all the dignitaries.
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಹಿಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಡ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್
I request the mic team to play the theme song.
ಕೇಸರಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಹೆಸರು ಕೇಸರಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪೇಪರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಸರಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪೇಪರಿಗೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು ಪೋಸ್ಟಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಮ್ಮ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡ ಉಂಟು ಅದು 5 ಹತ್ತಿಗೆ ಅದೇ ಅಮ್ಮ ಬಾಮ್ಮ ಇವಳೆ
Everyone please be seated. I request all the dignitaries to release the postal cover, first day postal cover on behalf of Cardio Yoga Summit 2026.
ಕೊಡಿ
ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಟ್ರೇ ಕೊಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ತೊಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್
ಕೊಡಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳಗೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಎಲ್ರಿಗಿದೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್ ಬಂದ್ರಾ ಬನ್ನಿ ಗುರುಗಳೇ ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಬನ್ನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಶೋಭಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಈಚೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಶಿಲ್ಪ ಬಾಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಮಲತಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಸರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಇದೊಂದು ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಇದು ಗವರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದು ಆಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And this is the most awaited program, the key program of this inaugural function. I request Dr. Dinesh sir for the inaugural address. Please, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಯೋಗ ನಮನಗಳು. Anyway, most of the time, Dr. Shanay has taken much important, more than 20 minutes to welcome the dignitaries. Thanks for his speech and everything. I wholeheartedly congratulate the organizers for number one, for being invited for this program. Second thing is, for bringing together the diverse experts from all parts of India to deliver a good lecture regarding yoga. Of course, we are in a highly evolved technology with artificial intelligence. The highly evolved advanced technology with artificial intelligence that should reach the poorest of the poor. That's my concern. Of course, even today, cardiovascular disease, one of the major leading cause for mortality and morbidity. But our ancient tradition like yoga really helping us, our advanced technology with evidence-based medicine versus yoga, it is really bringing some sort of good quality of life and also helps in rehabilitation and also reducing the mental stress. In Jayadeva, we have been doing research with Ayush people. We have a MOU with Ayush people. Heart failure versus yoga. Heart attack with yoga. Still many more we have been doing. And most of the research preliminary investigation says it is very promising. Of course, Jayadeva always gives support or MOU with Ayush always. I request every Ayush people to bring your proposal so that we can approve that and we can conduct a good study in one of the premier institute in India, Sri Jayadeva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences and Research. In fact, any proposal for that matter. Of course, nowadays, WHO has announced June 21st is the World Yoga Day. In that background, everyone, especially Indians, we should cultivate or we should practice yoga so that in order to bring a good quality of life, in order to avoid many diseases, so that we can bring the good, healthy society, so that by 2047, whatever Prime Minister Ji is telling, Viksit Bharat, so that we can bring back that glorious past and we can build a good, healthy India so that we can grow stronger as a global leader. I think regarding cardiology, if I start telling, it will take many hours. I know. Anyway, many experts are sitting. Probably they are going to highlight what are the yoga's contribution to the health and of course to the public in general. What are the advantages and disadvantages and all those things. There are many experts are there. As a director, I wholeheartedly welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. In fact, initially I didn't mention all the names. Without taking much of your time, any support from Jayadeva, you are most welcome. And any sort of research, you are most welcome. And Jayadeva slowly expanding its wings. Probably this year end, by 2026 December, we are going to open another 1,000-bedded hospital. In the sense, 200 bed in Mysuru and 2 satellite branches in Bangalore, Vijayanagar and Shivaji Nagar, and 450-bedded hospital in Hubli. It is a state-of-the-art hospital. Probably by December, we are going to open first all these hospitals, except in Mysuru. Probably it may take another 1 year. What my request to all youngsters, anything for that matter, I mean regarding health, you please consult doctors immediately. Just by doing yoga or by doing exercise, that doesn't assure you 100% good health. Because there are so many examples of over exercise can cause so many other bad things also. This section of students, they can ask any one question. This side people. Anybody? Any students, any question pertaining to the cardiology?
Rotary Vrindavan, you asked many questions when we came there.
You can ask me either in Kannada or English, anything. Yeah, very good question. Simple tips to keep your heart healthy. See, many people, they keeps asking me in Jaideva, sir, how to live 100 years? And which oil is the best oil? These are all the common questions I've been facing day to day. Few tips to live the good quality of life. Number one, of course, as soon as you got up from your bed, the morning daily walking for 40 minutes, 20-minute onward walking, backward 20 minutes. Totally 40 minutes of brisk walk. That is 5 days a week. That itself is a keep to, it is sufficient to keep your heart in a healthy state. First. Second thing is, you should have a very good quality diets. Whether it's a breakfast, afternoon lunch or evening dinner. See, most of the time, because of our changing scenario, both husband and wife are working. Suppose if we prepare rasam or bele sambar Monday, till Friday we continue the same food because of our constraint. What I feel, what I suggest to you people, every day you prepare a fresh food. See, our ancestors or our grandfather or father, they used to prepare food for every time. Whether it's a morning, they cook, whether it is this much or this much. You should take a fresh food. Third one is, you people, you have to have a good quality sleep. At least 6 to 8 hours. This is the most important thing. And you should know how to manage your stress. That stress could be financial stress, family stress, environmental stress, professional stress. Some sort of stress, sometimes it's very difficult to explain from our own hearts. So if you know how to manage the stress, that's the most important, because we have been receiving lot of youngsters to Jaideva between 30 to 40. Basically, they are succumbed to either kind of stress or some bad habits, smoking alcohol or drugs. So, if you inculcate all these four, I think you can live at least 80 years. I cannot guarantee remaining 20 years. Okay? This section, they can ask any one question. Anybody? This question is beyond my purview of my limitations. Because the Government of India or Government of Karnataka, they should take care of this, what you are asking. But anyway, you are mentioning the quality of health and this thing from the primary school itself. That's what you are asking. See, the Government of Karnataka or Government of India should take some initiation regarding this. See, what I suggest, what I request most of the forum, education and health should made free. wherever I go, in whichever the forum, I keep telling the higher authorities or governments, education and health, we should make or made free. But anyway, it's the question, it's beyond my limitation. It's very difficult to answer that policy matters. Anyway, without taking much of your time, I request everyone to keep your heart healthy by cultivating the good quality of life. Because our geriatric population in India is slowly going up. Almost it is touching nearly 27 to 30%. So all the youngsters, they should take care of their grandparents, the most important thing. Of course, financial constraint, it's there. Within the limitations of our financial constraint, we should lead a good quality of life. Anyway, once again, ಯೋಗ ನಮನಗಳು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ. ಕೇಳಮ್ಮ. ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟೇ ಬೇರೆ ಸಿಮ್ಟಮ್, ಬೇರೆದು ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಿಮ್ಟಮ್ಸ್. ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆದಾಗ ಯಾವುದೇ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಎದೆ ನೋವು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಥವಾ ತೋಳು ನೋವು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಬೆವರುವಿಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ತಕ್ಷಣದ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ದ ಗೋಲ್ಡನ್ ಅವರ್ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ 3 ಅವರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಆವಾಗ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವರು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೋಗದೆ ಇದು ಗ್ಯಾಸು ಅದು ಇದು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಆವಾಗ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಹೃದಯ ಸ್ತಂಭನ, ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಬಡಿಯೋದು ನಿಂತೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್. ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ CPR ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯೋ ಪಲ್ಮನರಿ ರಿಸಸಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ. ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ಕಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, PUC 10th ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ CPR. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಯರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನೋ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಸ್ಕಿ. ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟೇ ಬೇರೆ, ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕೇ ಬೇರೆ. ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆದಾಗ ನೀನು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗೋಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. 3 ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಏನು ನಾವು ಗೋಲ್ಡನ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಅಂದರೆ, ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ 3 ಗಂಟೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಆ್ಯಂಜಿಯೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆ್ಯಂಜಿಯೋಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೆಸೆಸರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಖಂಡಿತ ದ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ರೇಟ್ ಈಸ್ 92%. ಇನ್ನು 8%ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಅನ್ಲೆಸ್ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಎಜುಕೇಟ್ ಇದ್ದು CPR ಮಾಡಿ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ತಂದರೆ ಆವಾಗ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಬದುಕಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಐ ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ಯು ಶುಡ್ ನೋ CPR. See, most of the time in Western countries, 92% of the Western people, they know how to do CPR. In any accident or any kind of calamities. But in India, on the contrary, while something is happening, they do mobile video. That is a paradox and that is the irony. It's paining. So I request each one of you, try to learn CPR so that you can save many lives. Good luck. Anyway, thank you once again. Anything from my side or Jaideva, I request Ayush people, you are most welcome. Once again, good luck to everyone and ellarigu yoga namanagalu. Thank you. And once again, my sincere thanks to organizers for having given this opportunity to speak a few words. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sir? Thank you so much for supporting us and clearing all the questions from the elderly to the kids. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Shanai sir to take the lead and felicitate Dr. Dinesh sir. I request Sadanand sir, Gangadhar sir, Raghavendra sir, please felicitate Dr. Dinesh sir.
ಈಗ ಇದು ಆಯುಷ್ಪರಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಆಯುಷ್ಪರಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ.
Thank you, sir. Now we have a journal by Government Ayurveda Research Centre, that is Ayush for You scientific journal, and it's been containing since 2 years, and we are releasing the Ayush for You journal quarterly, that is once in every 3 months, and we are getting so many articles from all the all over India. We are getting from Goa, Madhya Pradesh, Pune, all those states, and we are having a peer review process, and after all the peer review process we are selecting the articles and releasing it once in every 3 months, and this year issue we are going to release it now. I request Shanoy sir to give, and I request Dr. Dinesh sir to release the Ayush for You journal.
ಬನ್ನಿ ನೇಮ್ ತಂದು ಕರಿ. Mike.
Anyway, while speaking, I have forgotten to thank our yoga students. It's really mesmerizing and amazing. My sincere, best wishes to those students who have done yoga.
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು?
Probably they might have gone. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವಂತರಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸದೃಢ ಭಾರತವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ತುಂಬ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಐ ಲರ್ನ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಇನ್ ಅ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಇದು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ. ರಿಯಲಿ ಐ ವಿಶ್ ದೆಮ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗುಡ್ ಲಕ್ ಇನ್ ದೇರ್ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ endeavors.
Certificate of appreciation from governor.
Oh, really?
International Day of Yoga.
Fantastic, sir. ನಾನು ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ವಿಶ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು.
ರವಣಿಕರ್ ಇದು ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ರವಣಿಕರ್ ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡು. ರವಣಿಕರ್ ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್
ಆಯ್ತು. ಆಲ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್, ಗುಡ್ ಲಕ್. ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ.
ರವಣಿಕರ್ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಿ?
ಗುಡ್ ಲಕ್.
ಬನ್ನಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಾಕಿ ಇದೆ.
ಗುಡ್ ಲಕ್ ಕಣಮ್ಮ. ಗುಡ್ ಲಕ್. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನಿಜ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ ಕಣಮ್ಮ.
ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡು ಸರಿ. ಬನ್ನಿ ರವಣಿಕರ್, ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಮುಂದೆ ನೋಡಿ ರವಣಿಕರ್, ಮುಂದೆ ನೋಡಿ.
Sir, and I really thank Dinesh sir for again calling the kids and encouraging them. Thank you so much, sir. And now I request Shri Sandesh Mahadevappa sir to address the gathering. Please, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಿರಿಯರು, ಗಣ್ಯರು ಹಾಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ನೆರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಮಿತ್ರರು. ಈ ಕೆಲವು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಗುಂಪಿಗೆ ಸೇರದ ಪದ ತೆಗೆಯಿರಿ ಅಂತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಪಿಕ್ ದಿ ಆಡ್ ಒನ್ ಔಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಒನ್. ಪ್ರಾಬಬ್ಲಿ ಮೀ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕೇಶವಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರು ವಿ ಆರ್ ನೀದರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ನಾರ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟೆಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕರೆದಾಗ 2-3 ಕಾರಣ ಇತ್ತು ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಮೈಸೂರು ನನ್ನ ಜಾಗ, ನಾನು ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬೆಳೆದ ಜಾಗ, ಓದಿದ ಜಾಗ, ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಂತ ಊರು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕಾರಣ. ಈ ನೆಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗೋ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಈ ಜಯದೇವ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅತೀವ ಗೌರವ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಭಾರತದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಸುಮಾರು 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು 35-40 ಸಾವಿರ ಜನ ನನ್ನ ಬಳಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮಂದಿ ಅವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಜಯದೇವಾಗೆ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಜಯದೇವಾಗೆ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ನನಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಕಾರಣ ಇತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ನಿನ್ನೆ 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಾನು ಸದಾನಂದ್ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಳಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಮರ್ತುಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಒತ್ತಡದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಡ್ವೈಸಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ನನ್ನ ತಂದೆಯವರ ಬೈಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ವಿ ಶೇಪಲ್ಲೇನೋ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಬಿಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಹಳೇದು. ಆವಾಗ ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೊಂದು ಕೂಡ ನೆನಪಿತ್ತು, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವರು ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವರು ಭಾಳ ಯೋಗಪಟು, ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಯೋಗದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನನಗಷ್ಟು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಜೂನ್ 21 ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ 1-2 ದಿನ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಫಾಲೋ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಆವಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿ ಕರೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿರಬೇಕು, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕರಿಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅವರು, ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಆ ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಡೆಕತ್ಲಾನ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟು, ನಾಳೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅದು ಮ್ಯಾಟು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಹೌ ವಿ ಗೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟಿಮ್ಯುಲೇಟ್, ಹೌ ವಿ ವಿ ಸಿ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್. ನಾನು PUC ಬರೆದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಭಾಳ ಆಸೆ ಇತ್ತು ಆ ಮೊಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ. ಆವಾಗ ಫ್ರೀ ಸೀಟ್ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ನೋಡಿದ್ರು ನನ್ನ ಬಾಡಿ ಶ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತದೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ನೋಡಿದ್ರು ಶ್ರಿಂಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ನನಗೆ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅತೀವ ಗೌರವ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನಗದೊಂದು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಸ್ಟೆಥೋಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಫ್ರೀ ಸೀಟ್ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. 35,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಸೀಟು. ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ಮೇಷ್ಟ್ರು 35,000 ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತರೋದು ಅಂತ. ಆವಾಗ 35,000 ತರಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಮ್ ಐ ಟುಕ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೈಟ್ ನೌ ಹಿಯರ್. ಬಟ್ ಅದಿದೆ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರುಗಳು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಅದು ಬರೀ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ ನನಗೆ. ಅದು ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತು, ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ನಮಗೂ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೂ ಏನು ಸಂಬಂಧ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕವರು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ 1,65,000 ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಇದೆ. 1,65,000 ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್. ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಅವೈಲಬಲ್ ಇನ್ ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಆಫೀಸಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ stamp, all of you know stamp. Stamp is the tiniest ambassador. It's an official ambassador. ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ರಾಯಭಾರಿ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೇವೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಮಾನ್ಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳು, ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳು ಬಂದು ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಹಾಗೆ ಆಯುಷ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆವಾಗ ನೇಗಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದ್ದರು, ಆವಾಗ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಡೇ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಕರೋನಾ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಲೆಟ್ರು ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಸುಮಾರು ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ಲೆಟ್ರುಗಳು ಭಾರತದ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಕರೋನಾ ವಾರಿಯರ್ಸು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರು, ಕರೋನಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮೆಸೇಜನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತೇವೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಫ್ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೇವೆ. ಅದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿಗೂ ತಲುಪ್ತದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 10,000 ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಈ ಥರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಮೂಡ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಫ್ಯೂ ಗೆಟ್, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಓದೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಅಥವಾ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಯಾಕೆ ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಥವಾ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಯಾಕೆ ಓದ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ವಿ ಗೆಟ್ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಥರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರುಗಳನ್ನ, ಹಿರಿಯರನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ವಿ ಗೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟಿಮ್ಯುಲೇಟೆಡ್, ಮೋಟಿವೇಟೆಡ್ ಅನ್ನೋರು. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಈ ಆಯುಷ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಜೊತೆ ಟೈಅಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ, ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಜೊತೆ ಟೈಅಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಸುಮಾರು ಲೆಪ್ರಸಿ ಡೇ, ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಡೇ, ಬ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫೀಡಿಂಗ್, ವ್ಯಾಸೆಕ್ಟಮಿ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್. ಸೊ ವಿ ಕೀಪ್ ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಡಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟು ದಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್. That's how, and today it's a great day that the conference is happening, and it will be through Department of Post, it will be archived and it will be remembered. And if you see, that's available for sale outside. You can get it. It's hardly 20 or 30 rupees, and you can keep it as a souvenir and get it stamped today. Allondu cancellation anta ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೆಮೊರಿಯಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಿಗೂ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ನೀವ್ಯಾರು ಲೆಟ್ರ್ ಬರಿತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಲೆಟ್ರಲ್ಲ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಆವಾಗ ಲೆಟ್ರ್ ಬರಿತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ತೀರ್ಥರೂಪು ತಂದೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತಿರೋರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬರೆದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ನನಗೆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯೋ ಬ್ರೋ ಅಂತ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾನೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಅಂದರೆ ದಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ. ನಾನು ಯೋ ಬ್ರೋ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹಾಗೆ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ದರ್ ಈಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ರೈಟ್ ಆರ್ ರಾಂಗ್, ಬಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ನಾವು ಲೆಟ್ರ್ ಬರಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಏನೇನು ಸುಮಾರು ಅರ್ಧ ಭಾಳ ಈಗಿನವ್ರು ಆ ಲೆಟ್ರ್ ಓದ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಚೇಂಜ್. ಬಟ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಎ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಡಿಟಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಈ ಮೆಥಡೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಯೋಗ ಮತ್ತು ಅದು, ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅನದರ್ ವೇ. ನಾವು ಯೋಗ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ 2015ರಲ್ಲಿ 16ರಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೀಲರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಯುಷ್ ಅಂತ 12 ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪು 2019ರಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. 12 ಪ್ರಾಮಿನೆಂಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ, ಯುನಾನಿ, ಸಿದ್ಧ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯೋಗ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ 2019. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೀಲರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಯುಷ್ ಅಂತ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸುಮಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಅಚೀವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ ಹೌ ವಿ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಮೈಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಪೇಪರಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಡಿಟಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಎ ಹೋಪ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಯೋಗ ಜರ್ನಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸದಾನಂದ್ ಸರ್ ಟು ಫೆಲಿಸಿಟೇಟ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಸಂದೇಶ್ ಮಹದೇವಪ್ಪ ಸರ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಸರ್, ಇದು ಪತಂಜಲಿದು ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್. ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್.
Thank you so much, sir. And as part of creating awareness, we are going to conduct 52 weeks Yogavani that will be streamed in 100.6 FM at 9 a.m. every Friday. So on behalf of that, we are going to release Yogavani brochure. So I request Dr. Sadanand sir to please release Yogavani brochure. Please, sir. Keshamurthy sir to take the lead. Please, sir. Keshamurthy sir. Sir is being...
Sadanand sir is also one of the speakers.
Yeah, Sadanand sir is also one of the speaker, and you can tune to 100.6 to listen to Sadanand sir tips for the heart health.
ಯೋಗವಾಣಿ
ನಿತ್ಯ ಯೋಗ ಕುರಿತ ವಿಶೇಷ ಬಾನುಲಿ ಸರಣಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಶುಕ್ರವಾರ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ. ವೇದದ್ರಷ್ಟು ಸಮಾರಂಭಂ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಸುಮಧ್ಯಮಂ.
ಯೋಗವಾಣಿ ಸರಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುಭವಿ ವೈದ್ಯರು, ನೀತಿ ನಿರೂಪಕರು, ಆಯುಷ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ನುರಿತ ಯೋಗಪಟುಗಳು ತಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಸಹಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿತ್ತರವಾಗಲಿರುವ ಯೋಗವಾಣಿ ಬಾನುಲಿ ಸರಣಿ ಯೋಗದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಬಾಗಿಲಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸಲಿದೆ.
ಆಸಕ್ತ ಕೇಳುಗರಿಗೆ ಆಕರ್ಷಕ ಬಹುಮಾನವೂ ಉಂಟು.
ಆಲಿಸಿ, ಅನುಸರಿಸಿ.
ಪ್ರತಿ ಶುಕ್ರವಾರ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ತಪ್ಪದೇ ಕೇಳಿ.
ಮೈಸೂರು ಆಕಾಶವಾಣಿ 103.6ರಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಗವಾಣಿ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now I welcome Dr. Gangadhar sir. He has been part of our Cardio Yoga Summit since 2024. I kindly request sir to please address the gathering. Please, sir.
2 minutes, sir. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಇದಿದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೆಷನ್ ಬೇರೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಬಂಧು ಭಗಿನಿಯರೇ, ಈಗ ಬರುವ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಮಯ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ಸು ಸಿಗಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಏನು ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಲಭಿಸಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಬರಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now we have upcoming competitions on National Ayurveda Day, and I request Gangadhar sir to release posters of all competitions of Ayurveda Day. Please, sir. We have competitions which are going to be conducted online. We have yoga reels.
Yoga means yoga.
We have reels on Ayurveda. We have poster competition and Acharya Vandana and selfie with medicinal plant. We have these innovative competitions to increase awareness of Ayurveda among youngsters and all others. Thank you all the dignitaries, and now I kindly request Dr. M.A. Balasubramaniam sir to address the gathering. Please, sir.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. Once again, I would like to say, just like as Professor Gangadhar spoke, I'm going to be speaking again. So, but because I've been requested to say a few words, I'm just going to state this. Most important thing that we have to realize today is we're sitting in a very prestigious institution which has actually saved millions of people in the state. Even today, I would say Karnataka is still one of the diabetic and hypertensive capitals of India. So what you find here is, I would say, 3 yes definitely. You find a surgeon, you find a stent, and you also get a prescription of statins. And on top of it, mainly, you could also look at beta blockers, which are also going to be provided to you. But many times you end up thinking that health is all about that. Health is all about plumbing, because you do bypass surgeries here, or wiring, electrical wiring, because you have pacemakers over here. Yes, this is important. It has saved a lot of life. But what we have forgotten is our own ancient wisdom. Health is provided by, maybe all the yoga and the Ayurveda people already know, Chikitsa Chatushpada, where there is a doctor, a medicine, and the third important thing is patient, and the fourth is the family. All 4 limbs are very important. So what yoga actually brings to us is a fact that it is not a provider-receiver relationship in health. It is an active partnership between 4 pillars: the doctor, the medicine, the patient, and the family. And hence, patient is as much a part of the healing process as a doctor himself. So this day, I would say, should be celebrated to look at that partnership and make patient not a recipient, but an active partner in the healing process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I request Dr. Dinesh sir to felicitate Dr. M.A. Balasubramaniam sir. I also request Dr. Sadanand sir to join hands. Please, sir.
ಸದಾನಂದ ಸರ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಷಣ
ಸರ್ ರೋಟರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸದಾನಂದ ಸರ್ ಭಾಷಣ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಸದಾನಂದ ಸರ್ ಭಾಷಣ ಅಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್
Thank you, sir. We are almost nearing the end of the inaugural function. I request Dr. K. Sadanand, sir, for the presidential speech. Please, sir.
Respected Chief Guest, our beloved Director Dr. Dinesh Sir, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed faculty, delegates, researchers, yoga practitioners, and my dear students, a very good morning to everyone. It's a privilege and honor to be present here as a guest of honor at the inauguration of the National Conference, which is the Cardio Yoga Summit 2026, which is aptly themed Redefining the Path of Healthy Aging. I congratulate the organizers for choosing a theme that is not only timely but also relevant to the healthcare challenges of our era. With increasing life expectancy, our goal should not merely be to add years to life, but to add life to those years. As cardiologists, we have witnessed remarkable advances in diagnosis, interventions, and surgical techniques. Yet, despite these achievements, cardiovascular diseases continues to remain as one of the leading causes of illness and mortality. This reminds us that prevention is as important as treatment. Yoga, one of the India's greatest gifts to the world, has emerged as a scientifically validated complementary approach to cardiovascular health. Regular practice of yoga helps to reduce stress, improve autonomic balance, lower blood pressure, enhance physical fitness, and improve overall quality of life. When integrated with evidence-based medical care, it offers a holistic pathway towards healthy aging. The future of healthcare lies not in choosing between modern medicine and traditional wellness practices, but in integrating the strength of both. Conferences such as this provide an excellent platform for clinicians, researchers, yoga experts, and policymakers to exchange knowledge, strengthen scientific evidence, and develop practical strategies that benefit our patients. At Jaydeva Hospital, we remain committed not only to providing world-class cardiac care, but also to promoting preventive cardiology, lifestyle modification, and community awareness. Prevention is always better, safer, and more cost-effective than cure. I am confident that the deliberations will inspire new ideas, foster meaningful collaborations, and contribute significantly to improving cardiovascular health across our nation. I extend my best wishes to the organizers, speakers, and all the delegates for a highly successful conference. With these words, I have great pleasure in joining you in inaugurating the national conference, the Cardio Yoga Summit 2026. Thank you, and wish you all a productive and enriching summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the kind words and thank you for the complete support throughout since we started this preparation for Cardio Yoga Summit 2026. Now I request Dr. Dinesh sir, Dr. Raghavendra Rao sir, Dr. Gangadhar sir, and Dr. M. A. Balasubramaniam sir to felicitate Dr. K. Sadanand sir.
ಹರೀಶಿಗೊಂದು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಒಂದು ಶಾಲು
Thank you, sir. Now I request Anthony Palraj sir, Shanai sir to felicitate Harish sir. I request all the students of Rotary Brindavan School to line up. Thank you so much, sir. And we have conducted various competitions across all schools over Mysuru. We have conducted competitions in around 50 different schools in Mysuru. We have conducted yoga quiz, yoga essay, yoga dance, yoga reels, and many more. And formally, we are giving prize to one school, that is Rotary Brindavan School. I request all the students, along with the teachers, to please come on the stage to receive the prize and the memento for the school. We have all the winner students here: Ramya A, Shivraj C, Yashashwini R, Kishan J, Trisha, Siri, Bhuvan, Koyal, Kushi Chowdhury, Shreyas Kumar, Koyal, Manya, Disha, Ananya, Sanjit, Manish, Siri, Samiksha, Varsha, Chaya, Manya, Kavya, Aryan, and Samiksha. I request all the teachers to please come on the stage. I request teachers of this school to please come on the stage and receive the memento of the school. We'll have a quick photo shoot of these students.
Surya.
ನೀವು ಫೋಟೋ ಬನ್ನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ನೀವು ಇಬ್ರು ಹೋಗಿ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ನೀವು ಮಧ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿ ಫೋಟೋ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಫೋಟೋ ರಂಗಣ್ಣನಿಗೆ ರಂಗಣ್ಣನಿಗೆ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ರಂಗಣ್ಣ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 12 ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಈಗ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೊಡ, ಮತ್ತೆ ರಂಗಣ್ಣ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೊಡೋಣ. ರಂಗಣ್ಣನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಟ್ಟಿ, ಹಾಂ ಸರಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನ ಮಧ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸ್ಕೂಲನ್ನು ಕರೆದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಟೋಕನ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮೇಲೆ ಕರೆದೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಆಯಿತಾ? ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೀವು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರಿತೀನಿ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ಗೆ ಸಮೇತ. ವೋಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ಒಂದು ವೋಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ವೋಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ.
Thank you all the guests. Thank you so much. We had so many people helping us throughout. I thank everyone. I thank Dr. Manju Prasad. I thank Ranganna sir for helping us and conducting competitions across all the schools.
ಅವ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
And we are almost at the end of this program. And now I welcome Dr. Devraju sir, Senior Clinical Research Officer, Sri Jaideva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences and Research, Mysuru, for the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. So, it is my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks for this inaugural session of Cardio Yoga Summit. First and foremost, I extend my sincere thanks to our chairperson, beloved Dr. Dinesh, our director, Sri Jaideva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences and Research, for presiding over today's inaugural function. We are grateful for his constant encouragement and unwavering support in promoting academic excellence
and research activities at our institute. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us today. Our special thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Sadanand K.S., Professor and Medical Superintendent, Sri Jaideva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences and Research, Mysuru, for his continuous guidance and encouragement despite his busy administrative responsibilities and busy clinical practice. He has always extended his wholehearted support to our academic initiatives. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. We extend warm and sincere thanks to Dr. Gangadhar, former President, National Medical Commission. We are honored to have you with us and look forward to your insightful session, sir. Thank you. We are grateful to Dr. M.A. Balasubramaniam, former advisor, Ministry, Health and Family Welfare, for kindly accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address. We sincerely look forward for his keynote address. We are equally honored by presence of Dr. Raghavendra, former director, Central Council of Research in Yoga and Naturopathy, New Delhi. We sincerely thank him for being with us today and look forward to his session, which will undoubtedly an immense value to this summit. Thank you, sir. We extend our sincere thanks to Sri Sandesh Mahadevappa, Indian Postal Service Director, Karnataka Postal Circle, for gracing this occasion and release the postal cover for making this inaugural ceremony even more memorable. Thank you, sir. I also extend our sincere thanks to our distinguished guest, Sri Keshav Murthy, Program Executive, Akashvani, Mysuru, for joining us today and enriching this occasion and his gracious presence and valuable thought. Thank you, sir. We extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Ambedkar Vinayak Subhash, Deputy Director, Naturopathy, for joining us today, sir. Thank you. We also express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Anthony Paul, Mr. Harish, Post Officer, Dr. Rajesh, Principal, Nataraj Nursing College, for joining us today, sir. Thank you. Thank you all. A special word of appreciation goes to Dr. Shana, Assistant Director, Government Ayurveda Research Centre, Mysuru. His vision and meticulous planning and tireless effort have been instrumental in making this event reality. Though he is unwell and he has done all this behind this. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, delegates, faculty members, researchers, yoga experts, students, media representatives, and participants for this enthusiastic presence and active participation. Finally, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committee, volunteers, technical team, administrative staff, and everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth and successful conduct of this inaugural session. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I request all the guests to please come from the right side. We have beautiful rangolis, done by Chaya Devi College students on the theme Yoga Day.
Balasubramaniam start ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
And it will be followed by keynote address by Dr. M.A. Balasubramaniam, sir. And I request all the guests to please come to the director's chamber for the high tea.
ಬಾಲಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
All the guests to please come. From the right side, we have beautiful rangolis by Chaya Devi College students. We will have the start of the scientific session. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. M.A. Balasubramaniam, sir. He is a flight lieutenant and he is a distinguished healthcare professional, public health expert and development sector leader with extensive experience spanning in clinical medicine, public health, health systems, and community development. He has served as advisor for community processes and comprehensive primary health care with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. He has contributed his expertise to strengthening primary health care and community-based health systems in the country. Sir is also closely associated with the Swami Vivekananda Youth Movement, where he has served as the advisor and the member. He is also the chairman and designated partner of Navagram, managing trustee of Jiva Raksha Trust. His unique journey from clinical medicine to community health and national level health policy brings a valuable perspective to a discussion on healthy aging and integrated approaches to healthcare. I heartily welcome Dr. Balasubramaniam sir, and I request sir to give keynote address, which is going to be a very strong point to our continued scientific session. Please sir.
Okay, sir.
ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Before I start, can I know how many of you do not understand Kannada? Yeah, okay, but half a dozen people. Okay, fine. How many of you do not understand English? You tell me. English ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗದೆ ಇರೋರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ? ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ. Okay, good. So, at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, led by Dr. Lakshminarayan Shannai, with active collaboration from Sri Jayadeva Institute of Cardiology and Research Centre, the pride of Karnataka, which is led by both Dr. B. Dinesh at the state level and Dr. K. Sadanand at the Mysuru city level. And how many of you are from non-healthcare background? Please lift your hands. How many of you are from non-healthcare background? ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ನೀವು ಏನು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? 9th standard. ಸೊ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಲ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ, ಗುಡ್. So, thanking everybody for your patience. ಯೋಗ ನಮನದಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ವಂದಿಸ್ತಾ, distinguished guests in front of us, in front of the podium, we have led by Padma Vibhushan Dr. B. Gangadhar and all the yoga college principals and Ayurveda means functionaries from across the state, students from both local Mysuru and other colleges of Karnataka and outside. How many of you know the theme for the day? What is the theme for the day? Yoga for geriatric care. Well, how many of you know what is geriatric care? What is geriatrics? Huh? What is geriatrics? How many of you know? No. What is the geriatric age group? Let me put it more simplistically. 60 years. Okay. So 60 years and above are the geriatric population. How many of you are 60 years and above here? Barring the few people who are very few in front. Okay. Well, how many of you think that you will not grow to the age of 60? No. Everybody will cross 60, no? Yeah. Because we as a country are inching towards 90 years, at least 72 years right now, but we are definitely going to have a life expectancy of 80 years. But the ancient science says we used to live for 120 years. What has taken away the 40 years? Our lifestyle. Correct? When we are talking about aging, can anybody stop aging? No. So all of us are bound to reach that age. So don't think that this is not relevant to me, because this is healthy aging. Healthy aging, because they said healthy aging is related to elderly care, everybody thought it is only elderly care was what we bother about healthy aging. But healthy aging is an important concept for everybody, because what is aging after all? It is time limited. It is unstoppable and irreversible too. Do you agree? So this is happening for all of us every day, every minute. Do you all agree? So this is not about elderly care alone. Though elderly care is extremely important, because they have crossed a critical number in their time period. So the decline is faster. That's all. Otherwise, aging is a phenomena not limited to old people. You think of healthcare. If I look at this, we are talking about cardiac yoga, and we are talking about it in an institution of health, which is a tertiary care institution, with active collaboration of Ayush department. But do you know the fact? But this country, at some point of time, actually had forgotten about aging. To the level, the first national program of old persons never came from the health department, which is supposed to be counting our birth from the date of birth. Correct? Counting our age from the day of the birth was our health department's value. And we all thought, as age is an important criteria, because that's the first, one of the first questions a history is taken for every patient or every person. We as a nation had forgotten about aging itself. And the department which actually woke up to the aged population, which is increasingly growing. You know what percentage of Karnataka is old? Nationally, we are around 8%. Karnataka is little ahead. We are already at around 12%. 12% of our people are already old. Old means beyond 60 years, because that is what we are talking about as elderly care. And with the improvement in both general science, medical science and healthcare provision, our longevity of life has definitely increased. Do you agree? So when we are talking about aging, the whole concept of aging is limited to only one factor, that all of us have to be functionally stable. So aging is a function of a functional ability. It has got nothing else. So you were functional yesterday, you need to be functional today, you need to be functional tomorrow. Do you agree? Is it relevant only to 60-year-old people? No. You also have to do that, no? You have to be functional yesterday, you have to be functional today and weekly. So aging is a concept of the entire this one, though traditionally and conventionally, we have looked at aging only for people beyond 60. So what is healthy aging in real sense? Healthy aging is retaining our functional abilities. very simplistically talking about, it is developing and maintaining functional ability is aging. And if you are able to do that efficiently and you still retain your functionality as the days progress, then we call it is healthy aging. Because age is only a function of time, but if your functional ability is retained with time, I would call it healthy aging. So what is the functionality of or functionality of a person? What is functionality? What do you call it, the functionality? Functionality is just a simple sum of two elements. The first element is your intrinsic capacity. You as an individual, what capacity you have is one component of your functionality. The second important element is external environment or an enabling environment. So when you have an ideal internal capacity and an ideal enabling environment, you will be functional. Do you agree? So when we are talking about healthy aging, we are talking only these two factors. How am I? How is the surroundings around me? If these two are looked at, is it important for only 60-year-old people? No. Your capacity is important for you. Your surroundings is important for you. So, if we are able to do that, then we are talking about a healthy aging phenomenon. And what are the things a functionality actually means? Functionality, what do you mean by functionality? What do you understand by the word functional abilities for ourselves? Can anybody hazard a guess? What is functional ability? Fitness for the purpose. Very fantastic. So that is a purpose which is defined. What are the fitnesses that we are talking about? What is functionality for each one of you? When do you think that you are all functional? Each of you. When do you think you are functional? Simple things, no? If you are able to take care of your basic needs, morning you are able to wake up, you can carry out your ablutions yourself, you can eat by yourself. Do you agree? That is basic needs. Then your mobility, correct? You are able to take care of your movements. Wherever you want to go, wherever you are done, you are able to do that. Third, you are able to socialize. Do you agree? So, you are able to take care of yourself, both in terms of the basic needs, as well as your mobility needs, as well as your societal needs, and you still retain the capacity to decide on each of these things. Do you agree? Because there is an element of cognitiveness. Correct? So there is a physical issue, there is a psychological issue. Correct? There is a social issue, there is an intellectual issue. All these things decide whether you are functional or not functional. Agreed? Why I spoke about this in particular is, functionality is not about simply being able to run. So it is not about a physical fitness alone. There are multiple other dimensions, whether it is physical, psychological, there is social, and also intellectual, apart from being spiritual also, which actually is the foundation for everything, because he told about purpose, and the purpose is defined by your spiritual quest. If you are not clearly in tune with your own inner self, you will not find a purpose for your life. When you do not have a purpose for your life, every day becomes a burden. So age itself will become a burden. Correct? Swami Vivekananda says, a person who has got an ideal will make 1,000 mistakes. A person who does not have an ideal will make 50,000 mistakes. So in that context, having an ideal reduces your mistakes by 49,000 times. In other words, you will be able to get rid of 98% of the problems. So the fact, if you are talking about these are your functions, that means all the aging factors outside, which is irreversible, unstoppable, whatever you are talking about today, and it is all time dependent, while these things are limited to only the outer vessel. Which is the vessel of all of us? Which is our vessel? Our body. Correct. So our body, it is all the changes that happens are irreversible, are time bound, and it is unstoppable also in that context. But this functional ability is what defines aging. Of healthy aging means your inner spirit is always alive and kicking. So just because somebody has got a gray hair, somebody has got completely hair loss, somebody is actually bending down, does not mean any reduction in the inner spirit. That is why you would find, all of you will have your grandparents at home, they may look aged, but their enthusiasm doesn't wane. Do you agree? They still want to do everything. They would like to jump. They would like to run. They would like to do these things. And you all are really aghast by the fact, ishtu vayasayitu ಈಗಲಾದರೂ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರಬಾರ್ದಾ? Okay. No. But the inner spirit doesn't change. It is only this external being changes. And the ability to retain functionality of the inner being in your external environment, I would call it healthy aging. Does it make sense to you? Yeah. If you want to make, I said, we need to look at two things. One is the inner environment or internal capacity, and then an enabling environment. When there is an imbalance of these two, you will end up having all diseases. So disturbance of this homeostasis is what is causing all your problems. Today in India, we may look to be an young nation. We are the youngest in the world. Do you know it? We are not only highest in the world in terms of population, we are also the population with the youngest. But it does not going to remain like this. I will tell you, 20 years from now, we will be one of the aged nations. Because our birth rate is dropping, death rate is also dropping. Hence, we all are going to live longer. And then, you will start seeing our productivity will start going to wane if you carry on the way we are going. We are expected to have, by the next 20 years, almost 18 crores of our population who are going to be aged. Karnataka is already 12%. And if you look at all these people, when their internal capacity and enabling environment both are compromised, you are having cardiac problems. So that is why Jaideva will have to open another 1,000-bed hospital now. Correct? So now let us understand how we are going to look at why I initially started off saying that health people actually neglected. The first program really looking at healthy aging started off in 1999. So India did wake up early. So it's already 27 years since the first program to look at aging started. But do you know who started it? It was started by the Ministry of Social Justice. They think that they have to look after society, and healthcare people think only they are plumbers and electricians, and hence are not interested in anything other than that. So we forgot. So it took another 12 years for us to wake up, and then we have the care of the elderly coming up in 2011 as the geriatric care national program of the elderly. It took another 8 years of us, not even 8 years, I would say 12 years for us, because it's only in 2022 we actually released a comprehensive primary care program for elderly. Today, there is an elderly care or healthy aging framework in every PHC and subcenter in the country. In the subcenter, if you look at, the subcenter is manned by a community health officer. Many of you Ayush doctors are also in the community health officers positions, or what we call as the mid-level healthcare providers. And that caters to a population of 5,000 and 3,000 in hilly and tribal areas. This is there in every 2 to 3 kilometer radius of this country. We have a primary healthcare center which is there in every 5 to 7 kilometers of this country, which caters to anything about 30,000 population. And there are on an average 5 to 6 subcenters under each primary health center, and elderly care is there in every plane. Now, what has yoga got to do with all these things? We all have started realizing that yoga, which is actually part of our life. Do you know what do you mean by the word yoga? What is yoga? What is yoga? Nobody knows. Yoga comes from the root word yuj, basically means to join, nothing else. And the joining starts off first with the body and the mind. I'm not even talking about Jivatma and Paramatma level. I'm talking about first level at the body and mind. Let us join, so that our physical and mental faculties are okay. Correct? We have reduced yoga to an exercise. Correct? Is asanas for yoga? No. Yoga is basically a relationship between the body and the mind. When you should know, probably being youngsters, you would all be looking at anatomy, physiology level, because a lot of you are healthcare providers. You have a large bone. Can it move by itself? Can it move? What does it require? For the bones to move or the joints to move, what do you require? Muscles. Muscles are more subtler than the bone. Do you agree? Correct? But can the muscles move by themselves? What do you require? What do you require? Nervous system, a tiny thread. Many of you, if you have seen dissected, I would say, bodies, you would have seen it is almost as lean, or I would say thin, as the thread in your shirt buttons. It is that nerve which actually decides the fate of your muscle, and it is that muscle which decides the fate of your joints, and it is that joint which decides the fate of your mobility. You agree? So who is the root cause for it? Who is the root cause? This tiny nerve. So what yoga does is to challenge the tiny nerve. You thought it's all about this mind. Though in modern medicine, we are not able to identify the position of the mind or the location of the mind or this one. At least for us, functionally, we think it is in the head. Do you agree? So it is there. Now, probably you have heard an age-old aphorism. What decides your destiny? Your thought decides your words. The words decide your action. Your action decides your habits. And the habits decide your character. The character decides your destiny. So which is the root cause? Thoughts. So again you are coming back to the core. the most subtle thing which you are not able to control or which you need to control to decide your destiny is your thought. That is why yoga is basically chitta vritti nirodha. So in other words, the whole thing, all your homeostasis that you are talking about, or your life happenings in front of you, within you, is all because of one factor, which is the thought. And yoga is actually working at that level. So yoga is basically a practical framework for how to lead life normally. If you want to define your destiny, you have to go back to your root, and the root is the thought, and the thought has to be controlled, and that controlling of the thought happens at the mind level, and that can be done only through what? Yoga. So your healthy aging is related to. So what does yoga say? Yoga is not asanas, but yoga is not without asanas. Do you agree with me? So the first thing that we as youngsters have to start looking at in yoga is the first two first. What is the first one? What is Ashtanga Yoga's first two sutras? Yama and Niyama. If you are not at that level, asana has no level, has no meaning. Because why do you do asana? In my opinion, asanas are done only because we can't sit quiet. As long as we are alive, we have to do something. So let me do something. And by doing that, if I am able to control my mind, and that to control the mind, I control my breath. So you are using all these movement because what cannot be eliminated has to be embraced. Correct, na? So you can't keep quiet. So we can't there. So we have to be active. So ಏನಾರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿತಾನೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. So we have to keep moving. You have seen ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬೈತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕಾಲು ಅಲ್ಲಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀಯ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಊಟ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕಾಲು ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸೋದು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬಾರ್ದಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ತೊಡೆ ಕುಣಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿರ್ತೀಯ? ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಈ ಭಾಷೆ ಎಲ್ಲ? Because that's how our body works. So let us be constructive in changing it. So we are as humans are most creative. So we have looked at the very root cause and trying to integrate that. So for me, cardiac yoga does not belong to asanas. Don't talk to me saying that ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಇದು ವಜ್ರಾಸನ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ದೆ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ವಕ್ರಾಸನ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಅದು ಬೇಡವಾ? ಖಂಡಿತ ಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಅಡಿಪಾಯ ಬೇಕು. So what is that we are trying to look at if you want to take care of this one? The reason for why I am raising these issues is aging has got a direct relationship to stress. And what is stress? Stress is the way we react to the demand or the situation or the circumstances physically and mentally. Correct? I'll give you one example. Probably many of you might relate to it. How many of you have gone to a cinema here? How many of you have gone to a cinema? All of you have gone to a cinema. Fantastic. Does the scene on the screen change? Does it change? Yes or no? It keeps flowing. The same screen is seen by all of us. Like if this is the theater, we are about 100 people over here or 200 people over here, all of us are seeing the same scene. So the stimulus or the external environment has not changed. Do you agree with me? Yes. But you will see in the cinema, somebody is dozing away to glory because they are bored of that film. Somebody is so excited. They are on the edge of the seat. Somebody is so excited they may even throw coins onto the screen. somebody is actually so moved by this one, they are crying. Have you seen all these things happening? So whatever happens externally is the same. But the way we process it internally keeps changing, and as a result of it, you have different levels. So this is the reaction I'm talking about. So stress is nothing but a reaction, physical and mental, to an external environment, which is a situation, a threat, or a thought. Okay. It's the same. So that is why in the same situation, suddenly you don't get a bus to go to the college on time. Somebody is cool. Somebody is very anxious. Somebody gets really bugged. They go back and sleep. Okay. All things happen. Today we have realized this stress causes chronic inflammation. And this chronic inflammation is the cause for all non-communicable diseases. Whether it is cardiac, whether it is respiratory, okay, whether it is neurological, or even bony. Your osteoarthritis is also related to the same component of inflammation caused by stress. So, if you want to understand that these are the reasons for all the health ailments, and the root cause for the health ailment is stress, and stress is nothing but our reaction, physical and mental, to the situation, you have to go back to your mind to control both. Because the mind controls your mobility, is what I've told you, and the mind is actually the root cause for all your issues. And hence, yoga becomes integral to the entire process of management of diseases. So it is not just, while I agree with the director saying that you cannot keep quiet simply doing yoga, yoga is an important adjunct for us, both at prevention of chronic diseases and as well as rehabilitation of chronic diseases. When I mean rehabilitate, how many of you know what rehabilitate means? What is rehabilitation? We use it very frequently, no? What is rehabilitate? The word habilitate means fitness. Rehabilitate means bring back your fitness. So rehabilitation also, in that context, with appropriate advice, you should be able to manage this one. So now let me come back to yoga per se. So there are Ashtanga yoga, means 8 principles that we are talking about. The first is Yama. Yama is all about your vows. What is the promise that you have made for yourself? That will decide your mind vrittis. Because the vrittis decide your stress. Do you agree? So the mind vrittis, what restrains your claim? So the Yama is defined by, first, ahimsa, how much you think about harming others, how much violently you are thinking about anything will contribute to your stress. Second, if you are looking at this one, asteya, how much you are looking at means you vow not to steal. You vow not to have more than what you have, what you want. You vow not to always be a brahmachari, in the sense that not get attached to the lower senses. You make a vow to tell the truth all the time. In fact, I have realized on this one, ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳೋದು ತುಂಬ ಸುಲಭ, ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳೋರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಮೆಮೊರಿ ಬೇಕು, ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ಅದಷ್ಟು ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ತಲೆ ಬಿಸಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಅ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ರಿಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್. You simply blurt it out. You don't waste your energy at all. You don't lose your RAM. Random access memory is completely free if you tell the truth. If you tell a lie, you are always burdened, because you have to remember a lot and lot, because you have to escape from it all the time. So, yoga starts with this vows. So have you made that promise for yourself? Then your internal environment capacity gets built up. The second component that you have to do is discipline. Making a promise is not enough. Our culture is very sound. No theories. Theory is always complemented with practicals. Your exams are not only on theories, but also on practicals. Correct? So what is the practicals? That is your culture. Correct? So keep yourself clean, shaucha. Be contented, santosha. Always keep learning from everything, swadhyaya. Correct? And always meditate on all these things, tapas. And this culture has given a greatest boon for ourselves. That's the God. For yoga practice, God is a very practical object. It is not a philosophical object for us. Whatever we can't or whatever we want, we just pour it on to that eternal being, which we have seen or not seen, doesn't matter, but we are relieved. ದೇವರ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಾರ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೇನಪ್ಪ, ಆರಾಮಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗಲಿ ಬಿಡು. ಸೊ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಮುಂದೆನೂ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕಟ್ತೀವಿ, ಶಾಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆನೂ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕಟ್ತೀವಿ, ಮನೆ ಒಳಗೂ ಒಂದು ಪೂಜಾ ರೂಮ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸರೆಂಡರ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ ಬರ್ಡನ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದಟ್ ಸೋ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಗಾಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬಿ ರಿಲೀವ್ಡ್. ದಿಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ರಿಲೀವ್ಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್. That is why Ishwara Pranidhana is also part of a yoga. So yama and niyama, if you don't practice, asana has no value for me. All this twisting and turning of acrobatics is not going to add any value unless and until you have a foundational element of these vows and practices within ourselves. And this is the only thing that will make you will be cardiac free, cardiac diseases free. So for me, cardiac yoga is not limited to asanas. It is not about saying that which asana is useful, which asana you should not do. All the do's and don'ts of asanas is not the context of cardiac yoga. It is this entire spectrum of looking at our life, which is the lifestyle, and hence all these non-communicable diseases are considered as lifestyle diseases, and the life is dependent on not just this physical body, but the thought which defines our physical abilities, which makes it functional. Then if you do that, you have asanas. Asanas are basically enabling us to keep moving and making this one. So why asanas is important? I'll give you, this is literature. In fact, there is a important study by Cleveland Clinic, Esselstein's study, where a complete cardiac disease has been reversed without a stent by his regimen of whole food plant-based diet. 1,000 patients were enrolled for that study with that success. Esselstein study is actually a landmark study in the Western world looking at this sort of Santulit Ahar, if you call it, which is the balanced diet that we are talking about, in which case they were able to find out they could reverse the entire thing without medication, only by diet restrictions and this one. And this can happen only when you are able to follow the yama and niyama, not just asana. And why asana is important? Any exercise that you do has to give you 4 things. It has to give you strength. It has to give you endurance. ಮ್ಯಾರಥಾನ್ ಓಡಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ, ತಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಆಗೋದನ್ನು ತಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಂಡ್ಯೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಏಜ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರೆಸಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಲೆಸ್ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸಿಬಲ್. ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಗಿವ್ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ. As age progresses, probably you know, the most common problem for an aging person is fall. And fall happens because of lack of balance. No gym can match this because only yoga can give all the 4 together. It can give you strength, it can give you endurance, it can give you flexibility, it can give you balance. Whereas gym, cardiac will give you only endurance. If you lift weights, it will give you strength. There also it is standard weights. So you do not know whether that weight of 5 kgs or 2 kgs is relevant to you or me. Yoga does not have that problem. It has a functional weight bearing, because the weight that you have to carry is your own body, not others' body. Correct? So every weight bearing is related to your own body. So it is functional weight bearing. And you know, balance is given equal weightage in yogas. And flexibility is autonomy. And all these things you do controlling your breath, because breath is the via media to control your mind. Correct? So when you are doing asanas, equal emphasis is given on the concept of breathing. Correct? So whatever you are talking about this one, at that point of time, whether it is inspiration, which is breath holding, which is kumbhaka, and when you are actually releasing rechaka, at all times this breath control also controls your mind processes. Correct? And that is important. So this breath control actually comes on pranayama. So what is that yoga that you are talking about? It has to start with yama niyama, it has to go with asana and pranayama, and then if you are able to do these things, then your mind will start getting controlled. That is why you are able to pratyahara, which is basically withdrawal from, because you are now in your control. So ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಹಿಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಬಿಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆಯಿತಾ? ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಈಗ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ? ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ. ಪ್ರತ್ಯಾಹಾರ ಬರೋಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ವಿಡ್ರಾಯಲ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ವಿಡ್ರಾಯಲ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದಿ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಈಸ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಯು rather than you driving the mobile. Correct? So you should, I don't say don't use the mobile. Please use the mobile. But that idiot should be under your control. Okay? You have become a slave to it. So pratyahara comes at that level. When you have pratyahara at that level, then you have dharana. Dharana is the ability to concentrate on something. When you have that concentration initiation, you have dhyana. Dhyana is meditation. Meditation is you are able to bring that ekagrata or concentration on one thing. Swamiji says, if I want to reinvent education, I will not teach children all the facts of the world. I'll only train their mind, the ability to concentrate and detach at any point of time. And with that concentration, your mind is like a laser beam where things reveal itself. It is like a searchlight. So if you want to know about this table, the table itself will start telling its story. You need not do anything. It gets flashed into your intellect. You are able to grasp everything that happens. So that is the level of this one. So when you get into concentration, anything will become like this. Chitki odadan kalibodu. So the whole purpose of yoga with healthy aging is not related to asanas alone, but the entire spectrum of ashtanga, which actually helps you to age better. When I mean age better, keep your functional ability all the time staying. And if your functional ability is then your aging, which you are not able to stop, which is a time constrained activity, but you are able to retain your functional ability, you are calling it as healthy aging. Does it make sense? So the whole purpose of this session today, or such sort of celebrations Dr. Shanai and Jaydeva have been co-organizing, is to make us aware that it is not the pills and prescriptions that you have or the performance of surgeries that you have, but there is a way of living to it that someday you may still require a stent. I am not saying you don't require a stent at all. But what you require, somebody was asking about cardiac death and cardiac heart attack. Heart attack is only lack of blood supply to a certain part of the body. Cardiac arrest is stopping of the heart. And a heart attack may lead to a cardiac arrest. But aging being irreversible and unstoppable, and irreversibility is in the ability of the cells to keep doing. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಶೂಸ್ ಹರಿದಂಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿನೂ ಹರಿತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ದಿನ ಸವಿತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಚಪ್ಪಲಿ ಸವದಂಗೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಸೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ತುಂಬ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ತಳ್ಬೋದು. ನೀವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಚಪ್ಪಲಿ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ದಿನ ಬಾಳಿಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ವ, ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ದೇಹನೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದನ್ನು ಬಾಳಿಕೆ ಬರೆಸ್ಬೋದು. ಆಗ ಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಜಯದೇವಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ಸ್ಟೆಂಟು ಹಾಕಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಟಿನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಯಾವಾಗ ತೊಗೋಬೋದು. ಅದು 40 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋ ಬದಲು 78 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಆಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಂತೋಷ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿ. ಆ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮಗೆ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಈಸ್ ಯೋಗ. ಸೊ ಯೋಗ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಈವೆಂಟ್, ಯೋಗ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸ್. Probably I would also end up with my talk with one important statistics which is very relevant today. Do you know, you are sitting in a cardiac center, nearly 40 millimeters of mercury of your blood pressure can be reduced by only your lifestyle. If you reduce your weight, this is all scientifically validated statistics. If you actually reduce your weight by 1 kg, you will be able to reduce by 1 millimeter mercury. So if you reduce by 5 kgs, 5 millimeter mercury can immediately reduce. If you shift to a diet, what Esselstyn has proven, to a whole food plant-based diet, which includes giving up your milk and milk products, you will be able to reduce another 10 millimeters mercury. If you can reduce your sodium, so you will be able to reduce totally 40 millimeters mercury of blood pressure alone, which is the root cause for many of the cardiac problems subsequently and the neurological problems, if you are able to follow this simple lifestyle. It is not very challenging for anybody. It is not unaffordable for anybody. It is not inaccessible for anybody. And it is the most appropriate, affordable, accessible, and which can be done in adequate quantity by each of you if you are able to spend 20 minutes for your yoga per day, at least, ideally 45 minutes. If you are able to look at this, you will be able to see that each day you will be more bubbling with enthusiasm. So as I said, aging is only the shell getting aged, but the inner spirit will still have the same gusto, and that if you want to retain, this yoga is a unique, important and an integral part of our lifestyle. And if you are able to do that, we will achieve our goal of this country to have 85 years of longevity for every child born on day one. That we can assure. Ideally, ಈಗ ತಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು 100 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತ, ಆದರೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಾವು ಈ ಥರ ಆದರೆ 120 ವರ್ಷ ಬದುಕ್ಬೋದೇನು? ಆಗ್ಬೋದಾ? I'll be open to any questions that you have. I hope I conveyed the message that yoga is not about asanas. I hope you have realized the fact that aging cannot be prevented because it is time constrained. But healthy aging is about retaining the same functional ability irrespective of the body's age. And that is possible if you are adopting a lifestyle as described in the yoga principles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You have explained us all 8 limbs one by one to the level of our understanding. Thank you so much, sir. It was so practical. Now I request Dr. Devraj sir and Dr. Shenoy sir to felicitate Dr. Balasubramaniam sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Roja to announce the winners of various schools. We have conducted various competitions across different schools. And I also request Dr. Omkar sir and Dr. Anthony sir to please come on the stage.
From GHPS Bogadi School. Students name Jeevan Gowda, Sadhana, Impana, Spandanayas, Ishanishri, Ashwiniyam, and the teacher
also.
Chandrasekhar Aradhya, sir.
Line schools. Students, be ready. Next, students of West Lion School, please be ready. Next, GHPS Udko School, students be ready. All the students, please exit the stage from left side.
Next school, Mysuru West Lion Seva Niketana School. Students name Satish V, Ritu, Jayanagendra, Siddhi Singh, Sukruti, Ditu Shri, Sanskruti, Prabhavi, Abhigna, Ganavi, Aditya, Arun, Diksha, Dikshita, Shravanti, Jinesh B. Jain, Yuvaraj, Mithun, Tanirika, Avisha, Jagan PG. Next, GHPS Udko students, be ready. Next, Manasa Gangotri Primary and High School. Students, please be ready.
Satish V. Abhijna VP. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಭಾವ್ ದತ್.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತವರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೈ ತಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಯಾಕೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೈ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೊಂದು ಜ್ಞಾಪಕ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ನಾನು.
ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸುಕೃತಿ ಆರ್ ತಗ. ವಿದುಶ್ರೀ ಪಿ. ವಿದುಶ್ರೀ ಬಾ ಅದೇ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಕ್ಯೂವಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ವಾ?
GHPS ಹುಡ್ಕೋ
ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿ ಸರ್ ಇದು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಮ್ಮ 5 ಬುಕ್ ಕೊಡಿ 5 ಬುಕ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ 5 ಇನ್ನು 5 ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಬುಕ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗಿ
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ GHPS ಹುಡುಕು. ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ನೇಮ್ ರೇವಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಿಂಚನ, ಶಂಕರ್, ಸಿರಿ, ಲಾವಣ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾನಸ ಗಂಗೋತ್ರಿ ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬಿ ರೆಡಿ.
ಲಾವಣ್ಯ ಬಾಬಾ ಲಾವಣ್ಯ ಬಾ ಲಾವಣ್ಯ ಬಾ ಸರ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್ ಲಾವಣ್ಯ ಸಿರಿ 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 ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾನಸ ಗಂಗೋತ್ರಿ ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಬಿ ರೆಡಿ.
ಸಿರಿ ಸಿರಿ ಕೊಡು ಆಯ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಶಂಕರ್ ಬರಿ ಶಂಕರ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸಿಂಚನ
ಬೋತ್ ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಇಬ್ರು ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ನಂದಿನಿ ಎಂ, ಮೋಹನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಎಸ್, ಪ್ರೀತಮ್ ಜೆ, ರಾಜು, ಗೌತಮ್, ಪ್ರಿಯಾ, ಸಿದ್ಧಾರ್ಥ್, ಮಹಾಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ, ಪಲ್ಲವಿ, ರಜಿಲಾ, ಪ್ರಿಯಾ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಂದು ಎಂ, ಮೇಘನಾ ಜೆ, ಮನು, ಅವಿನಾಶ್, ಗಗನ್, ಶ್ರೀ, ಖುಷಿ, ದೀಕ್ಷಿತ್, ಗಗನ್, ಮಾನಸ ಎಸ್, ಗೀತಾ, ದಿವ್ಯಾ.
ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಗೌತಮ್ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಗೌತಮ್ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಿಯಾ ಎಂ ಬಂದಿಯಾಳೆ ಆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಬನ್ನಿ ಅವರ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ನೀನು ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜು ಪ್ರೀತಮ್ ಜಿ ಬರಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮೋಹನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಎಸ್ ಇವ್ರ ಹೆಸರು ಬರಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ನಂದಿನಿ ಎಂ ಪ್ರಿಯಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ ದೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಖುಷಿ 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 ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಪಲ್ಲವಿ ದೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಪಲ್ಲವಿ ಬಂದಿಯಾಳ ಪಲ್ಲವಿ
ಇರಮ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅದು ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ
ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಂತ ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್
ಟೀಚರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ
ಒಮ್ಮೆ 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಿನ 4 ದಿನ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ತದೆ. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸ್ಮಶಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತ್ರ ಮತ್ತೆ 4 ದಿನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾವೆ. ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರ. ನಾವು ಈ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೊಂದು ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ತೊಗೊತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ಏಜಲ್ಲಿ. ಖುಷಿ ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಮನೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾವೆ. ಅವು ಒಂದು 500 ಜನ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾ ಬಹುಮಾನ ತಗೊಂಡಂಗಂತ.
ಮುಂದಿನ ಶಾಲೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಕೇತನ, ಮೈಸೂರು. ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಬರೀ ಟೀಚರ್.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ ಫುಲ್ ಪರಮಹಂಸ
ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ಕೈ ತಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೊಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ, ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತಗೋಬೇಡಿ. ಕೈ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೊಡಿ.
ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಕೈ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು.
ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್
ರಂಗಣ್ಣವ್ರು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು.
ಶಶಿಕುಮಾರ್
ಇದು ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದಾರಲ್ಲ.
ಈಗ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸ ರಂಗಣ್ಣ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಚೈನಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಭಾರತದ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಯೋಗ ಪಟು ಅವರು ಚೈನಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹದಿನಾರು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಯೋಗದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಜಾಗೃತಿ, ಎಸ್ಸೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್, ಸ್ಲೋಗನ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಇಷ್ಟನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರ್ ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಕಾರು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ. ಒಟ್ಟೆ ಹೊಡಿರಿ.
ಮಂಜು ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಸರ್.
ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೆಲ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಂಜು ಪ್ರಸಾದ್.
Thank you everyone. Now I hand over the podium to Dr. Shalini to continue the scientific sessions. Dr. Shalini, naturopathy and yoga consultant.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka. Nama Sabai Sabapati Byascha. Good morning, respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, guests, and dear delegates. I am Dr. Shalini. It's my pleasure to welcome you all for the scientific session of the day. And where research, evidence, innovation, clinical experience comes together. Today, we have an excellent lineup for the distinguished speakers who will share their expertise, valuable insights. I encourage everyone to actively listen, reflect, and participate in the discussion. With that, let us begin our scientific session. Now, I request our esteemed speaker, Dr. S.N. Omkar sir, our chairperson, Dr. B.R. Shanai sir, Dr. Shashikumar sir, from Patanjali Haridwar, to kindly join us on the dais and preside over the session. We are truly grateful for your presence and guidance, sir. When the science seeks precision, yoga seeks perfection. Both perfectly serve the same purpose, the well-being of humanity. It's my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. S.N. Omkar sir, a rare personality who has seamlessly united the worlds of engineering, scientific research and yoga. Dr. Omkar sir is the Chief Research Scientist in the Department of Aeronautical Engineering at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, one of the India's foremost institution of excellence over the past 3 decades. His pioneering work in artificial intelligence, aerial vehicles, satellite image processing, biomechanics, computational intelligence has significantly advances research in aerospace engineering and beyond. An accomplished researcher and mentor, Dr. Omkar sir has authored more than 140 peer-reviewed journal publications and established pioneering laboratory in computational intelligence and biomechanics. His contribution has been recognized with prestigious Satish Diwan Award for Excellence in Aerospace Engineering. Equally remarkable in his lifelong dedication to yoga, a discipline of Padma Vibhushan Dr. B.K.S. Iyengar and yoga practitioner for more than 4 decades, Dr. Omkar sir has been instrumental bringing scientific validation of yogic sciences through biomechanics and medical research. His outstanding service to yoga has earned him Karnataka Rajyotsava Prashasti Award, one of the Karnataka's highest civilized honor. Today's presentation, concept of Surya Namaskara and yogic techniques for geriatric health, promises to an enlightening journey into how an Indian most cherished yoga transition can contribute in healthy aging. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending warm and heartfelt welcome to an outstanding scientist, distinguished researcher, and inspiring teacher and passionate ambassador of yoga. So, Dr. S.N. Omkar sir, we are honored to have you in here, and the stage is yours, sir. Thank you.
Namaste. First of all, this is largely a sort of scientific presentation, but I see a lot of school children, so you should excuse me. But however, I will try not to go deep into any of these mathematical things that could be there, and I will try to make it as generic as possible. So, first of all, I thank Dr. Shanai for inviting me here to talk on Surya Namaskara, sun salutation. You know, this has a history of thousands of years, and one of the recorded printed book is from Raja Vaund. You know, there is a small book on Surya Namaskara. Later, of course, many of us have written books on sun salutation. So we'll try to figure out few basic. Right, I'm searching for the keyboard. Anyway, yeah. So we'll look at the biomechanics of the Surya Namaskar. By biomechanics, we mean how the muscles move, what are the joint forces, joint movements, how do they come. Just like in any structure we calculate, it is also possible to calculate with the modern measurement equipments that are available. Types of Surya Namaskara, there are plenty. There are different schools. This is one of the popular 12-step Surya Namaskar, but it is not limited to this. We have devised something like this. This is a very gentle Surya Namaskara. Why we call it gentle version is because, as you can see, there is no relative leg movement here, whereas in all other versions there is relative movement of the legs. So even when people, for example, have some sort of movement restrictions in terms of moving the hips, they can adopt this gentle version. Then this is, we follow the 10-step Surya Namaskara. Why this? You can see the distinction. The 6th posture is called Chaturanga Dandasana, whereas most people adopt what is called as Ashtanga Namaskara. And biomechanically, this Chaturanga Dandasana has more value. I will not talk more about that, but if you do, you will know. So this is 10 steps is what we adopt. There is one more intense version, because as you know, muscles, if you look at the muscle fibers, there are variety of muscle fibers. Type 1, type 2A, type 2X, so many things. Each muscle fiber responds to a particular function. For example, some muscle fibers fire when you hold the posture. Some muscle fibers when you charge it with more weight bearing. Some muscle fibers fire when you actually use it for explosive, for example, jump kind of thing. So combining this, we have designed one more type of Surya Namaskara that is called as the advanced version, that the more dynamic. This is 20-step Surya Namaskar. You can see all these in my YouTube channel, Yoga with Omkar. So now we will come to this. So what we have done is, in our lab at aerospace department, we have developed a generic methodology to analyze any posture. So we have what is called as a motion capture system, and we have EMGs to measure the muscle activity. We have matched everything, and we use a software called we use a software called OpenSim, which is from Stanford University. And for those of you who are interested to look at the the body dynamics, if you want to understand each muscles, this OpenSim is a very good software, free. So all of you who are interested to look at simulating the human body, you can use this. And today markerless motion capture systems have also come, so you can look at that. So this is what our equipment can give. Any asana you do, it will capture all the different movements with all the joints, how much to degree you are bending, etc. So this also helps us to understand the grading of the posture. So now we will come to what are the kind of studies we have done on sun salutation in our lab. Then I will go through what other researchers have done with regard to the cardio benefits. So we published our first paper based on simple mathematical modeling. There was no equipment, anything. Then we worked with mounting the accelerometers to find out how the muscles move. There we have used some advanced mathematics. Then paper 3 is about the comparison. I will show you the result. Then we have used in the paper 4 the 3D motion. So now this is what we have done. Just take the human anthropometric standard data and find out there are no equipments at all here. Simple physics based mathematical modeling. This is one of the first papers we published in a reputed journal. So here we just take it as a one plane movement, and then we normalize all the body movements. This is important. What we have found is how the load is distributed when you do all these Surya Namaskara, and we can find out which joint is loaded heavily and what are the joint movements. So how this helps? This helps in grading Surya Namaskara, the loads that come in sun salutation vis-a-vis any other type of activity that we do in our daily life. So here is a comparison which shows the average and peak activities, the loading, and just I want you to look at this result. For every joint, the peak Surya Namaskar moment lies below the peak the joint sustains in ordinary life activities, which means the loading in Surya Namaskara is sub-maximal, which means it is quite safe to do Surya Namaskar. Then the last one, how it helps in the health of the bone. Of course, this is our hypothesis. It is not a validated conclusion that these dynamic movements, because they vary in a dynamic way, and that helps in the proper development of the bones, or to maintain the health of the bones. Especially we see in our country, in particular the women population suffer from a lot of this bone mineral density, that the osteoporosis, etc. And the hope is that if you are doing sun salutation, you can maintain healthy bone. Then we have gone to mounting the accelerometers, which means we can find out how is there any jerk while doing the movements in Surya Namaskar. We have used accelerometers which can measure. So we have mounted one in the region of the cervical region, another at the sacrum or the CG of the body. So by that we can find out whether someone is moving gracefully or not, and whether when you are doing multiple times the cycles, when you are doing, for example, most of us do 108 Surya Namaskara every day, and whether 108 is done consistently, which means from one cycle to another cycle, is there a pattern? So don't worry about all these mathematics of FFT, the skewness, kurtosis, etc. But the result is that we can find out what is called as grace, that is smoothness of execution without unwanted sudden movement or jerk, and restriction of the body to the plane of movement or action. That is grace. Then similarly consistency, the ability to repeat the performance in the same way in every cycle with minimal variation. For this we use a lot of advanced techniques. In fact, standard technique like fast Fourier transforms and wavelets do not work here. Therefore we use what is called as HHT, that is Hilbert-Hung transform, which can capture both this grace and consistency. Those of you who are interested, you can refer, we have already published these papers. So the other work that we have done is, what this says is that you can develop a performance criteria whether a Surya Namaskara is being done with grace or not, and we have identified, but just by this analysis you can identify who is an expert practitioner, who is novice, etc. But we also admit that there is a limitation to these studies because these are all suggestive, because more scientific validation is needed. Then paper 4 is actually we used more advanced motion capture system, the Vicon system, where we had 10 healthy participants. This is a 12 camera Vicon system, and we did practice trials consisting of this 12 posture sequence. And so these are the how the center of mass moves during Surya Namaskara, how it moves in all the 12 postures. So what you can see is that the total vertical movement of the center of mass is 79.3 centimeter, which is very, very important. And this is 18 times greater than the 4.4 plus minus 1.2 centimeter vertical COM displacement in level walking. So what we are trying to say is that when the center of mass is moving up and down is more, means you are bearing more weight. In fact, because today we talk about resistance exercises are very essential. Therefore, a lot of people say that you have to develop your muscles, you have to go to gym, do some weightlifting. But what this study proves is that by doing Surya Namaskara, you will experience about 60 to 70% of your own body weight on your joints. So which is essentially the resistance exercise using your own body weight. So that is the meaning of this. So we established that this Surya Namaskara practice is safe, comprehensive, and to some extent, yes, a lot of these things are measurable. You can safely depend on this. Even we have scientific validation to prove that sun salutation is very safe, and we have also compared with walking in terms of the calorie burning. And of course, there are limitations in the sense we have very small group. We have studied on maximum 12 practitioners, so we need to look at lot of these things. Then what we have proposed is a model, so lot more measurements have to be done. We have considered only one plane, that is sagittal plane. What happens in the other two planes we need to look at. Then there are no actual clinical outcomes so far because we have not done any other types of, for example, measurement of cortisols or things like that, or GABA measurements, whatever. So, well, I have seen lot of papers because people use different types of sun salutations. There are a lot of inconsistencies in reporting. But this is the key points. Surya Namaskara loads the body without overloading it. Hip is the joint that matters. Then coverage is under a minute is a practical case. And execution quality is now measurable in the field. And analytically, yes, we have solved a lot of the issues. But clinically, there is a gap which we need to really fill. So what are the cardiovascular benefits of Surya Namaskar? How does it help? How many calories can you burn? Here is a study that we have done. This is done in our lab using regular watch, and we have found that by you can roughly burn about on an average 300 kilocalories if you do about 30 minutes of sun salutation, which is quite considerable. So what you see is people have studied this 12-step Surya Namaskar, and breathing is very, very important. So if you look at number one, what happens to oxygen uptake, heart rate, ventilation during the session. This is small but well conducted laboratory studies with direct measurements. Then training adaptations. What changes after weeks of practice? If you are doing for some time, what will happen? Then cardiovascular outcomes. Does it reduce the risk factors, events or mortalities? So these are all largely answered based on yoga literature, in which Surya Namaskara is only one component. That is the difficulty. So if somebody asks, does Surya Namaskara directly does something with regard to cardiovascular risks? Very difficult to answer, because not many studies are allowed to done just based on Surya Namaskara. We do add some breathing, some other practices of meditation, etc., in which Surya Namaskara is one of the components. So small selected samples, because I have gone through most of the studies till date using all our literature. They are all quite small except couple of studies. I will show you that. Then few control studies. Then Surya Namaskara is rarely isolated phenomena. It is combined with and it is geographic concentration, because most of the studies are limited to largely India, and some of the studies in abroad are also there. But for anything to get a large level clinical validation, you need to do across all the geographic population. So we look at the oxygen uptake and heart rate, and this is one of the studies which shows how the oxygen consumption varies with all the 12 postures. You see that wavy kind of thing. It increases, decreases, increases, decreases. So that itself has a lot of implication. And you can see in the 8th posture, that is the Adho-Mukha Svanasana, what we call, where oxygen consumption is very high, then again it reduces. That this rising and falling profile is really good, and a single round is not a constant workload. So peak demand within the round is roughly 3 times the demand of the opening position, that is the Namaskarasana, which means that rising and falling profile of the oxygen consumption will further help our body. Then look at the maximum heart rate that you can achieve, because this is one of the things. That's why people say if it has to be aerobic, you need to actually push the heart rate, and this is what we have studied. Even in our study, we have seen that if you consistently do some rounds as you build up the cycles, the HR, that the heart rate will increase, and that is very, very important in the aerobic capacity. So you can burn about 300 calories if you do for about half an hour, and this is the main thing. If you look at the metabolic equivalent task, this comes under about 7.4, which falls under the category of vigorous, which is in terms of cardiological benefits very, very useful, and that's what is the important finding, because many say that okay, you have to do some cardio, going to a gym, etc., which is, we are not against it, but what we are trying to say is that Surya Namaskara does gives that kind of a cardiovascular benefits when you practice this. So people have studied it with regard to the cycling. You can see that it matches very well with cycling, but it has some advantage to Surya Namaskar. So a high intensity heart rate was significantly higher on the bicycle than in Surya Namaskara. So Surya Namaskara does not really impinge too much on your sympathetic tone. It does maintain the parasympathetic tone, which means you remain calm. Then the oxygen pulse, oxygen consumed per heartbeat is higher in Surya Namaskar. And then lower ventilatory cost, ventilation and carbon dioxide output were significantly higher on bicycle compared to the Surya Namaskar. So all in all, moderate intensity static contraction, not a sustained maximal one. Postures are held roughly for about 15-20 seconds, and you see that dynamic pattern. Then load is distributed across many muscle groups, not as limited as in cycling. Here almost all 600 odd muscles, they are put to activity. Then intensity rises progressively from first round to the subsequent rounds. Then the ventilatory equivalents, oxygen and carbon dioxide, were lower when compared to the bicycle. So this should tell us that instead of adopting to some of the modern, like what you call as this treadmill and bicycle, etc., it is good to adopt the Swan salutation, which does not cost you anything. Even whenever you are traveling, also easy to adopt, and no money need to be spent. So that is the idea. Then we have also looked at slow paced Surya Namaskara versus fast paced. That depends, we have to see depending upon our conditions. For example, when you are doing slow, it is good for the diastolic blood pressure. Then if you are doing fast, the systolic blood pressure momentarily is hiked. So this is a call that you have to take based on this. Then training adaptations, fitness and body composition people have studied with regard to the obese people. Then 8 weeks of Surya Namaskara, outcomes are good, improved VOT max, then reduced BMI. So even for people who want to lose weight, of course we are not saying that it is to be delinked with the our input, like the kind of food that we take. When you combine Surya Namaskara with proper diet and nutrition, it does help in the reducing the overweight. Then there are sequential self-controlled studies where 79 medical undergraduates have participated. So cycles progressed from 6 to 24 over the intervention. That is, they started with 6 cycles, then went on to do 24 cycles of Surya Namaskar. Then they have found that there is significant gain in the strength of the upper and lower limbs. Then so what we are trying to say is, while it helps to reduces the obesity conditions, it also helps to build the strength. Then the blood pressure, a lot of studies have been done, but one of the most thing that we have to note that is that Surya Namaskara is used as one of the components. It is not just that only Surya Namaskara, but what they have found is a slow paced Surya Namaskara lowers the diastolic blood pressure, which is very, very important. Then slow breathing, because when you do Surya Namaskara, we do match every posture, every movement with the breath. So slow breathing has shown to improve the autonomic tone and the baroreflex sensitivity. And then the triad means even after you do Surya Namaskara, the way you interact with the world also be better. Well, there are gaps which we should admit because of some of the ethical issues. You cannot just say, okay, if you are hypertensive, okay, try Surya Namaskara for 3 weeks. And I mean, ethically it is not permitted, so it has to be monitored. But a lot of studies are being done. So if you look at the immediate cardiorespiratory response, well, this is one of the recent studies which shows the immediate effect of Surya Namaskar on cardiorespiratory functions and cognitive performance. So this is a quasi-experimental study in young adult females. So that is important here, because most of the work that we have done is on the population of the men. So this is one of the interesting studies which has removed the gender bias. So here, yes, we need to still work with the older and clinical populations, and direct HRV, that is heart rate variability, that is a challenge. Then long-term follow-up beyond 6 months is what need to be done. So it is benign and it gives the aerobic stimulus, therefore it is important. Then it's time efficient because you need to spend about 30 minutes, you can burn up to about 300 calories, and it is gentler on the heart than compared to the cycling. It builds strength as well. I have shown you that research study, and it is scalable. If you want to implement on a community basis, it is something that is scalable and easy, and it is not a drug. So that is the idea. Then cardiovascular outputs, there are a lot of studies reported. There is a good improvement in the systolic blood pressure, lowering the LDL and build-up of the HDL, then the reduction in body mass index. This is considering a lot of review papers, and so that way it is very, very promising for maintaining cardio health. So this is overall capture of where all yoga has helped in terms of the blood pressure, how it has reduced, and with variety of other people that you can see. So what this shows is that reductions were significant for interventions containing all three elements: postures, meditation and breathing. So it is essential that Surya Namaskara is not completely isolated. Then significant against no treatment, not significant against exercise. Yoga performs like exercise, not better than it. Then dose matters. So this is the study that we need to look at how much of sun salutation for what category of people. So plausible mechanisms, one is the aerobic pathway, repeated bouts at about 80% of heart rate, maximum heart rate. So that will provide a good endurance training. Then the autonomic pathway can be excited well, that is slow, deep, paced breathing. It helps to raise our vagal tone, so that is a very good parasympathetic stimulator. Then metabolic pathway, we have seen that you can burn quite good number of kilocalories. So cautions, yes, this reaches 90% maximal heart rate. So fast practice have been reported to raise the systolic blood pressure, though people who are hypertensive should be careful at what pace to do. And repeated head below the heart, for example, Adho Mukha, Bhujanga, we go, that repeated thing. So that we have to see who can do, who cannot do. Then substantial spinal and wrist loading will come. So people who have problems with back, they should be careful. Then if they have pre-existing cardiac conditions, well, they have to be careful. Then adverse events are almost never reported, especially in our country, it goes unnoticed. If it does not happen, they don't even come back and report to the teacher. If they don't feel well, they will discontinue the class. That is the trend we have here, by which we don't even know whether is there any adverse conditions, and because it is not reported, it is a very serious issue. So this is what the takeaway in summary. Surya Namaskara is a genuine aerobic stimulus. It imposes less cardiorespiratory strain. Then pace determines the cardiovascular effect, very important. Then so that's why in my YouTube channel I have put with different paces. Then yoga as a whole modestly improves cardiovascular risk factors. Then so far just Surya Namaskara alone, there is no proof which says that it reduces cardiovascular events, because it is in general is with many other interventions. Namaste, Jai Bharat. This is what I had to share with you. I had to rush through because I didn't expect, because I have to also catch up something else. So yes, thank you very much.
ಶೋಭಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬನ್ನಿ.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful and insightful session. It was truly inspiring to see how you have connected scientific research with the timeless practice of yoga. I'm sure everyone has taken away valuable knowledge from your talk. Thank you once again, sir. We are truly grateful for your presence.
ಮುರುಘಾ, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಲ್ಯಾಬಿಗೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದು ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯೋಗ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ.
Thank you, Shashi sir.
ಶಶಿಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಶಾಲು ಒಂದು ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಮೀಡಿಯಂ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಕೊಡೋಣ. ಮೀಡಿಯಂ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ರಾಜೇಶ್, ಬನ್ನಿ ರಾಜೇಶ್. ಸರ್ ಇದು ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಲ್ವ?
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ನನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ. ಒಬ್ಬರು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನೀವು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕುಂತೀರಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಊಟ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಸೈಲೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಇಡಬೇಡಿ. ಊಟ ಬಂದಾಯ್ತು, ಊಟ ಕೊಡೋದ ಮತ್ತು ರಶ್ ಮಂದಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿಲ್ಲ. ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೀರಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಊಟ ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ, 20 ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ.
ಓಕೆ, ಸ್ಲೋಗನ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್, ಛಾಯಾದೇವಿ ಬಿ ಎಡ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇ ಲವಿಟಾ, ಕಮ್ ಸೂನ್.
ಬನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬೇಗ ಬೇಗ ಸರ್. ಬಾಲಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಸರ್,
ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಎಂ ಎಂ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್. ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಎಂ ಎಂ, ವಿಜಿತಾ ಎಂ. ವಿಜಿತಾ ಎಂ. ಯೋಗ ಕ್ವಿಜ್, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಬೇಬಿ ಎಸ್. ಬೇಬಿ. ಶಾಂತಮ್ಮ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ, ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಶಾಹಿದ್, ಅನುಷಾ ಬಿ ಆರ್, ಸಹಾನಾ ಎಸ್. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು 3 ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಹೊಡಿಬೋದಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ದಿದೆ ಅದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಡೋಣ, ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಊಟ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟರ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಉಮೇಶ್, ಹರ್ಷಿತಾ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಉಮೇಶ್, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಉಮೇಶ್, ಹರ್ಷಿತಾ.
ಛಾಯಾದೇವಿ ಬಿ ಎಡ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಉಮೇಶ್, ಬನ್ನಿ. ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ,
ಯಾವ್ದು ಒಟ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ನಾನು ಕೈ ತಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಭುವನ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕ್ಷಿತಿಜು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇವನು ಯಾರು ಪ್ರೇಮ್ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಅವರು 12 ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾವ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವರು ಕಾರಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ಗಳು. ಅವರಿಗೊಂದು ಸನ್ಮಾನ. ಸೇವಾ 30,000 ಜನ ಒಂದೆರಡಲ್ಲ 30. ಬನ್ನಿ ಭುವನ್ ಶಾಲ ಹಾರ ಕೂಡ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಬೇಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಕರೀರಿ ಬೇಗ ಭುವನ್. ಬನ್ನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಶೋಭಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬನ್ನಿ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಬನ್ನಿ.
Nataraja Nursing College conducted various competition in connection with the International Yoga Day. Model making, Prajwal.
ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ತುಂಬ 35 ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಿ
Mangala.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಲಿ, ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ.
Ravitej first place model making. Lakshmi second place poster making. Poster makings. Sinchana HD creative poster making. Sinchana B idara innobru. Okay. Sinchana B. Mohan Kumar poster making first place. Jamuna poster making first place. Jamuna.
ಮೋಹನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಜಮೀಮಾಯಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಮಂಗಳ poster creative making poster. Mangala. Pallavi. ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಂದಿನಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟರ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್. ನಂದಿನಿ. ಅನುಪಮ ಪೋಸ್ಟರ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ಏನು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಕೈ ತಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ, ಮರ್ತು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಬೆಲ್ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಬೆಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚಪ್ಪಲ್ ಹೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಹಾಂ, ಯಾರು? ಸೊ ನಟರಾಜ ನರ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್, ಅಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್.
ಬನ್ನಿ ನಟರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ, ನಟರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ.
ನೋಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕುಂತೀರಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶುಭಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶುಭಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋದ್ರು? ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಶುಭಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಸರ್, ನಿಮಗೆ
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ದೇವರಾಜ್
ಊಟ ಇದೆ. ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಸರ್ ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಬರಬೇಕು. ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿಸೋದು ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಬರಬೇಕು. ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಸರ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ಬನ್ನಿ, ಇದು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್. ಓಂಕಾರ್ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ. ಹಾರ ಹಾಕಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರೇಣುಕಾ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಬೇಡ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇಡ ರೇಣುಕಾ ಬೇಡ. ಶಶನ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಸುನೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೌದಾ? ಸರಿ. ಶುಭಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಬಂದು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹಾರ ಕೊಡು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಹಾರ ಸರ್ ಇವರಿಗೊಂದು ಕವರ್ ಕವರ್ಗೆ ಶೋನು ದೇವನ್ ಶೋನು ಬಂದಿ ಹೇಳ ಚೈತ್ರ ಬಂದಿಲ್ವಾ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರಿ ಸರ್ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಒಂದು ಶಾಲು ಹಾರ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು
ಆಂಟೋನಿ ಸರ್.
ಆಂಟೋನಿ ಸರ್ ಆಂಟೋನಿ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಕರಿ ಕರಿ ಆಂಟೋನಿ ಅವರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕರೀರಿ. ಕೊಡಿ ತಗೋ ತಗೋ ತಗೋ.
ಆಂಟೋನಿ ಸರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ.
ಆರ್ಗನೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ
ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಆಂಟೋನಿ ಸರ್ಗೆ.
ಯಾರು ಕೋಪ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಡಿ, ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಹೊಡಿ.
ಖುಷಿಯಿಂದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ನಿಲ್ಸಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಸರ್ಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗೂ ಫುಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೊ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೊ ಮಚ್. Dr. Shalini, please take over the stage.
ಅವರಿಗೊಂದೊಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಒಂದು 20 ಮಿನಿಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಸರ್
Thank you everyone. The future of healthcare. The future of healthcare lies not in choosing between modern medicine and traditional wisdom, but in integrating both through scientific evidence. Without further delay, let us move on to our next presentation. It's my privilege and honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Raghavendra Rao sir, an internationally respected researcher, clinician, scientist, one of the India's foremost leaders in integrative medicine and yoga research. Dr. Raghavendra Rao sir currently serves as a Vice President of Research and Integrative Medicine at HCG Oncology Group of Institution, Bangalore. He is former Director General, Central Council of Research in Yoga and Naturopathy, CCRYN, New Delhi, where he played a vital role in strengthening scientific research and validation of yoga and naturopathy across the country. A distinguished academic with BNYS, PhD and DSc qualification, he has authored more than 124 international scientific publications, 14 book and 2 international book chapters. His research collaboration including UCSF School of Medicine and MD Anderson Cancer Center, USA. Today's keynote, evidence-based research approach with scientific validation in yoga and geriatric cardiology, will highlight the growing body of scientific evidence supporting yoga in geriatric cardiovascular care and demonstrate how vigorous research is shaping the future of integrative medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our researcher, visionary academic healthcare innovator, Dr. Raghavendra Rao sir. Please sir. Sir, PPT.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Sorry to be the spoke between you and the lunch. Okay, I'll try to make it very short. And before I just begin to talk about aging, what is healthy aging? Anybody can say? What do you mean by healthy aging? Anybody has a definition of it? Healthy aging. Today's theme is on healthy aging. No, this year's IDY theme. So what do you mean by healthy aging? Anybody knows? As you grow old, your physiological systems start breaking down. Changes in the hormones are there. Joints are getting worn and torn out. Arteries thicken up. You have arteriosclerosis, isn't it? Your muscle mass comes down. Skin becomes very frail. All these are normal as you grow old, right? Barring all this, if you have any other disease like cancer or hypertension, stroke, that is when you have a disease. But barring all this, this is a normal physiological part of aging, and that's called healthy aging. What is the average lifespan of a man when you in 1945 in India? Any idea? What was the average lifespan of Indian population in 1945, pre-independence? Anybody has a guess? Anyone? 45 years. 45 years was the average lifespan of Indians in 1945, exactly 45 and 45. Keep that in mind. And today, the average lifespan is 70 plus years. Right? What is the average lifespan of people in Japan? There is an island in Japan called Okinawa, south of Japan. Okay? And there is also an island near Greece. There, all the villagers who are there, they all die after 100 plus years. Everyone. Nobody dies before 100. Okay? Longevity is there. Okay? In Japan, average lifespan is how much? 90 years. 90. Okay? So, we are saying our retirement age is 60 years, you say. In Japan, retirement age is 70 years. Okay? So, this is a very, very important aspect. So, it changes from race, changes from ethnicity as well. Okay? Region may be in genetics as well, and the kind of food they eat. Sorry, 1 minute. So, if you look at aging definition, if you look at the age of 60 years, 1 in every 6 person is going to age by 2030. So, aging population is increasing in all the countries. It is very high in Japan, okay, even very high in China now, and even India is also catching up with this. Okay, why is aging population increasing? Because now with the advancement in medicine, people are living longer than before. Okay, in 1940s, 1930s, people used to die of infection. Infections, no, people don't die of infection nowadays because you have very, very good antibiotic therapy and all. People die of NCDs now, and they survive for a very long time after NCDs as well. Okay, so 2021 to 2030, this decade is also known as the decade of healthy aging as per UN. And the main problem with aging, which clusters, is diabetes, cardiovascular disease, arthritis, and dementia. Okay, and age band study for aging is always 60 to 75 years in all the research. This thing. So it's a biological reality. The progressive degenerative change, decline in physical and mental capacity, and loss of role and function is given with aging, no doubt. But this will get accelerated when you have a disease like cancer, stroke, hypertension, other disease, cardiovascular disease, etc. So why yoga is useful in aging? One, it brings autonomic balance. Not just the balance or preventing people from falling, but also autonomic balance means it helps in to make them to calm down. Okay? And it helps in bringing about psychological rest for these people. So what happens is, when you see, sometimes old people are very irritable. Okay, you don't give them something, no, they start shouting. It's not why the irritation is because they don't have the patience. Okay, they are very, very impulsive in nature. So it's very difficult. If you go to an old age home, you will see them quarreling. You will see them, they are very restless. Okay, so it's very difficult to control people in the old age home because one, their siblings have left them in the old age home, they have that guilt. They feel that they are a burden on their family, and they feel that they have given so much to their life of the children are not taking them, they are neglected. Okay, they are not given that kind of respect. So many things go in the mind of a person when they become old. Why? Because when they become old, they don't control. They lose the power, you know. So when you are not earning, what will happen? What will happen when you don't earn in the family? You will have to ask somebody else, no? For money for whatever you require, for your needs. You become dependent on somebody else. That dependency is one thing, is a big problem for old age people. Okay? So what is important here is, in olden age, activity is very, very important. Being more physically active, being socially active is very, very important. Sitting at home, it makes them go more and more mad. It worsens the situation. So physical activity is very, very important. Social contact is important. Okay? So why yoga is very, very important is, when you do yoga in a group, setting in old age, it is very, very important, very, very useful. Okay? And we did a similar kind of study in Udupi. It was not an old age home basically, but it was gathering all the old age people from that community. They all came and did the yoga intervention. I'll come back to you on that results of the study. Okay? So this is the aim, was to evaluate the effect of integrated yoga on perceived stress, quality of life, sleep, mood, cardiac autonomic function, and physical performance in the elderly. Okay? Aim 2 was to explore the mechanism of action, how does yoga work, and to link stress reduction to autonomic and psychological change. So these are the areas which we worked on: perceived stress, quality of life, sleep quality. Sleep quality decreases in old age. Do you know why? Anybody can tell? Why old people can't sleep? Anybody has an explanation? You are seeing old people, and they get up very early in the morning, 3 o'clock. Right? Otherwise they have difficulty to go to bed, or they wake up very early in the morning. What is the reason? Anybody can tell? Why people tell you to study early in the morning at 3 o'clock or to 5 o'clock? Brahmi Muhurta. Why? Why do people tell you to study early in the morning? It's a good time to study, you will have good memory, right? You are very alert. Why? There is a hormone called cortisol. That hormone is very high in the morning. All your mental faculties, functions are very, very sharp. It will help you to memorize easily. Okay? And this same cortisol is supposed to come down by night time. Okay? When it comes down, you can sleep better. You are rested. And next day morning, after you get up, again the cortisol goes high. You are ready for the day. That's how it happens. As you grow old, what happens? The cortisol level, which is very high in the morning, keeps on being high in the night also, evening also. It doesn't allow you to go to sleep. You become restless. And there is another hormone along with this called growth hormone. So young children, you are seeing babies, they sleep a lot, no? Why? Babies sleep a lot? High amount of growth hormone. It makes you to sleep. Okay? And when you sleep, the body starts growing, regenerating. Okay? And as you keep growing older, what happens? This growth hormone comes down. So it's very nicely seen there. Cortisol goes up, growth hormone comes down, you will lose sleep. Okay? This is very important observation. So this is what we saw that, and when you lose sleep, you have depression, you have anxiety, you have restlessness, everything you will have. So if you look at who practices yoga, the study which was done very recently, 14% of the urban adults, greater than 45% are practicing yoga versus 9% in the rural areas. 2.2 times higher uptake in those who are educated who practice yoga. And 72,250 adults were surveyed here. This is called the LASI survey. It was done by ICMR and WHO. And more than 65 years people are more likely to practice yoga compared to 40 to 45 people, 45-year-old people. Means those are older generation, they are more likely to take up yoga. Okay, keep that in mind. So there is also a rural urban gap, about 44%. More people in urban areas practice yoga compared to rural. The reason is not because they don't want to practice yoga, it's because the accessibility. There is not a yoga instructor, there is no yoga school or studio in a rural area, in a village, isn't it? Whereas you see in an urban area, everywhere you can have yoga classes. You have yoga classes in the park which is happening, so people have access to it. Okay, so that's the main reason. We did a study last year. It's called the Yoga Prabhava study across 100 districts across India. It was done by Sarvekshan. Large number of people were interviewed, and if you want to know 11.28% of our Indian population practice yoga. 11.28%. Okay, that's the exact figure I can tell you. So that is the benchmark was that they should at least practice yoga at least 3 times a day, 3 times a week. Sorry, 3 times a week. If they at least practice yoga 3 times a week, then you say you are practicing yoga. So not regular yoga. We are talking about 3 times a week, right? So what happens here in elderly? A lot of studies have been done on yoga. We have shown it improves attention span, improves executive function. It helps in gaining memory. Okay. It reduces depression in patients who already have depression in the elderly population, reduces signals for anxiety and stress, improved mood state is improved in elderly population with yoga intervention. Okay, this study done by Nimhans which showed that improves sleep, especially in elderly population. 120 residents were randomized. Okay, then there is a quality of life and Pittsburgh sleep quality index is a questionnaire which was taken for these patients. It showed that it was improving in these patients. And the other study done by Subbalakshmi again here showed an improvement in cognitive function, sleep quality, and anxiety, depression, stress. Okay, and movement is very important for joint diseases. It is people with hip and knee osteoarthritis. About 22 RCT, 22 studies have been done. It shows that decreases the pain, increases physical function, reduces morning stiffness, increases quality of life, and improves balance in these patients. Okay. So what happens with all the literature you see, it is very heterogeneous, different yoga interventions, very small sample sizes, very narrow outcomes, and very few mechanistic links. Nobody has looked at doing objective measures like heart rate variability. Okay. So we did a study where we did 12 weeks of integrated yoga practice, where we looked at autonomic function, quality of life, sleep, mood, flexibility, strength in community dwelling elderly versus weightless controls. We show that yoga practice, we want to see whether yoga practice will increase perceived stress, increase vagal tone, and improve quality of life and function. Okay. So parallel group RCT 1:1 weightless control design. What do you mean by weightless control? Anybody knows? So when you advertise for yoga intervention, what happened? Everybody wanted to do yoga. So we advertised in the newspaper, in the local newspaper in Udupi, asking for that we are going to have free yoga classes for elderly population, and we had a screening program, and more than 500 people came for the screening program, and everybody wanted to do yoga. We said we'll have this is a research study, we'll have somebody as control. Nobody was ready to listen. So what we did was, first one group, because the hall size only can accommodate around 40 of them, first group is going to do yoga, the second people, next 40 will do yoga in the next month. Okay, after 2 months. So we made that way, and then we started this weightless control design. Okay, 3 supervised sessions per week. It was done in Divine Park in Saligrama. Okay. 60 to 75 years old, this is proper performance status, there should be mobile for doing yoga. Okay, no uncontrolled diabetes, hypertension, no stroke, no current tobacco use, all those things were the criteria. Okay, this is the sample size, look at HRV, we want to look at changes in HRV in these patients. Okay, and what we did was, we have what is called time domain and frequency domain and HRV, heart rate variability. What is heart rate variability? Anybody knows? Heart rate variability. Why is it used as a very good marker of stress, very good marker of cardiovascular function? Okay. When you want to catch a bus, you are standing, the bus has gone a little bit forward, ahead of you. You run to catch a bus. Heart has to beat faster. Okay. Then when you want to sleep, your heart has to be rested, it has to slow down. Heart has to beat slower. Right? So ability of the heart to change to the situations is heart rate variability. This is affected by sympathetic nervous system. When you have stress, it prevents the heart from being so flexible. It puts a load on the heart, stress on the heart. Then the heart will start enlarging, then you will have a problem with the heart. Okay? And this is what we are trying to measure in this particular study in elderly individuals. And we gave them losing asanas, pranayama, meditation, and relaxation. And I won't go into all the statistics and all. This is the people, about 48 in yoga group, 48 weightless controlled. And this is both the groups were well balanced. And you can see here, quality of life improved in all these people in yoga versus control. Okay, there's an improved shift towards vagal dominance. What is vagal dominance? Anybody knows? What does the vagus now do? Anybody can tell? It increases the parasympathetic activity on the heart. It makes the heart to be rested. Okay, it reduces the load on the heart. So this is the shift we are seeing with respect to heart rate variability when you looked at this particular study. This is the data which we saw. The increase in HF power is indicative of parasympathetic response, and LFHF ratio is not much significant, but we saw that it was very useful in these patients. And perceived stress was decreased in these patients. Depressive symptoms came down by 83%. Quality improved by 68%, sleep quality. Okay, constipation is a very big problem in elderly population. Nobody has studied constipation in these people. Okay, because they have very low bowel motility, their nervous system is not so strong enough, tone of the intestine is very, very low. We saw that by doing yoga, it reduced, the constipation came down by 66%, and flexibility also improved both in the lower limbs and upper limbs by 38% and 27% respectively. Okay, this is what the effect size we saw across various domains. Okay, and yoga versus control, better change in the yoga compared to control in all these domains. It's been published in about 4 or 5 international journals. Okay, so this is what we saw on a nutshell, if you see. And what does yoga do here? Reduces the stress reactivity, makes them more calm, improves the vagal tone, improves sleep, improves quality of life, improves mood especially. So putting a yoga intervention in a geriatric home or healthy living, assisted living. Okay, so nowadays you have a lot of big companies coming up with assisted living, coming with elderly living, home care. For people who are retired, they can go stay in assisted living conditions. So in these places, yoga plays a very, very important role. It keeps them very relaxed. Okay. So a lot of studies have been done. I just want to get into this. This limitation is a very short, quick study. Okay. So older adults is a very safe, cost-effective intervention. It improves their mood, keeps them more healthy and agile. Okay. This is very, very important. For clinicians, it's a low-risk intervention. It doesn't have any harm. Okay, it's very useful for stress, insomnia, low mood and functional decline. Okay, for these things, if you go to a doctor, doctor cannot give anything, no medicine for these things. Sir, I'm not in mood today. You say, what you will do? He can't do anything. You just say, you go talk to people, you just go around, meet people, talk to your children, whatever it is, he keeps on telling. That's it, right? So these are things which can really improve, which really people don't really act on. So even for example, I work in a cancer hospital. Most of the time, cancer patients come and tell the doctor, Doctor Sustagta hai, I'm feeling very tired. What doctor will say? Go take rest. Rest will not reduce your fatigue because of cancer. Cancer-related fatigue is because of the cancer disease per se and the cancer-directed treatment itself. It's because of inflammation. So lying down will not reduce the fatigue. It will make it worse. Okay, so that has to be taken care of in a different way by using yoga intervention. So just to give you knowledge about all these things. So this is what we saw, a better improvement in quality of life and autonomic function in this population, and giving yoga to the elderly population is very, very useful. And I'm sure if people have elders in the family, and if you have elders in the family, they are going with some symptoms, encourage them to do yoga. Okay, so you have nowadays tele yoga, you have people can do yoga from online. Okay, I can go to a group class. Group class is the best for the elderly population because they get to meet people, they can socialize. It will automatically improve their mood and also calm down. Okay, so thank you all for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Raghavendra Rao sir, for highly informative and thought-provoking session. I hope everyone have gained some knowledge from his talk. Ladies and gentlemen, let's express a gratitude for Raghavendra Rao sir from a big round of applause, please. Thank you all. Now we can go for lunch. I request everyone to come on time. Hardly 15 minutes. So we can proceed with our next sessions. Thank you all. The true advancement of medicine lies not only in treating the disease, but in preserving the quality and dignity of life. We now transition to our next expert speaker, Dr. Sunil Kumar S., a renowned cardiologist, academician and teacher who has made significant contribution to cardiovascular healthcare and medical education. Dr. Sunil Kumar, sir, is the professor and head of Department of Cardiology at JSS Medical College and Hospital, Mysuru. A specialist in clinical and interventional cardiology, he holds MBBS, MD, DM cardiology and FESC qualification. With expertise clinical experience, Dr. Sunil Kumar has performed more than 10,000 cardio catheterization procedures, including complex coronary intervention, device procedure, and advanced cardiac therapies. His academic contribution, including numerous scientific publications, textbook chapters, and more than 400 invited lecturers at regional and national scientific forums. Today's session, Evidence-Based Scientific Approach in Geriatric Cardiology, addresses a critical aspect of modern healthcare. As the aging population increases, cardiovascular care demands scientific precision, early prevention, and personalized treatment. With his vast experience and expertise, Dr. Sunil Kumar sir will enlighten us to the latest evidence-based approach to protect and improving our cardiovascular health. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming an eminent cardiologist, respected academic leader and inspiring teacher, Dr. Sunil Kumar S. Sir, we are honored to have your presence. Please, sir.
ಆಗಲಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಇದು ಈ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ ಇದು ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸರ್ ಮೇಲ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಕೊಡಿ
ಬೇಗ ಬಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ
ಇದು ಬನ್ನಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ So, yeah, I'm audible. So, dear friends, colleagues, and all the students here actually, at the outset, I would like to thank Yoga Care Summit, who has given me an opportunity to be a part of today's scientific program. And I have been asked to speak on evidence-based scientific approach in geriatric cardiology. So, I feel whatever we are going to speak now, probably it will be like something like a Greek and Latin to you people, because you need to understand what is cardiology, what is geriatrics, and what is geriatric cardiology. Okay, so now just to give a brief outline about what is geriatric cardiology is wherein we are going to manage the diseases of the heart and the blood vessels along with the quality of life or the health status in an elderly individual actually. So that means when you're going to look at across and infusing the cardiac care with the diseases that already the elderly individuals are suffering from. So both put together, we call it as the geriatric cardiology actually. So basically it is a multidisciplinary team which is going to involve cardiologists, the geriatricians, the primary care clinicians, nurses, pharmacists, dietitians, so on and so forth. But if you're going to look at across any other subject like either medicine, surgery, OBG, so on and so forth. So they have got a very dedicated contribution towards that particular field. But if you want to look at across the geriatric cardiology per se, it's going to be a multidisciplinary field. Why? I'm going to explain to you in the next couple of slides. So why this is so important actually. If you want to look at across, now presently we have around 700 million elderly individuals across the globe, which is going to jump to around 1.5 billions by 2050. That means it's an enormous or a huge burden of elderly individuals. They will be there and their disease patterns, and cardiovascular disease is one of the leading cause of morbidity and mortality in this subset of patients. And if you want to look at across, how do we manage these patients? One model doesn't fit everybody. That's the reason why we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach. Now, if you want to look at across the elderly individuals per se, because we are focusing more on the heart and the blood vessels. Similarly, the aging is also going to affect even the other organs in the body, ranging from brain, the musculoskeletal system, the kidneys, the lungs, the immune system, as well as the mood or the neurological system. But if you want to look at across a person who has got multiple issues like this or a multiple organ issues, obviously these particular individuals will have a very worst outcomes when they develop a cardiovascular disease. So that's the reason why we say no. Basically, when you're going to look at the geriatric syndromes, we call it as, one is frailty, one is multimorbidity, the other one is the cognitive impairment. So these are the three interlocking geriatric syndromes. Obviously, when the elderly individual has got all these morbidities,
And in addition, if they develop a cardiovascular disease, it is very difficult to manage actually. That's the reason why we say these individuals require a multidisciplinary approach. So if you want to look at across, this frailty is quite common in elderly individuals. And if you want to look at a multimorbidity, that means any individual who has got more than 2 chronic conditions, we call it as a multimorbid state actually. Nearly more than 80% of the adults above the age of 80 have got more than 2 comorbidities actually. So that means they will have, in addition to a cardiovascular disease, they will have other issues also. And apart from this, these individuals do have certain cognitive impairment, again which comes in the way of your managing the cardiovascular diseases actually. And apart from this, having the multimorbidity and multi-organ comorbidities actually, these individuals do pose certain diagnostic and therapeutic challenges. Why? Because elderly individuals, they are going to perceive the disease processes in a very different way. They may not be in a position to communicate what they are suffering from. They may not give you a clear-cut picture about their illness. Most often times, it will be confused as non-specific and they will not get the treatment actually. Similarly, when you're going to look at across certain biomarkers, so most like, for example, we use certain biomarkers like your troponin, CKMB, so on and so forth to diagnose myocardial ischemia or infarction actually. So these values are totally different from an younger individual to an older individual actually. So that's the reason why you need to be careful. And coming again to the imaging as well as the evidence gap. So that means, what are we talking about today? We are all talking about evidence-based medicine. Where does the evidence come from? It comes from the trials actually. Most often, the trials that have been done with the cardiovascular diseases have excluded the elderly population. So that means, where is the data then actually? So that means we are looking at an huge population of older individuals, a significant cardiovascular disease burden, and we know a very little about how these patients are going to behave with the different treatment modalities. So now, if you want to look at across, to say really we have got a huge, inequalities in the geriatric care actually. So what is the reason for this? We know that the cardiovascular disease is common in elderly individuals and morbidity mortality is high, but still they are underrepresented actually. And if you want to look at across the same older individuals, when you're going to look at across in US, Indian Americans are more prone for cardiovascular disease. Moreover, the age adds on to that actually. And if you want to look at across their education status, their economic status, everything has got an adverse impact when these particular parameters are there actually. So now if you're going to look at across the geriatric cardiology, so how did it begin actually? So we're going to look at across way back in 1600s, the Egyptians were the first people to come out with the concept of the elderly individuals are more prone for cardiovascular disease. So then again for the next 300-400 years there was no any noise, and then in the mid 2000s actually, then all the story began about the geriatric cardiology. The first one was with the 1947, the Framingham heart study, which included the elderly individuals in this particular study actually. That was the eye-opener, because they knew that actually the aging population is increasing and obviously they need to be represented in their particular study. That was the first Framingham heart study, which included the elderly individuals in the study pattern. So then came the gerontology branch in the National Institute, Heart Institute, and so on and so forth. Then everything started coming out. Then we started getting the societies, then we started getting the textbook chapters. Then now if you're going to look at across the recently, the JAC Advances, Journal of American College of Cardiology, has a dedicated geriatric cardiovascular journal also now. So that means if you're going to look at across, there is a phenomenal growth as well as a phenomenal journey that has been taken for the evolution of geriatric cardiology. Now we're going to look at across why we are more bothered about the elderly individuals with a cardiovascular disease. Very, very important is there are 5 essential principles that you need to know. First and the foremost thing is recognition and to consider the potential impact of multi-complexity. Second one is evaluate and integrate cognition into decision making. Third one is evaluate and integrate the physical function into decision making and incorporate the social and environmental factors for management decision and elicit the patient priorities and the health goals, which is very, very important actually. I'll just go through across. So when we say multimorbidity, as I said you, they have got more than 2 comorbidities actually. That means cardiovascular disease never comes in alone in elderly individuals. They will have associated comorbidities actually. So it could be anything actually. It could be a risk factor or a disease pattern actually. And similarly, when you're going to look at across the polypharmacy, which is very, very important, when the patient has got multiple diseases, along with the cardiovascular disease, they will be taking multiple medications. Obviously, when there are multiple medications like polypharmacy, obviously they are more prone for the risk of adverse events which is related to these particular medications, because the elderly individuals do behave in a very different pattern. So what is very, very important is when you want to formulate a care, especially the elderly individuals, you need to look at their life expectancy and you need to look at the competing risk of death, CVD versus non-cardiovascular disease. For example, I'll tell you, a patient who is very frail, elderly, and hardly can move around, has got multiple diseases, has got a very short lifespan, like life expectancy is very, very short, then what are you going to do by being very aggressive with a disease pattern which is not going to help the patient actually? And very, very important is you need to look at the overall treatment burden also. So when you're going to look at across an elderly individuals, you need to take all these parameters into consideration and then you need to decide about the treatment. And next one is the cognition. You know that as the age advances, the cognitive function starts declining actually. That is very, very important. And every patient who comes to you with an cardiovascular disease or any disease as such actually, the moment you find out a 60, 65 plus elderly man or a woman actually, so you need to go for a cognitive assessment, which is very, very important actually. And what is very important is the moment the patient has got a cognitive impairment, so what do? You need to simplify your treatment regimens. You need to bring their caregivers into confidence actually, which is very, very important. And you need to refer them to appropriate neurocognitive evaluation and treatment also. Because when there is a cognitive impairment, they are not aware of their symptoms, they are not aware of their disease patterns, they are not aware of what medications to take, and when do they alert it if they have any problem to the physician actually. That's the reason why you need to be very careful when you're going to deal with any elderly individual who has got a cognitive decline and other associated cardiovascular diseases. Now, very important is the physical function. Very, very important actually. The moment you are going to look at an elderly individual, what is very important is you need to look into the physical needs of the person actually. Okay, because it differs from person to person. And as the age advances or the age catches up actually, what is very important is you need to deliver the care which is to be kept this particular individual independently. So they will have a less dependency. And because these are the individuals who have disability, frailty, and they have got more frequent falls actually. For example, I'm going to give you one example actually. You have a patient who has got an atrial fibrillation and irregular heartbeat, who is at a risk of stroke, and you put the patient on a blood thinner tablet. And if this particular patient has got frequent falls and you don't assess the patient properly and start the treatment like you do it for any young or a middle-aged person, these are the individuals who will be at risk of developing bleeding related to the blood thinners actually. So that is very, very important. Now another thing is you need to even look at the social and environmental factors, because these are the individuals who are elderly. Obviously, you know, they will have so many issues, either loss of spouse or displacement to a group homes wherein they are put it at some of the old age community living places actually. They have fewer children, no children, financial issues, so on and so forth actually. So when you're going to look at across a treatment, okay, you need to consider even the social environmental factors also. Another thing is, what is very important is you need to elicit the patient priorities and their health goals actually. So that means here you are not going to take a decision. You are supposed to take the decision as a collective one, wherein you are going to involve the patient as well as the patient attenders into the care that you are going to deliver. Now what is very important is, we know that actually if you want to deliver a cardiac care, you need to become a cardiologist actually. But if you're going to look at a geriatric cardiology, the game plan is totally different actually. So you need to have certain special training and you need to have this competencies when you want to treat the geriatric cardiac patient actually. So you need to have cardiovascular expertise which is adapted to aging. You need to know how you are going to do a comprehensive geriatric assessment. You need to have a good communication and a shared decision making strategy. And very important is a system-based coordination. So wherein you are going to interact with the healthcare delivery system, the nurses, the doctors who are going to give the care for other comorbidities, so on and so forth. And very, very important is whatever the care that you're going to give, it should be like ethical and proportionate to the requirement of the patient actually. So now what is very important is when you're going to look at across, there are certain diseases which are very specific and which are quite common and which has got a significant morbidity and mortality for patients who are elderly, like heart failure, atrial fibrillation, degenerative valvular heart diseases, coronary and vascular diseases, and so on and so forth. So that means you need to learn, you need to diagnose, you need to treat with geriatric perspective in this subset of patients. Now very important is any patient who is going to come for a cardiovascular care should undergo a comprehensive geriatric assessment, look for their frailty, look for their cognitive function, look for nutritional status, look for their mobility, look for the falls, the mood, the social support and everything. This should be a part and parcel of the cardiovascular care. Now very important is there should always be a good communication and a shared decision making, because when you're going to look at across the shared mindset, the cardiologist also should look at the geriatric component and think in that particular angle, what we call it to be as the cardio-geriatric mindset. And what is very important is what you're going to deliver is very, very important actually, because you want to do so many wonders, but will the patient be ready to accept it, and will the patient be in that particular position to get those results is very, very important with very minimal side effects. Now very important is when you're going to treat the geriatric patient with a cardiovascular disease, very important is you need to have a multidisciplinary coordination and you need to have the care transitions. That means you have an elderly individual who is admitted with a heart failure to the hospital and you are getting him ready for the discharge. So what do? So you need to do a transition from the hospital to the home actually. So you need to for example, a patient has got heart failure, he has got a lung issues, the patient may require certain BiPAP at home, may require a constant monitoring, so on and so forth. So how is it possible? Only you need to deliver even the care even at home also actually. And very important is having these digital tools and telemonitoring, because you know that elderly individuals, it is so difficult to bring them back to the hospital, from hospital back to the home actually. So probably you have certain digital tools and telemonitoring facility. You can minimize the movement of the patient from the home to the hospital or vice versa actually. And very important is because of the polypharmacy, they will be taking multiple medications actually. And a time may come actually the patients will be missing what are essential medications and what are non-essential medications actually. So you need to do a good medication reconciliation so that they are going to take what are only required. Now, very important when you're going to look at across the ethical and the professional competencies, there should be a therapeutic proportionality. That means what is very important is what is the treatment burden versus the expected benefit. So obviously when you're going to get an elderly individual, these are the things that you need to discuss before initiating treatment to any patient actually. So now very important, any cardiologist should definitely have that edge in terms of the geriatric training so that you will be in a position to treat the cardiovascular diseases effectively and efficiently. So that means there should be geriatric training also as a part of a cardiology training for a person to become a geriatric cardiologist. So now if you want to look at across the journey, so way back in 1986, there was a first conference on geriatric cardiology, 1986. So that means we are now in 2026. So that means 4 decades have been evolved. So now if you're going to look at across what was there 4 years back and what we have now after 4 decades is, so that particular conference which was held in 1986, because the key highlights of the conference were there were elderly individuals with cardiovascular disease with complex geriatric syndromes who need to be distinguished from the other population, especially when they are going to be enrolled into the trials. And there have been a major advances in the cardiovascular medicine and geroscience which has modified or altered the diagnosis and the treatment actually. And now very important is when you want to treat these subset of patients, the shared decision making is very, very important. So these were the key highlights 4 decades back. So now we look at the geriatric syndrome as a special entity, the cardiovascular disease in association with cognitive decline, the frailty, multimorbidity, polypharmacy, so on and so forth actually. Okay, so the geriatric 5 M's are the mind, there's a cognitive, mood, depression, delirium issues, the mobility issues, the medications, the multi-complexity, and what matters very important is the patient goals and preferences. These are the 5 M's of geriatric cardiology actually. So now very important, where have we been moved from 1986 to 2026 now? Towards shared decision making, emphasis on technology and digital health, and language and socio-political context. That means we almost changed the title, calling them as older adults, elderhood, so on and so forth. So we call them only as elderly individuals, the geriatric patients. So now what is very important is the 3 important core things that are need to be practiced is cardiac rehab, which is very, very important, because we were emphasizing more and more cardiac rehab measures only to younger and middle-aged people, neglecting the elderly individuals totally actually, because elderly individuals are the one who are going to get maximum benefit by cardiac rehab actually, and yoga is one among them actually. And next is the palliative care. What is very important is you need to decide, yes, which patient I need to be aggressive in terms of treatment, which patient I need to be less aggressive, I need to subject this particular patient to a palliative care. That's very, very important. And something called as a de-prescription actually. As the age advances, the disease progresses, the multimorbidity, the comorbidities are more, the polypharmacy, and you know that, okay, I am going to put this particular patient on so and so forth medications, and they are not going to benefit the patient, but you should have that right to de-prescribe the medication after having a thorough discussion with the patient attenders and the caregivers. And very important now, the coronary artery disease, the ischemic heart disease, the heart attacks which you are going to look at across, they're quite common in the elderly individuals because age is one of the independent risk factors for developing an ischemic heart disease. Now there's a phenomenal progress from 1986 to 2026 now, because we no longer thrombolize these patients, we subject them to primary angioplasty because they have a very less risk of bleeding, quicker recovery, and you are going to keep the patients for a lesser duration in the hospital. And again, valvular heart disease, for example, you mean to say, okay, patient has got an aortic stenosis, okay, which in the past the treatment was only an open heart surgery, wherein we need to replace their valve with a mechanical valve. But now we have got percutaneous procedures like a TAVI, so wherein you can just do these procedures through a percutaneous route without opening up the chest, which is a boon for the elderly individuals. That's where we have done a progress. Similarly, the heart failure actually. So we know that as the age advances, they're more and more prone for heart failures, especially we say one particular entity called as the phenotype, the heart failure with preserved ejection fraction is very common in elderly individuals. So we've got a good advancements in terms of treatment of these HFpEF patients. So probably these are the things that are going to keep the patient alive for several more years actually. And now arrhythmias. I was telling you about the atrial fibrillation, which is very common, which is an irregular heartbeat. So these are the patients who have an irregular heartbeat and has a tendency to form a blood clot in the heart, which can get dislodged and cause a stroke and all. But we've got a wonderful drugs to manage this particular atrial fibrillation and the blood clot related issues by putting them on a blood thinners. We've got a good trial data even in the elderly individuals. They are relatively safe and you can safely use it in this subset of patients. Very important is what are the unmet needs, the clinical trials and beyond. What is very important is every trial that will be designed should include elderly individuals. That is how you can equally represent the population and you can translate whatever the evidence that you're going to get it to this particular population also. And very important is when you're going to do a trial in this subset of patients and you're going to expect certain outcomes, they should be meaningful outcomes. That means meaningful outcomes in the sense which is of concern not only to the trial sponsorer, the trial designer, it is even to the patients who are going to be benefited with this actually. And very important, you need to include elderly individuals who have got a cognitive impairment, functional impairment, women, minorities, and so on and so forth. And the best thing when you want to enroll these particular patients into the trial is to go for the hybrid trials. So that means you can always use physical/virtual trial models so that they can easily participate in these particular studies. So just look at this particular slide actually. How does a traditional disease focused treatment happens? The clinical focus is only on the disease. You look at BP, you look at cholesterol, so on and so forth. You take the guidelines and start treating the patient, but you never bother about the functional status and the personal goals. But if you're going to look at across a comprehensive geriatric cardiology, what is the difference here actually? The CGA, that is a comprehensive geriatric assessment, will identify frailty, multimorbidity, cognitive status and functional limitations. you will have a multidisciplinary team to manage these subset of patients. And very important is whatever the interventions that you are going to deliver to the patient, they are all focused to the patient and the patient requirements actually. And what are the outcomes? Wonderful. There will be reduced readmissions, fewer adverse events, fewer drug interactions, improves the quality of life, and it will be cost effective also. So that's the reason why we have moved from the traditional disease-focused therapy to a comprehensive geriatric cardiac care, which is going to make a phenomenal difference to the patients. So now if you want to look at across geriatric cardiology, so who are all involved in this particular process is cardiologists, the geriatricians, the nurses, the pharmacists, the rehabilitation specialists, as well as the social workers. So probably I feel Dr. Pratibha Parara is here, actually our HOD of geriatric medicine. So probably we always start discussing with her actually how difficult it is to manage an elderly patient who has got multiple comorbidities and multiple issues actually. So now coming to the prevention of the cardiovascular disease in the elderly, it is the same for every individual. The moment the individual has become an adult till the person is going to die, it will be the same one actually, the personal level, the community level, the healthcare level, in terms of exercise, eating habits, and identification of the risk factors, adequately modifying the risk factors, timely care, timely treatment, and to prevent the morbidity and mortality. So this is one thing I wanted to stress in this yoga summit is what is very important is the cardiac rehab. Please, the myth is this is only for younger individuals, the middle-aged individuals. Obviously, these are the individuals who will be less benefited by this, and these are elderly individuals who will be maximally benefited by the cardiac rehabilitation, and yoga being one among it actually. And now what are the key areas of focus in geriatric cardiology? Very important, what we are looking at is the geriatric syndromes and the 5 M's, the clinical guidelines that you are going to adapt, there should be shared decision making, and what is very important is it should be a patient-centered approach, which is very, very important actually, and give a clear-cut, good focus to cardiac rehabilitation, which is very, very important actually. So just because a patient is old, he cannot do yoga, he cannot. So basically, we say yoga or yoga-based lifestyle. That is very, very important actually. Some component of yoga which an elderly individual can still perform is going to give a maximum benefit to the patients actually. So to summarize, aging is the most powerful risk factor for cardiovascular disease. Frailty, multimorbidity, cognitive impairment, and polypharmacy must be assessed together, not as a separate problem actually. And a comprehensive geriatric cardiology assessment is very, very important, and it should be delivered by the multidisciplinary team, which is going to reduce the admissions, improve the quality of life. Basically, when you're going to do all these things, what you're going to keep in mind is the patient, and it should be a patient-centered approach. And what is the path forward? The age-adjusted diagnostics, safer medications, inclusive research. That means every elderly individual, they should be given an opportunity to be a part of a trial so that you can develop a good outcomes only based upon the data that you synthesize from the trial outcomes. And very important, whatever the care models that you're going to use it, they should be all centered on the patient goals. So that means when you're going to look at across the cardiology and the geriatrics, so I will tell you actually the primary focus will be only on the patient, and we need to do what is going to benefit to the patient and not what the guidelines are going to say. Okay? So thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your insightful words on geriatrics and cardiology. Now I request Dr. Devraj sir and Dr. Shanai sir to felicitate Dr. Sunil Kumar sir. I also request Dr. Gangadhar sir and Pratibha Parara ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Sunil Kumar sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I request Dr. Raghavendra sir to be on the stage. Please, sir. Your session was really wonderful, sir. Thank you so much.
ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರದು? ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಈಗ.
I request Anthony Palraj sir, Devraj sir, Ravindra Rao sir, Gangadhar sir and Pratibha ma'am to fill state. Dr. Gangadhar sir. I request Dr. Harish Babu sir to be on the stage. Please sir. I request Dr. Vinay Ambarkar sir. Please come on the stage sir. Please sir. Director of Yoga and Naturopathy. Please sir. I request Pratibha ma'am to be on the stage, please, sir.
All young students, I can see smiling faces, and after lunch, I think little drowsy also. Yes or no? Yeah. No problem. All those are at the back, you can come in front. Come. I'm not going to go through PPT ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಬೇಕಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಕನ್ನಡ. ಈಗ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುನೀಲ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. ಅಂದರೆ ನೀವುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರುವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಾವ್ರೇಜ್ ಏಜೇ 60 ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಆಯಿತಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂರಿ ಅವರು ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದೆ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ? ಏನು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ? ನೀವು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಔಷಧಿ ಆಗಲಿ, ನಾವು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತೀವೋ ಅದು ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಸಿಂಗ್. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಒ ಪಿ ಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2 ಸತಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಂದು ಕೂರ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಸೇ ದಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗುಡ್. ಅದು ಆ ಟೈಮ್ ಹೋಯ್ತೀಗ. ನಾವು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ಅ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಇಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದನೂ ಬೇಕು, ಅಲೋಪತಿನೂ ಬೇಕು, ಬೇಕಾದರೆ ಹೋಮಿಯೋಪತಿನೂ ಬೇಕು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಗನೂ ಬೇಕು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುನೀಲ್ ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವೊಂದು ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಇಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಫ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಬಿಲೋ 40%, ವಿ ಪುಟ್ ದೆಮ್ ಆನ್ ಯೋಗ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಯೋಗ ಈಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟೆಡ್. ಕೈ ಕಾಲು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಸನ That is one type of yoga. But there are yogas where you enhance function of organs, systems. So understanding that yoga is a part of rehabilitation, very, very important. Aita? So ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, anybody can summarize what he said. I think people sitting in the front would know. ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ? Anybody you can tell me what Dr. Sunil said? Anyone? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಲೆಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿ. Anyone? ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿ? What did you understand? Can I ask your name? Yellow shirt. Your name? Sudeep, what did Dr. Sunil say? You came just now. All right. Madam with the pink chudidar, your name? Your name? What did you understand what Dr. Sunil said? He also came just now. So, who was there? I think the one with the white coat, that short hair. What's your name? What's your name? So that means to say, I will repeat it all over again. Will you concentrate on my slides? So what he said was that when we are looking at children, I'll put it very simple because the crowd is, you're all students. So, makkalali, we say developing physiology. ಒಂದು ಮಗು ಹುಟ್ಟತ್ತೆ, ಕಣ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ನೋಡತ್ತೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಹಾಕತ್ತೆ, ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ, ಏಳುತ್ತೆ, then it develops mindset, isn't it? That is a happy growth. But when elders are there, we call it as declining physiology. You will see that balance ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾಗಲಿ ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಎರಡೂ ಸೇಮ್. In pediatric, it is developing physiology. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಹತ್ತೀವಿ, ಆ ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಗುಡ್ಡದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ದೇರ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ಹುಡ್. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಇಳಿಲೇಬೇಕು. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಡಿಕ್ಲೈನಿಂಗ್ ಫಿಸಿಯಾಲಜಿ. ಏನೇನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತೀವೋ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದಾಗ ಸೇಮ್ ವಿ ಗೋ ಡೌನ್. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದಾಗ ಒಂದು ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಫೈನಲ್ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ರೂಮಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ನಡೆದು ಬೀಳ್ತೀವೋ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕಲಿತು ಬೀಳಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟೈಮ್ ಬೇಕೋ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಮಟ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದಾಗತ್ತಾ, ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಡಿಕ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್. ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಒಂದು, ಹೌ ಹಿ ಈಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನಿಂಗ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಇನ್ ಟು ದ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯೋವ್ಯಾಸ್ಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಹಿ ಹಸ್ ಸೆಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಬಟ್ ಐ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು ದ ರೆಲೆವೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟ್ ಹಿ ಸೆಡ್. ನೀವು ಎರಡು ಗಿಡ ನೋಡಿ, ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಗಿಡ ನೋಡಿ, ಒಂದು ಯಂಗ್ ಮರ, ಒಂದು ವಯಸ್ಸಾದ ಮರ. ಆ ಎರಡು ಮರ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಎನಿಬಡಿ ಟೆಲ್ ಮಿ ಹೌ ವಿಲ್ ಯು ಮೇಕ್ ಔಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಯಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೀ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅನ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಟ್ರೀ? ಎನಿವನ್? ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಆಸ್ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಮರ, ಹೌ ಡು ಯು ಮೇಕ್ ಔಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಯಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೀ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಟ್ರೀ? ಕಮ್, ಯಾರೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಒನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್. ಏನಪ್ಪ? What was one answer? Somebody said, how you will make out ಇದು young tree, that is an old tree? ಕೊಂಬೆಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಯಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೀಗೆ ಕೊಂಬೆಗಳು ಅಷ್ಟಿರಲ್ಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ? ಸ್ಟೆಮ್ಗಳು, ಅದೇ ಕೊಂಬೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟು ಲೀಫ್ಗಳು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದಾಗ? ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಫಾಲ್, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಆಗಿ ಬಿದೋಗತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಮೇಲ್ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಎಲೆಗಳು ನಿಮಗೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮರದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಎಲೆ ಇರುತ್ತೋ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮರದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೋ? ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮರದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೀ, ವಯಸ್ಸಾಗ್ತಾ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಮರ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲೆ ಬೀಳತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲೆಗಳು ಹೊಸದು ಬರಲ್ಲ. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅಪಾಪ್ಟೋಸಿಸ್ ಥಿಯರಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಹದೊಳಗೂ ಗಾತ್ರ ಯಾವುದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮರನೋ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮರನೋ? ಗಾತ್ರ. ವಯಸ್ಸಾಗಿದ್ದ ಮರ ಗಾತ್ರ ಸ್ಟೆಮ್ ಇಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಆದರೆ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಗಾಳಿ ಬಂದರೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ? ಆ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಮರ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ, ಇದು ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಗಾತ್ರ ಮರನ? ಗಾತ್ರ ಮರ ಅಪ್ರೂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೊಳ್ಳಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಆಲ್ ದ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಾನ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಡ್. ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಏಜಿಂಗ್. ಐ ಲುಕ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಸೈಜ್, ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಡ್ ಮೀ the cells fall off and they don't come back. That is called as apoptosis inside my body. So my body inside is aging at the cell level. A cell level in the age aguvaga, my function gets altered. ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಸೈಜ್ ಇಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು, ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಬಿತ್ತು, ನನ್ನ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಸೈಜ್ ಇಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬುರ್ಡೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸೈಜು. ನಾನು ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ಬುರ್ಡೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಸೈಜ್ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಆಗೈತೆ, ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಬಿದ್ದು ಹೊಸ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಮೈಟೋಸಿಸ್, ಟೆಲೋಮಿಯರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯು ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಹರ್ಡ್ ಇಸಂಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಯಾಲಜಿ. ಅದು ರೀಜನ್ಯುವೇಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಆವಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ದ ಆರ್ಗನ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಶ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್. ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಶ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್, ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಶ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್, heart shrinks, muscle shrinks, everything shrinks. There may not be any disease at all, okay? You may not have diabetes, you may not have hypertension, you may not have IHT, you may not have anything. But your functioning gets lesser without having any disease. That is called as an aging process, which is but natural, which will happen to everybody. Aging process. So ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ಚಿಕ್ತು ಆಗುವಾಗ the organ function gets compromised. ಈಗ 3 ತಿಂಗಳ ಮಗುಗೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮೀನು ತುಂಡು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ? ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ? ಅವರು 1 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಹಾರ ತಿನ್ನುವಾಗ ಕೊಡಿ 2 ಪೀಸ್ ಚಿಕನ್. ವಿಲ್ ಯು ಗಿವ್? ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬೇಳೆ ಕಾಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ? Because you know inside our kidney and digestive system is not capable of handling this food. So same thing happens when we age, because the organ function gets compromised. They cannot handle the same food, the same medicine, the same thing which a young adult handles. So there are all organs that gets aging, but ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು organ aging takes different time. ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾಪಕ್ಷತೆ ಮರೆತು ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನೀ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಡಸ್ ದಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಟು ಯು? ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಏಜ್ ಸೇಮ್. ಒಬ್ರೊಬ್ರು ಮೆಮರಿ ಲಾಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಸಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ವಿ ಏಜ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ಲಿ. ಅದೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುನೀಲ್ ಅಂದರು, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲಿ. ನಾವು ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ಗೆ 80 milligrams ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿನ್, ಈ ಆಸ್ಪಿರಿನ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಏಜ್ ಆದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಮೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನೋ ಮಸಲ್ ಮಾಸ್. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ ಹಿಮ್, ನಾನು ತೊಗೊಂಡೆ 80 milligrams ಹೆಟರೋಸ್ಟಾಟಿನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, 3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಮರ್ತೋದ್ರು, ತೊಗೋತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಹೀಲ್ ಕಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಮಯೋಗ್ಲೋಬಿನ್ಯೂರಿಯಾ, ಮಸಲೆಲ್ಲ ಒಡ್ಕೊಂಡು. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೀನ್ ಸೋ ಮೆನಿ ಸ್ಟಾಟಿನ್ ಇಂಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುನೀಲ್ ವಾಸ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್, ದಟ್ treatment is individualized. So various organalli he highlighted on cardiovascular system, which is very, very important and relevance as we age, how the organ ages. The heart, blood vessels, he may not have any disease, but the blood vessels thicken. Okay? Namdu heart beat idiyalla. You have heard of Purkinje fiber, SA node ella kelidira? That degenerates. ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೂ ಎದೆ ಬಡಿತ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದವರಲ್ಲಿ. ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲದೇನೆ ಇದ್ರೂ ಎದೆ ಬಡಿತ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ನಿಂತಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಧಬಕ್ಕಂತ ಬೀಳ್ತೀವ? ಬೀಳಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರ್ ಪಂಪಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವೇನ್ಸ್, ಅವರ್ ಮಸಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್, ಹಿಮೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಈಸ್ ಸೋ ಗುಡ್. ನಾನು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೂ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರಾವಿಟಿ ದ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಗೋಸ್ ಟು ಮೈ ಬ್ರೈನ್. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ ಎಲ್ಡರ್ಲಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ they will have a problem with all this. Their muscle is weak, the veins, adu venous system yaudu onde kade pump ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ವೀಕ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ಲಸ್ I have other issues. So when I stand, my blood pressure will fall automatically. So that you have to study what is called as altered physiology in cardiovascular system when they age. ಸೊ ಕಾರಣ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಎದೆ ಬಡಿತ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕಾರಣ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ಸ್, ಕಾರಣ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಹೈಪರ್ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್. ಓಕೆ, ಕಾರಣ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟ್ರೋಕ್, ಅ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೋಕ್. ಐ ಮೇ ನಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಹೈಪರ್ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್, ಡಯಾಬಿಟೀಸ್, ಬಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್, ನಾವು ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಪೇಷಂಟ್, ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಡಯರಿಯಾ ವಾಮಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಬಂದರು. ಬಟ್ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್, He is not talking to us properly. He is dull and sleeping. When we ask him question, he is not responding to us properly. So being in the geriatrician, we always look at cognition. Dr. Sunil, so we start with comprehensive geriatric assessment in your cardiovascular department. So ಮಾತಾಡ್ಸೋದು ಸರಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Then we did a MOCA ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. That you all will memory test, either ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಆಗಲಿ ಎಲೋಪತಿ ಆಗಲಿ, ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಸೇಮ್. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅವನ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ತಿಂದ್ರಿ? ನಾನೀಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಂಡಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು? ವಾಟ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ yesterday morning? Yesterday morning. Sure? Are you sure? You? Huh? Idli. Are you sure? Okay. They will not be able to tell. Okay? Then they will not be able to respond to you. Naniga 3, I will tell you. Aeroplane, sky and wind. ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ? We shall leave it aside. Okay? All right. So they will not. Then now test ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ he has cognitive impairment ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. His cognition is much lower. Then we did an MRI. MRI ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ full small infarcts all over. So that is gone unnoticed. Now dot stroke ಆದರೆ notice ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Small, it goes unnoticed. So we called it as multifocal vascular dementia. ಮತ್ತು ಹುಡ್ಕದ್ವಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ? ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕಲ್ಲಿ AF ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಎದೆ ಬಡಿತ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದವ್ರಿಗೆ. ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಲೋನ್ ಏಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಫಿಬ್ರಿಲೇಷನ್. ಏನೂ ಕಾರಣ ಬೇಡ, ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಕ್ಯಾರೋಟಿಡ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಇಲ್ಲೇನಾದ್ರು ಕೊಬ್ಬು ಕೂತಿದ್ಯಾ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಚಿಕ್ಕ 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 ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ? there was a little issue here. So we said, okay, we have to look at it and see that he doesn't throw small emboli from the carotid vessel. So what I'm taking forward from where Dr. Sunil left, I don't want to show you slides, because slides are, when I'm going to panel discussion, maybe I will show. I had put, he has already shown some of the slides, but this is what I said. Whenever you check blood pressure of an elderly, very important that you check the blood pressure not lying but standing. You should treat standing blood pressure of an elderly. Whether it's Ayurveda treatment, whether it is allopathy treatment, it doesn't matter. Do not treat lying blood pressure, treat standing, because you don't know whether this patient hemodynamically has a problem of postural hypotension. You have no idea. Many times we get a case, reference from orthopedic ward. ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಫ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಫ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಅನಸ್ತೀಸಿಯಾ, ಡಿಲೀರಿಯಮ್, ಇನ್ವೇರಿಯಬಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ದೆನ್ ವಿ ಸೆಂಡ್ ದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಹೋಮ್. ಸೊ ವೆನ್ ದೇ ಕಮ್, ಯೂಶಲಿ ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್, ಫ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್, ortho, treat, go home, another fracture, another orthopedic doctor, treat, go home, at the end bed bound. But why did he fall? Why did he fall, first of all? So when you check, the most common factor of fall is postural hypotension, because we never, ever in our clinic check standing blood pressure and adjust treatment on a standing blood pressure. Lying will always may be high, but we never check standing. So that patient had postural hypotension, fell, developed fracture. If that was seen, then he would not fall. So that is very important. The rest I'm not going to say. I'm just going to systolic hypertension, which I've told. Sir has covered up everything, how the stroke happens. And then I told you a story about dementia. Now pathophysiology, I'm not going to go into all of this. There is hemodynamic issue, Nanande, that the heart pump muscle, the heart also does not pump effectively. Yakendre, allu the cells are lost. So you will have whole lot of problem in an elderly without any disease, pumping of the heart. Sariyagi hing pump madala, sariyagi release madala. So echocardiographically, ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರು you see diastolic dysfunction, which is very, very important clue for you to handle that diastolic dysfunction, which we normally don't see. And next what we will do is, when we say hemodynamic, we try and bring the blood pressure down. That blood pressure down causes cognitive impairment, because we don't see their standing blood pressure. So hemodynamic stability is very, very, very important. So this overall tells you what Dr. Sunil was trying to tell you, why you should individualize either ಏನೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಡಯಾಸ್ಟಾಲಿಕ್ ಬಿ ಪಿ ಡೌನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಸಿಸ್ಟಾಲಿಕ್ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಟಾಪ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಓನ್ಲಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಾಲಿಕ್ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಕೀಪ್ ಅಸೈಡ್ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫಿಸಿಯೋಲಾಜಿಕಲಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅನ್ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್, ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅ allopathy doctor. All that it matters is how you understand the aging process. Yaude treat way of medicine agli, the aging process remains the same. That is what message Dr. Sunil was giving. I will show you one last slide because he's taken everything. He took all this, so I'm not going to go back. I did not know that we will be talking about the same thing. We are not going to talk frailty, he spoke. Idonde torastini, last what he tried to say. We call, I think Dr. Sunil spoke about this cardiovascular aging. So which heart ages irrespective of disease. It keeps aging in genomic. We have what is called as atherus gene. It runs in the family, heart attacks. So he may not have anything. He may just fall. So we call it as atherus gene. Then you have endothelial senescence. These are the words we geriatricians use. Senescence. And the telomere, mitochondria, they don't develop. And then that is how the aging process happens. Okay? Then mitochondria. Mitochondria kelidira neevu? So mitochondrially oxidative tumba agate. So present one term nenpitkolli. We call it as inflammaging. Okay? The aging is because of inflammation. Oxidative inflammation happens a lot. So remember this word, inflammaging. So yoga, diet, what Dr. Sunil said, rehabilitation controls that inflammaging. You have to protect yourself. So ನೀವು ಬ್ಲಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ESR, CRP ಎರಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ they will be very high. Indirect evidence ನಾವು ಮಾರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಈಗ, inflammaging. Disease ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ you anticipate. Those markers are high. That means the oxidative stress in this person is very high. We have to work on his lifestyle modification. So that is called as what pa? Term heli? Inflammage. Ellaru heli? That is the future of aging process. All right? So ಇದು ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ because sir ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Only one picture I will tell you. It ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, what happens just because of autonomic nervous system effect, which has nothing to do with disease in an elderly. The consequences, ಫಿಸಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕಲ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೈಪೋಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಹಿ ಗೆಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಏನಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನಡೀತಿದ್ರು, ನೀವೀಗ ICU ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾವು ಬಿಲೋ ದ ಐಸ್ಬರ್ಗ್ ಏನಿದೆಯೋ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದವರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಹಿ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಿಹೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಜೀರಿಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ನಾವೇನು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಟಿಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಐಸ್ಬರ್ಗ್, BP-ನ HbA1c, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಟಿಪ್. ಬಟ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ದಟ್ ಬಿಗ್ ಅಂಡರ್ನೀತ್ ದ ಟಿಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಐಸ್ಬರ್ಗ್, this we will not have had assessed. So that we call it as comprehensive geriatric assessment. Or yade bandirli, you have to understand how much is his organ functioning effectively. Kidney nodbeku, EGFR calculate madi. Heart nodi, how his heart is pumping effectively without anything. You have to look at his lung, ask him to do a spirometry. See how much energy he has to bring those three colored balls up. You can do it in the bedside. So we check how he may come with MI, but the outcome of my MI of this patient, it depends on how good his lung function is. It also depends how good his renal function is. If I don't check how that both the organs are facing and I just treat him left, right and center with cardiac medication, my outcome will be bad. It will be poor. That is what Dr. Sunil was saying, that when a patient comes to you, you should individualize because everybody ages differently. Second, he was stressing on comprehensive assessment. Heart attack aage bandirbodu. But I need to see how his other organs are. Even hearing. He comes with a hearing, you don't check his hearing. You straight away put him on aminoglycosides. He goes back completely deaf. Okay? He goes back completely deaf. He has tachybrady because of his this thing, and he comes with some other, and you just put them on beta blockers and send him on. He will go and have a severe bradycardia. That is what Dr. Sunil was saying, that you have to do a comprehensive assessment. Look where your patient is. It is not one, you have to look entirely holistic what the patient says. Okay? I'm not going to go. They may present same like this, but when we had a patient, the wife complained, madam, niddene madak bidalla. He keeps getting up in the night. This patient goes to sleep because they have that timetable iruttalla. Sharp 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ದೀಪ ಆರಿಸಬೇಕು, ಮಲ್ಕಬೇಕು. Okay, he slept, then he got up. He was getting up. So they were thinking, he went to somebody, they put him on alprazolam. Nidde martilla alla, wife is disturbed. So alprazolam. What happens with alprazolam? That's again, Dr. Sunil said, polypharmacy. The absorption of medication is affected very differently in an adult. Water soluble, fat soluble. All sedatives are fat soluble. Their half-life remains. ನೀವೇನಾರು ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾತ್ರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ next day ಅವರು ಇಡೀ ದಿನ they will be sleeping. So he was drowsy. Drowsy ಆಯ್ತಾ? Moment elderly becomes drowsy, they become delirious. So when they become delirious, go psychiatrist. What will psychiatrist put? Quetiapine. Aita? Oh, she's a don now. How? He becomes even worse, all myoclonic. Then he can't handle that way out. The whole thing was actually, when we do is we stop all medication. He was getting up in the night, sleeping, getting up. What do you think it was? Idan nodi. Getting up in the night. Heart failure. Because ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. We got his echo done, and this is a real patient. Got his echo done. Ejection fraction was 35%. But why you think he's not breathless? Why he's not breathless? He just had that mild PND. Because the body mass index is so low, your BMI is so low, you're sitting, that 40% is enough for him. But he's not able to sleep. We sent him to Jaideva only, because the doctor, so he was treated here, because they had some card and all, they came back here. Okay, so we go further. Sir has said all this. So remember this picture, my last slide. So don't look only that. No, you look everything and treat him entirely. Geriatrics is a beautiful world. Very nice. And for you people, you will have to treat only. So by default, all of you all have to be geriatricians. So tell your sir, we'll have a certificate course in comprehensive geriatric assessment. You want? Yes or no? We'll tell you, teach you. Yes or no? Louder. Even louder. Yeah. So you learn aging process. Thank you very much.
Your expertise and perspective on geriatric care have been truly valuable for everyone present here. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving her a warm round of applause for our wonderful session. Some individuals build career, a few shapes institution, and only a rare few redefine the future of healthcare. It's my profound privilege to introduce our one such visionary, Padma Shri Dr. B.N. Gangadhar Sir. Dr. Gangadhar Sir, a psychiatrist of international acclaim, an institution builder, a scientist, and a compassionate healer, has devoted more than 4 decades to advancing the science and practice of mental health care. His career reflects a rare combination of academic excellence, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to patient-centric care. He has served with distinction as a former chairperson to a National Medical Commission and a former director of NIMHANS, Bangalore. A prolific academician, Dr. Gangadhar Sir has authored more than 300 peer-reviewed scientific publications mentored numerous postgraduate students and researchers, and has served on several national and international committees shaping the future of mental health and medical education. His exceptional contribution have been recognized through several prestigious honors like Padma Shri, Government of India 2020, Dr. B.C. Roy National Award, Sir C.V. Raman Award, Dr. Day Award, Government of Karnataka. Today he will guide us through the topic Psychiatry in Geriatric Health, a holistic journey of yoga, is bothly timely and deeply relevant to the theme. So ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to invite an outstanding psychiatrist, visionary academic leader, distinguished researcher, mentor, and one of the India's foremost champions of holistic mental health care. So Dr. B.N. Gangadhar sir, please sir, stage is yours.
I know it's the fag end of the day and we're already way behind the time schedule of the events to happen today. And thanks to the computer, my slides didn't work. Nor did I want to use the slides. Having been so delayed, I wanted to speak extempore sans the slides. So in any case, fine. That's about it. That's all my introduction. Although the topic is, you may be expecting that I will speak on psychiatric disorders in elderly and the yoga, perhaps I will not. Being neither, a disclaimer is, I am neither a yogi. Dr. Onkar demonstrated a lot of yoga practices, I am sure. Nor am I a cardiologist. In both cases, cardio yoga, I probably am a misfit in this meeting. But nonetheless, just to accommodate me, Shania sir must have introduced psychiatric aspects, etc., etc., etc. But that's not going to be the topic at this point of time. The theme of the International Day of Yoga is yoga for healthy aging. I will confine my business to just this part of it. When it comes to aging, there are different organs. Every specialty has an organ. Cardiologists have chosen the heart, of course, why? They have to choose the heart. Orthopedicians, the bones, and so on and so forth. The psychiatrists didn't have an organ. So we, by default, are working on the brain. I have to give you an anecdote, not anecdote, a fact actually, an observation that happened very recently. One of my friends lost her father who was 97 years old. Being a doctor herself, she said that my father's body would be donated to a medical college. Very noble gesture from her. The brain of this person who lost life was taken by the neuropathologist, Nimhan's people, and whatever they do is a different issue altogether. The pathologist who did the brain slices and did something under the microscope told my friend that, look, how old was your father? 97 years. I can't believe. Why can't you believe? I'll show you the slide. She took her to the microscope, showed the brain slice of her father. Look at the synapses, synaptic density. It indicates that he is probably just about 40 years old. He is 45, 50 years younger to, at least the brain is 40 or 55 years younger than what you ought to expect. So the first remark by my colleague was that ever since I was born, Ever since I can recall, I have been seeing him doing yogasanas in the house. 50, 60 years he has done yogasanas. And the pathologist who saw this slide said his brain is 45 years younger than what it ought to be biologically expected. Gave one word final diagnosis. It is young because he did yoga for the last 50 or 60 years. In fact, the literature, the studies, the research which I am going to be citing, although without the slides, would relate to this particular event that happened. With age, we all lose some or other parts of the body or all parts of the body. And the brain is something very sensitive. We start losing it even earlier than we become older. In fact, as soon as somebody is born, towards adolescence, there is a lot of pruning that happens in the brain to accommodate it to what it requires. So the source of sort of aging and losing has started in the adolescence, but sort of stabilizes after some time. And after 40 or 50s, we start losing. The hippocampus loses cells faster. Grey matter, of course. Rest of the grey matter also start losing. By the time I complete this talk and go out, maybe 2 or 3 neurons are dead in my brain. Various contributions are there as to why a person should lose, why he should not lose, what protects, what doesn't protect, or what hastens, what accelerates aging. A lot of research has been going on. In fact, people haven't really found the final answer. They haven't found the final answer. But everyone wants to be as young as possible. You have heard of the story of Yayati in Mahabharata. He wants to live young forever. He wanted to retain that youth forever. And at the end of it, the Lord says, this is something that I cannot promise you. I can't give this boon. Because all the human beings have to age. But then there is an option. You can barter your senior citizenship to the youth of somebody and share his youth. He will share, suffer, or whatever word you want to use, the old age. And as we know, his son offers to give his youth. And Yayati, although by age, biologically he is old, but for whatever the reason, physiologically he was a youth. And after some time he realizes it is pointless, hands over that youth to his son, blah, blah, blah. We have heard the story. So from time immemorial, the need is to preserve my youth and not succumb to aging. Various techniques went on and on and on. Yoga has been one of the techniques that have been talked about to preserve that youthfulness, although now called as yoga for healthy aging. Aging, particularly when it comes to brain, there are so many reasons why our brain ages. But mind you, all aging brains are not at fault. Not because I am saying it because I am an aged person, but we know that there is some pruning that goes on. Junk gets cleared, uncluttered, clarity will be there. So it is known that people, as they get older, they become clearer in their mindset, the wisdom starts showing up, etc., etc. In fact, there are international journals who have talked about the benefits of aging when it comes to brain science. Leave that apart. I'm not generalizing that. But nonetheless, we start losing the grey matter. We start losing the most sensitive part, which loses first is the hippocampus. And why do we lose? Factors that account for aging. Factors that account for aging would be about 20-25% genetic. 20 to 25% genetic. But if you exclude specific genetic disorders, like for example Huntington's chorea, we know that there is a specific gene for that. Like that, there are some specific genetic disorders which account for tissue loss, brain in particular. If you exclude that, the variance explained by genetics, the aging, becomes even lesser, maybe 20%, which means 80% is explained by non-genetic causes. And most of it, barring a few, accident perhaps, injuries, leaving that, most causes point the finger to the role of stress, about which we heard in the earlier classes. And a cascade of events follow with the physiology of stress, thus injuring the brain. There are many reasons, starting from the repair of the brain gets lost, a lot of mitochondrial DNA accumulates, they become transformed, a whole series of cell biology and system biology changes, and so the person ages. Inflammation has been one of the common causes, and what supports inflammation is that stress-related hormonal changes. I am not going to those details. The slides are with the organizers. Those of you who want to go through the slides can always go through the slides. The fact remains, there are several factors which facilitate aging, and in some, unfortunately, the accelerated aging. And like I said, 80% is contributed by environmental factors. Stress, lifestyle is the commonest among the lot, which is something that it is under our control. I have heard one of the very senior medical person in our fraternity, I don't want to name the person, said in a meeting that although there is a health department, somebody might say the health department should support health of the society, invest more on health, what is 1.6% in our GDP, 3% in GDP to 8%. America spends 16% of their GDP for health, etc., etc. We keep talking of health being the responsibility of the state. But this doctor on the stage made an announcement that health, although we may claim that it is my right because I am paying tax, but health is my personal responsibility. Because big chunk of variance in my health is explained by my own follies, my own lifestyle, my own inviting various stressful exogenous things including alcohol, nicotine, etc., etc. So he was saying that just as much as the individual, any one of us, expect the state to spend more money on health, in the same way, I think all of us have to be spending more time to preserve our health, which for various reasons is not happening. I am not going into those details as to what are the contributors of stress, what contributes to, etc., etc. Indices that have been measured when it comes to aging. There are 3 or 4 indices which have been commonly measured. There are a host of other indices that have been measured in different systems. I am not going to those details, but the point is some can be influenced, controlled by various lifestyle practices. One of them is yoga. I'll give 2-3 examples. One example is the telomere. Telomere is the in the chromosome at the end, the pocket of DNA which is preserved and make sure that our DNA or this thing is younger. Our cell remains younger. And with age, the telomere starts shrinking. And in fact, the telomere research led to the Nobel Prize for that individual. Let that apart. Telomere shortens over age. And people have shown that chronic yoga practitioners had retained the length of the telomere. Although they had aged, their telomere length, like I gave the example of the neuropathologist saying that the brain was looking 50 years younger, if you looked at their telomere, it would also have given an indication that in chronic yoga practitioners, telomeres would have retained the age. Second thing is various inflammatory markers people have talked about, cytokines, etc., etc. And also the people have shown that the oxidative stress on the cells have been influenced by yoga practice. Both short-term and long-term yoga practice seem to give protection with respect to the oxidative damage, particularly to the DNA. And last in that series, coming back to the same brain which showed better synapses and better retainment of the grey matter, there are several studies which have shown that long-term yoga practitioners, initially the report of long-term meditative people having had overall higher grey matter in their brain vis-a-vis those who had not practiced long-term meditation. And this unfolded a series of other research activities. In fact, there was one research which demonstrated that age-dependent loss of grey matter, like all of us lose grey matter. Like I said, even by the time I go out, I would have lost 2 or 3 neurons. So we all lose grey matter with age. Even if everything else is healthy for us, we keep losing the grey matter. Age-dependent loss of grey matter is a rule. And first it starts in the hippocampus and in other areas of the brain. In those who had practiced yoga for a chronic number of years, more than 15 years or so, if you took that population and measured their grey matter volume, that age-dependent loss of grey matter was not evident in them. The curve, there was no curve, it was a flat line. So they retained the neurons or the grey matter as effectively as they should have to be if they were practicing yoga. Those who did not practice yoga, most of us might not have been practicing yoga, will all use like any other normal individual. This observation has even more recently confirmed. And people have exposed elderly individual. We can always say that what you could not achieve in your 20s and 30s, that protection for your brain, you cannot now start doing yoga at the age of 50 or 60 years. Somebody showed this slide in the morning, or at least alluded to that here, saying that even at that age you could probably protect your brain. There was a study that was conducted in an elderly home. Somebody went there, taught them yoga, measured many outcome parameters starting from sleep, cognitive functions, EEG, work potentials, etc., etc. But what he found was that at the end of 6 months of yoga, mind you, 6 months of yoga, the students' hypothesis was in these 6 months, the hippocampus would not have deteriorated. Because in 6 months, you would see a shrinking of the hippocampus. His hypothesis was if yoga had been given, it will not deteriorate. But on an MRI which was done before and 6 months later, he confirmed his observation, the hippocampal volume did not decrease, but on the contrary, there was a small significant increase of the hippocampal grey matter. More synapses would have occurred in the hippocampus. An organ, a part of the organ which was most sensitive to age-related effects, was perhaps protected by the yoga. This has now kindled nationwide interest in countries abroad. In most places, package of a elderly care program in most elderly homes now also has a yoga program in many places. Having said this, healthy aging, yes, yoga has a place. But what is missing there is lack of long-term randomized clinical trials, which is literally impractical to follow. If somebody has done a study of allocating some people into yoga arm and some people into non-yoga arm, by design randomized, and expect them to be followed up for 10 or 20 years, this sort of a study is an utopian, idealistic dream, but would perhaps not happen. We go by whatever is the circumstantial cross-sectional data that we have. Yoga supports healthy aging, at least healthy brain aging. And of course, we have heard speakers talking about other systems as well. We probably have to take this message back home that yoga for healthy aging has some evidence in some research, brain research and perhaps cardiac research, and more work needs to be done, and need to integrate yoga into mainstream health care practice, which is possible because yoga is culturally highly accepted, and that culturally sensitive inclusivity of other systems of healthcare is what is going to give us the best outcome in our healthcare in the country. I thank once again the organizers for inviting me to come here, and for sake of brevity, I have stopped using the slides, and also the slides in fact there is a different issue. Slides are available. Once again, thank you for giving me a patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the detailed talk, and it was so cool and calm. Thank you so much. And we are ending up, we'll be ending up soon with the panel discussion and valedictory. So for the panelist, I request SP Yoganna sir to please come on the stage. Chairman of panel discussion. SP Yoganna sir, please come onto the stage, sir, for the panel discussion. Pratibha ma'am. Guru Basaraj sir. Before the panel discussion, we'll have a small time with the prize distribution. So I request students of Chayadevi College, I'll announce the names. Ma'am and SP Yoganna sir to please give away the prizes, and I request Anthony sir to announce the list. Here, first prize poster Sahana D. Next, Bhavana S, poster competition, first prize. Titti, first prize. Mehak Kausar, first prize. Maheshayam. Anusha BR. Nandita. Ruchita. Ruchita. Manoj. Kirti S. Jyoti TM. Manikya M. Sahana. Sahana S. Marian Fatima. Consolation prize and poster. Hina Afza, Anita G, Lakshmi R, Anusha BR, Soundarya SC, Shivanna, Kavya J, Sahana D, Sahana S, Lakshmi R, Jyoti, Rakshita, Kusuma, Jyoti,
ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಎಲ್ಲರದ್ದು ಇದೆಯಾ ನನಗೇನು ಕಲಿತಿಲ್ಲ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್
ವಿನ್ನರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Dr. Rajesh sir to be on the stage. Also I request Dr. Anthony Palraj sir. So now I request Dr. Anthony Palraj sir to welcome the panelists.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. ಯೋಗ ಮೂರೇ ನಮನ ಬತ್ತೈತೆ, ಬಾಕಿಯವ್ರಿಗೇನು? ಯೋಗ ಯೋಗ ನಮನ ಎಚ್ಚರವಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಆಯಿತು. ಓಕೆ, ಡಿಗ್ನಿಟೀಸ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಡಯಾಸ್ and off the dais, and all my young and energetic the people ಆಲ್ ಗ್ಯಾದರ್ಡ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟಿಲ್ ನೌ. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಆ ರೀತಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಆದರೂ ನೀವು ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ, ನಿದ್ದೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ. So today, the Cardio Yoga, the Summit 2026, we end the panel discussion. So from morning to till now, so ಅನೇಕ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದಿರಿ. So in connection with the, if any questions, so you can ask the panelist. Okay, ನಮಗೊಂದು 3-4 ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಚೇರ್ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಆಗಿ ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ SP ಯೋಗಣ್ಣನವರು. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ಯು ಸರ್. ಈಗಷ್ಟೇ ಮಲಗಿದ್ದ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲನ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸಿ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂಥ ಸೆಷನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಅಸ್. ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್. And panelist with us, Dr. Devaraja sir. Sir, wholehearted welcome to you, sir. And my good friend and principal of the Nataraja Nursing College, Dr. Rajesh with us. Sir, welcome to you, Rajesh. And welcome to you, audience. Okay. ಪ್ರಾರಂಭನೂ ನೀವೇ, ಅಂತ್ಯನೂ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದನೇ ಈ ಸೆಷನ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ನಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರೋ ಅಂತ್ಯದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಹಾಗಂತೇಳಿ ಸರ್ ನಾವು ನಗದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಡ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಠಕ್ಕಾದರೂ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಸಿನ ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು? ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶನ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಟು ಕೀಪ್ ದ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ತಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೋಗದ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗಳೇನೆ ಅದರ ಉದ್ದೇಶನ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಯುವರ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಈಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಟ್. Okay, my request Dr. Shalini, please join us for the panel. Okay. ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯೋಗ 2023 ಆದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಲೋಗನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಯೋಗದ ನಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತದೋ ಆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ನಡಿಗೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಯೋಗ ನಡಿಗೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಲೋಗನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮಾರು 8 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟ್ರಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಜಾಥಾ ಹೋಗಿದ್ವು. ಓಕೆ, ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ತಲುಪ್ತೋ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಏನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಆ ಜಾಥಾದ ಹೋದವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 8 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟ್ರ್ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಮೇಡಮ್. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ 18-20 ವರ್ಷ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಕಣ್ಣು ಓಡಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮಗೆ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಕೊಟ್ರಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೊಂಥರ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನನಗಂದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಏಜಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಭಗವಂತ ಈ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರೆ, ಇನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಏಜಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗಿದ್ದರು, ಇನ್ನೆಷ್ಟು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಇನ್ನೆಷ್ಟು ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಏನೋ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಯೋಗಣ್ಣವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತ ಈ ಏಜಲ್ಲಿ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯೋಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಬೇಕು ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಈ ವಯಸ್ಸಲ್ಲೂ ಅವರು, ಈ ಏಜಲ್ಲೂ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಹೃದಯ ಪುಟಿತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಭಗವಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನಲ್ಲ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಗ್ರೇಟ್. ಕೈ ಇದ್ರೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ಸುಮ್ಮ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸೈಲೆಂಟಾಗಿ. ನಾವು ಇಂಥವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಭೇಟಿಯಾದಾಗ just we have to think what is the secret of their healthy energy. I am not talking only energy, I am talking about their healthy energy, their food habits, their routine every day. ನಿಮ್ಮದೇನು? ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಏಜಲ್ಲಿ 8 hours ಮಲಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ನೀವು 8 ಅಲ್ಲ 10 hours ಮೊಬೈಲಿಗೆ ಬಳಸ್ತೀರಿ. ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇದೆ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈ ಓನ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಏಜ್ 20 to 35 ಪರ್ ಡೇ 10 hours ದೇರ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಮೊಬೈಲ್. ಸೊ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಲೀಪಿಂಗ್ನೇ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೋ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೆ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಉದಯ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಅಸ್ತ, ಅದಲ್ಲ, ಸೂರ್ಯ ಅಸ್ತ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಬಳಸ್ತಾರೆ, ರಾತ್ರಿ ಲೇಟ್ ನೈಟ್ ಟಿಲ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರ್ತೀರ. ಏನೋ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರ, ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸಪ್ಪರ್, ಅವಳಂದು ವಾಪಸ್ ಕಳಿ, ಯಾ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್, ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾಡ್, ರೈಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕರಿ. ಓ ಇನ್ನು ಅವರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ರೈಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕರಿ ಒನ್ಲಿ, ವಾಟ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರಿ, It will go on simply, nothing. It will go on more than 1 hour. Afterwards, it is too much, no? Too late, no? Shall we sleep? This is your stress. ಇನ್ನೇನಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಥವಾ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೇನೋ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಸೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಔಟ್, ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ಸೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಆಲೋಚನೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಏನು? ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ನೋಡವ್ರೆ, why she not respond, very bad, no, I respond so many times for the stupid, she not response for me, very bad, I won't respond. So this is stress. This stress going to press. That press, remove the stress and press. These kind of people they are warriors to us. Because the intention of this cardio yoga summit for youth, ಆ ರೀತಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಬಂದು ಕೂರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕುಣಿತ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪಾಪ ಅವರು ಹಣೆ ಬರೋ ಅವರ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗಿರು. ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ಯೂತ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಸೋರ್ಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಟ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಯು ಪೀಪಲ್ ಟು ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ ತಂಗಿ, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿರೋರಿಗೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವರ ಹೃದಯವನ್ನು ಬಡಿತವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇದರ ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆಯ ಸಾಕ್ಷಾತ್ಕಾರ ನೀವು ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಟು ದ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಎಬ್ಸಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ನಾವು ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್ ಆರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಉದ್ದೇಶನೇ ಅದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಮಾತಾಡೋವಾಗ ನೀವು ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೀವು ಎಬ್ಬಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಇರುವಂತ.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. And now we will head to the panel discussion. And we have given, collected few questions, and in that we have selected few questions for the panelist. And this question is for SP Yoganna, sir. We have 8 limbs of Ashtanga Yoga. In that, which is the mandatory one we should follow definitely throughout our life for the healthy aging and to be functional?
ನನಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯೋ ಯೋಗ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟನ್ನು ಯಾವ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಅದು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೋ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಜಯದೇವಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್.
ಯೋಗ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕನುಸಾರವಾಗಿ it will not change depending upon the individual and place. I will answer your question later. I am very happy to be with you all. I was a professor of medicine in Mysuru Medical College. I have done a lot of research on spiritual health. I was also a teaching faculty in Ayurveda Medical College, Government Ayurveda Medical College. I have little knowledge on, and also in Yoga and Naturopathy College, Mysuru. See, the question she asked me, who is the student who has asked that question? Please, can you get up? Can that? Huh? You have asked that question?
Anonymous, which they have given.
They haven't read their name, sir.
They have not written their name.
You please, would you kindly get up? Don't hesitate. ಕಲಿಯುವಂಥವರು ಭಾಳ ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಸಂಕೋಚ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು. ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ಡ್ ದಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್? ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಲ್ವಾ? ವೆಂಟಪ್ಪ. The individual who has asked that question has not understood what is yoga is. I am very sorry to make this statement. That's why before I answer that question, I want to enlighten you about certain things. Yoga and what is yoga? I think because that question is there, I have to explain you what is the concept of yoga, what is the science of yoga, then I will answer that. You will know, answer yourself. You are well aware, yoga means union, the Sanskrit word. It is a union. Union with what? Is the question. This union has a border, has no border as that of a sea. Can you see the border of a sea? Can you see? You have seen a sea. ನೋಡಿದಿರಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದ್ರನ, ಸಮುದ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಕಾಣುತ್ತಾ? ಅಂಚಿಲ್ಲದ ಮಹಾಸಾಗರ ಯೋಗ. ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ? ಅಂಚಿಲ್ಲದ ಮಹಾಸಾಗರ. It is borderless. It means what? Union means there are two unions. You might have heard. One is three unions. Self-union, horizontal union, transcendental union. Have anybody heard of this? These three sentences in yoga? Yoga and naturopathy college students? Yoga and naturopathy college students are here? Huh? Here? You not heard? Self-union. Yoga has got three unions. One is self-union. Another is horizontal union. Third and last is transcendental union. Swasamyoga, Parasamyoga, Atita Shaktiyodane Samyoga. ಇವು ಮೂರು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಮೂರನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಯೋಗನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಸಿಂಪ್ಲೆಸ್ಟ್ ವೇ ಆಫ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್? ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು? ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಡೆಫಿನಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್? ಎನಿಬಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಟೆಲ್? ಡೆಫಿನಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್. ವೆನ್ ಐ ಸ್ಟಡೀಡ್ anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, then I came out of MBBS. My understanding of human being was different. Right? I had understood anatomy, physiology and biochemistry, and my definition of human being was different. But when he came out as a postgraduate, when I studied spirituality, spiritual health is a concept. It's not a concept, it's a reality. Spiritual health is a component of health. Are you aware? You are aware. But what it is, I was not knowing in my medical college. That made me to go detail into the spiritual health, to go vastly study everything, and I wrote a book called Adhyatmika Arogya Darshana. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಐ ಆಮ್ ಬ್ರಿಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್. ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್? ದೆನ್ ಐ ಡಿಫೈನ್ಡ್ ದಿ ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್. ನೌ ಐ ಡಿಫೈನ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್, ಎ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಿಹೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್. ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ is a composite spiritual being composed of body, mind, soul, having a constant interaction with the environment and the transcendental power. This is the comprehensive definition of human being. ಅಂದರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ದೇಹ, ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಆತ್ಮಗಳಿಂದ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆಗೊಂಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಜೀವಿ. ಈ ಯೋಗ ಈ ಮೂರನ್ನು, ಮೈಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ವಾಂಡರಿಂಗ್, among all the three, mind is the worst people. That's why I always tell, there is an unscientific mind in a scientific body. There is a mind is beyond science. You cannot hold mind under the guidelines of science, what you call. You can't give any evidence for that. It is beyond science or unscientific. But body is scientific. So, there is an unscientific mind in a scientific body. This is the paradox. So, it is always wandering outside. Very difficult to bring it inside. It doesn't know its face. It doesn't know its heart. It doesn't know any organ. Right? Of course, soul. What is soul? Yoga should be understood in these angles. Then only you will appreciate the science of yoga. So body, you know, body everybody knows. So body is made up of cells, organs and systems, and how it works, all of you know. But mind, how it is works. Where is the mind? Till we don't know. Till we don't know. But ಬರೀ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಸಾಕಾ? ನೀವು ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕತೆ ಬೇಡ, ಮರ್ಯಾದೆಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡಿ. ನೀವ್ಯಾಕೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನೀವು ಅಧಿಕ ಪ್ರಸಂಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೋ ಹೊರಟ್ರೇನೋ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ನಾನು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥವಾದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗೆ ಉತ್ತರ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಮೇಷ್ಟ್ರು ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಮೇಷ್ಟ್ರು ಟೀಚರ್, ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಟೀಚರ್, he will not stop. I want you to make you understand what is yoga. So man is made up of how many components? How many components? 3. What are they? Big ಹೇಳಿ. Body, mind, soul. Body, body comes from parents, sperm and ovum, right? So food, it evolves. Mind, till now we don't know what it is, where it is, but it has no shape. It cannot be called as an organ. Is it an energy? What is the energy? What is energy? Capacity to do work is energy, is it not? Capacity to do work is energy. Physics. See, whole thing is physics, matter and energy. The whole universe is matter and energy. Am I right? Even body is also matter and energy. Big Bang's theory. Anyone who has heard? Big Bang's theory. Have you heard? Big Bang's theory, all of you Google it and know everything about it. If you understand Big Bang theory, that is a basic thing to understand the science of yoga. Evolution of man has to be understood. How man evolved. So, the mind is also a form of energy. Mental energy, you call it as a mental energy. So mind is there, but now as long as far as today, where is the mind? Exactly, final thing about mind is still uncertain, but mind is there, that is certain. Do you know allopathic medicine was not knowing there was mind up to 12th to 13th century? You are aware? Allopathy great, what great? ಇದು ಓನ್ಲಿ 13-14ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು. ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಆಯಸ್ಸು ಎಷ್ಟು? ಎನಿವನ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಏಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಕೈಂಡ್ ವೆನ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ರೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್? ಸುಮಾರು 22 ಕೋಟಿ ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ. ಆಧುನಿಕ ಮಾನವ ಸುಮಾರು 15-20 ಸಾವಿರ ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ. ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ? ಹಿಪೋಕ್ರೆಟಿಸು 3ನೇ ಶತಮಾನ, ಕ್ರಿಸ್ತಪೂರ್ವ 3ನೇ ಶತಮಾನ ಹಿಪೋಕ್ರೆಟಿಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು 12, 11, 12ನೇ ಶತಮಾನ. ಇವಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟನೇ ಶತಮಾನ? 900. ಹಂಗಾದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ. ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಡೋಂಟ್ ಬಿ ಅಂಡರ್ ದಿ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಇಸ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್, ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಇಸ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್, ಅದರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್. If you understand the science of yoga, how relevant, how scientific our ancient system of medicine has evolved, how they have understood this body, mind and soul. Even now the soul, allopathic medicine doesn't believe. And they were not believing mind also. Only 12th and 3rd centuries they agreed, yes, there is a mind. But our ancient people have discovered the mind. ವೇದ ಉಪನಿಷತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು. ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನ್ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಮೈಂಡನ್ನು ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಎ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಯೋಗ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಅರ್ತ್, ನೋ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಅರ್ತ್ which can convert an unscientific mind into a scientific mind only by yoga. Yoga converts an unscientific mind into scientific mind. So a scientific mind in a scientific body is the purpose of yoga. Do you understand? What is the purpose of yoga? So self-union ಅಂದರೆ ಬಾಡಿ, ಮೈಂಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೋಲ್ ಇವು ಮೂರೂ ಕೂಡ, ಮೈಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಂದು ಹೊರಗಡೆಗೆ ಸೋಲು, ಬಾಡಿ ಈ ಮೂರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸಂಯೋಗ ಮಾಡೋದು. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್, ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆತ್ಮ? ಆತ್ಮ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ, an atom of universal energy, an atom of transcendental power in you is Atma. What is, where is it? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯೋ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್. ಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲು ಆಗೋದೇನು ಅಂದರೆ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್. ಥ್ರೂ ಯುವರ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಲೀಡರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಬಾಡಿ. ಮೈಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಲೀಡರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಬಾಡಿ. ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಸಿಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟು, ಸೈಕೋ, ಸೋಲೋ, ನ್ಯೂರೋ, ಎಂಡೋಕ್ರೈನೋ, ಸೆಲ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಸ್. ಆಲ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ದಿಸ್. ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ ಇದು. ಪೇಪರ್ ಇರೋ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ? ಪೇಪರ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ರೈಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಸ್. ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟೋ means higher force, Srishtikarta, creator, who has created the entire universe including you, who is controlling the universe. Transcendento. Solo, soul, because a component of that energy is there in you, so he controls soul. Solo. Psycho, your mind. Your mind. Your mind controls your nervous system, brain. Neuro. Then endocrine. Endocrine system, hormones. So neuro, endocrino, cellular, cell. Ultimately cell control has to be there. This axis. Yoga strengthens this axis. Yoga strengthens this axis. So there is self-union. Next is horizontal union, parasamyoga. Andre you are another important, you are evolved from the universe, is it not? You did not come all of a sudden, man did not come all of a sudden. So you, human has evolved from the universe. So he has passed through all evolution, all evolutionary imprints are there in the body, in human body. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ man is called miniature of the universe. Have you heard this one? Vishwarupi. You can give hundreds of examples in the human body as an anatomist, impregnating, saying that, say this is the mirror image of universe, that this. I think ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲನೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವನ್ನ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಲಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಸೇ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸ್, ಸೊ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸ್, ಸೊ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ವಿತ್ all component of the universe. Man reflects many waves. Are you aware? Man reflects so many waves. You are all connected. We are all connected. So therefore, the next stage of yoga is you connect with the universe. Next union. So you have to feel that each component of the universe you have to connect. You are not isolated. We are connected. You are connected. Each living and non-living things is connected to you. You are alive because of that connection. This is more scientific. So this is the second phase of union. Right? The third is ultimately you have to connect, merge with the transcendental power. That is the ultimate goal of human life. That is not possible by everybody. That is only possible by few people. So these are the three types of union you have. Right? Yoga means it is not only Ashtanga Yoga, what madam asked me the question. So connection, you know, self-union, horizontal union and this. Please understand. This is the abridged understanding of the entire yoga in nutshell. Now we'll answer that next question. See, there are yoga means to achieve this. To achieve these three unions, we have different types of yoga. Different types of yoga. One is Gnana Yoga. Gnana Yoga means science, principle, philosophy, theoretical science. Yoga has got science and philosophy. Yoga has got science and philosophy. You must know. These two theoretical knowledge is Gnana Yoga. Then you have Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga means controlling your mind, surrendering. Surrendering to whom? Surrendering to the ultimate force which has created the entire universe. There are so many bhakti, there are so many things. So that is Bhakti Yoga. Then Karma Yoga. What is Karma Yoga? You know, entire thing in the body is pre-programmed. Everything is pre-programmed. Cell death, apoptosis, everything is pre-programmed. Likewise, entire universal things that are going on are computerized and pre-programmed. I am giving a nutshell. You please analyze this. Analyze this. Nowadays it is very difficult, very easy to analyze because you have Google. Use the Google as a reference, not as a substitute to the books. Please remember. Yes, it is very good for reference. Use the Google knowledge for reference, not as a substitute. So, that is what is, everything is pre-programmed. Then what thoughts in your mind, because mind exists in thoughts. Am I correct? Mind exists in thoughts. Conscious, conscious, subconscious, unconscious, superconscious, mind is there. So there are three levels of mind. You have to read mind. Please, unless you understand the human body, mind, especially mind, because mind is the leader of the universe. Mind is the leader of the body. Mind is an instrument of soul which controls everything. You have to achieve everything through mind only. You understand the mind, physiology of mind. So, this mind exists in thoughts. So ultimately, by thoughts you act. By thoughts you get emotions. Emotions are very, very important. Yoga will modulate your thoughts and emotions, which are very, very important. No medicine can. So, Karma Yoga means what are the thoughts which you have to get in your mind to get a positive emotions is Karma Yoga. It's all written in our ancient books. You should read. You will not get all these things in your anatomy, physiology, medicine. You have to go for spirituality. So, all pre-programmed things, to strengthen them in your life, what you have to do is karma. This is Karma Yoga. Now I come to my friend question, Ashtanga Yoga, Raja Yoga. Raja Yoga has got 8 limbs, right? She asked me one question, which limb is great? If somebody asks you whether his father is great or mother is great, yoga has to be done in toto. Please understand. You know, Ashtanga Yoga has got asana, meditation, pranayama, dharana, pratyagha, and asanas, and so many. There are about 6,000 asanas. There are 6,000 asanas. All these, then yama, niyama. Unless you practice yama and niyama, you are unfit to be a yogi. Yama means what you should not do in life. Niyama means what you should in your life. Should you do in life? You should never do anything in your life which disturbs the pre-programmed, computerized happenings in the universe and in you. That you must know what are the pre-programmed. Niyama, what you should do in your life, what type of food you should take, what you should not do. This is niyama. So therefore, pratyahara, dharana, meditation and pranayama, again these to control your mind, which is in the exterior, always wanders in the exterior. Make it interward and make it self-union. You make it to unite with the body and unite with the soul. Then you will get eternal happiness. So this is the thing. Please, madam, yoga is in toto. Yoga is in toto. What is great, what is not great? No. All Gnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, it is a lifestyle. It should be a breadth of your life. Nothing like doing one, throwing another. You should be in toto.
Thank you so much, sir, for making us understand. It's not only just about one type of yoga, but every day we are living, everything is like yoga. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now we also have Dr. Manju Prasad, sir, as a panelist. He is a wellness director. And this question is for you, sir. What is your suggestion for youngsters for stress management?
Thank you, Renuka. Like the first questions when it comes to stress management, we should think whether we are on eustress or the actual stress, right? We need certain types or certain amount of stress so that we can perform our optimal operations, right? I just want to conclude my talk within 2 minutes. I just give one example for taking stress. Either we can be graduates or we are young employees or in business, anything. What happens when you are stressed? Okay. What happens when you are at a stage of burnout. A best example is, imagine if you are driving a car in an uphill, right? Either Chamundi hill, Nandi hill, any hill, right? Driving in an uphill, because of stress, the engine will overheated, and sometimes there would be some arms, sometimes there will be potholes, so will suddenly you brake, right? Then you will put handbrake, just to make sure you will not roll back. Are you getting the scenario? You will be going up in a hill in your optimal speed, because of the pressure, because of the temperature, because of work pressure, or some potholes, external environment or internal environment. At one point, you will slow down the vehicle or just stop the vehicle and also put your handbrake. At this point of time, after that passing that pothole or any arms, if you start accelerating the bike, accelerating the car without releasing the handbrake, that is for stress. Right, madam? That is for stress. You know, the car has got a capacity to take you forward, right? But only one thing, because of the external factor, it may be wrong boss, it may be wrong teacher, it may be wrong method of studies, right? You may get stuck. At that point, you will take a break, but you will forget to release that handbrake and keep on pressuring the acceleration. So it, in turn, it overheats the engines and definitely cause wear and tear. So of course we all experience stress, like even we are in a business or even being doctors, we are also exposed to stress. Sometimes for good patients we'll experience stress, why they are not getting ill, why the treatment are not going right, or because of some other factors, we will also come under stress. But unless we analyze what makes us to stop, and unless we correct that and take a break and move ahead. So just remember the handbrake scenario. This is the external factor. Automatically body says put the handbrake so that you can take a break. But without leaving that releasing the handbrake, if you go forward, definitely you will turn up in wear and tear. So take a break, whether you are in exam stress, work stress, career stress, and of course you got all the potential. And being in cardio yoga, that's what sir said. Yoga is not only asanas, it starts with yama, niyama, pranayama, dharana. That's itself, it's a good, what we call engine oil for us. If you want to talk about mechanically, like it's a good fluid for us which can boost our mental performance, our cardiac performance, and also physical performance. And the last thing, being youngsters, being into integrative medicines or being in the techie world, right? We got all the digital gadgets, right? We all know, right? Yoga is good. Are we doing? Some of us are doing, some of us are trying to do. Okay? If we are doing, are we doing correct? If we are doing asanas, any asanas, are we doing correct? Not. We are just following the postures. Now, as I would like to recall Dr. Omkar sir talk. He quoted one word, open swing. Open swing website, where you can understand the dynamics of the muscles, dynamics of the movements of ligaments, or by stretching, in all the stretching positions and everything. If you start analyzing any actions, whether it can be yoga, meditation, or any action in that order, in integrating technical aspect as well as understanding in a creative way, that itself eases your understanding, and definitely at one point of time, the actual stress will be your useless. It will come down to useless. I just want to remind you that just during stress, of course, we can't say we don't get stress, you will all get stress, but remember the scenario of handbrake, make sure what brake you have put, and don't forget to release that. Thank you. I hope I have answered.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for answering the question by taking real life examples. Thank you so much. And now I would like to ask this question to Pratibha ma'am. No, ask them. Yeah, this is related here. So this question is for your you're so elderly for us. So it's like, in your experience, we have to do yoga, we have to do everything. There is so much. What are the things we should avoid completely for the healthy aging?
avoid
completely.
Avoid completely. Mobile viewing. Trust me,
Yes, sir.
that is the biggest disaster. We are doing a study. We are comparing youngsters, elderly. Elderly beat youngsters in mobile viewing. The amount of time elderly views a mobile is much more than what you'll view. And I would put that as one of the top because what happens is the mobile has got lot of visual impact. So when you're looking at it, there isn't one thing that is going on. There are 10 things that is going on in the mobile and it's shooting. Okay? As it is shooting, it's hitting your brain and it is activating all the areas of the brain. Frontal lobe, temporal lobe, parietal lobe, all of those lobes. And it is triggering activities. So you will not realize that you may be triggering small seizure-like activity which you won't even know. So when you're watching that, two things cannot occupy the same place. I'm sitting here. Now somebody can't come and sit here until I get up. Okay? Same like in the brain cells. You're watching, which is a very powerful visual input, and then you're trying to read the textbook. That textbook will never go in. It is this that stays in your mind. So I would advise is something called as e-discipline. Everything is e today. E-cigarettes, e-this, e-that, e-that. So we call it as e-discipline. Now you look at that mobile, it's black. It reminds me of Harry Potter. Anybody read Harry Potter? You should read. Harry Potter comes to a normal station. Then he breaks into that 9.5. Inside that 9.5, lots of things. So you have that mobile with a black screen. Just touch it. Open. Isn't it? Yes. So to me, I really feel the biggest healthy aging, or you want to keep health, is mental health. And for mental health, the biggest is have e-discipline and curtail that viewing, whatever you're viewing, because that is what Sir said, triggers your anger, your emotion, peer pressure, disappointment, everything is in that mobile. And the way they have captured you, we are talking about freedom, but trust me, we are prisoners. Okay? I can lose 1 lakh of rupees, I'm least bothered. Mobile, I lose. Oh my God, I'll bring the home down. This, shout, where's my mobile? You see the, that anxiety and everything that happens. That one. And second is your diet. So, I love junk food, okay? Let's be honest. I love that noodles and all that stuff. Have it. A man with no vices is a man with no virtues. What is that? A man with no vices is a man with no virtues. Don't be goody-goody all the time. So be naughty. It's healthy. Okay? But as he said, the break. How much you should be naughty, let go, but enough to, see that it doesn't really spoil your health. So have junk food, but see that it doesn't affect. See the video, but it should not. So healthy eating is one more thing where I think, so that's I would advise. And today we are living in a virtual world. You children don't laugh. How many of you laugh a lot? Do you laugh? Not at others. Laugh at yourself. When you look at yourself in humor, okay, that brings the biggest happiness. So I would see mental health affecting all of that. I think that's most important. Of course, no point in telling them physical exercise. Yes. Okay, Amma, bring water for me. No? We won't even get up to get a glass of water. Okay, so unless you do physical activity, it doesn't. So we can't help it. They have bikes, cars, everything today. Everything from here to there, you take a car. So move your legs. Bus number 11 is the best bus. So all aspects I think the youth have to work on much more than we worked on, because we never had a mobile, we never had cars, we only had a cycle, we never had junk food, so we were the lucky people. But for y'all, you'll have to work a lot. Your generation I admire, despite everything, y'all are going ahead. So keep these few things in mind. Be naughty, but you should know how much to be naughty. That is the way to health. Okay?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I hope everyone will be, will check their screen time every time and will remember ma'am's words to stop it or to reduce it. Thank you, ma'am. Now this question is for Dr. Devra sir. He is a research head of Jayadeva Hospital, Mysuru. What are the challenges in conducting research in geriatrics in relation to cardiology?
Currently, we are doing yoga care in heart failure study, and yes, ma'am. And we have done yoga care in ACS also, and lot of digital technology studies also we are currently doing in association with ICMR. Major challenges are recruitment and retentions, both. The problem is elderly population. I do not know, maybe misconception of research or fear of injury. Recruitment is a problem. As you said, and Sunil sir said, rehabilitation and yoga is more beneficial in elderly population, but probably we'll have to give more awareness education programs and including family members. Probably that may address thing regarding recruitment. And again, retention because of a travel or some other problems, that is a one problem. So probably we can do home visits and daily yoga sessions, and we have a smartphone and digital technology. We can include them. Yeah, those are will provide actually reminders or even sessions they can take, and avoid unnecessary visits to the hospital appointment or small things, simple things that can also be done. And most of the studies are small sample size thing and short follow-up. So for surrogate endpoints like laboratory, diabetes or some, as for such studies is okay, but for clinical outcome we will not get sufficient adequate power. So definitely we need long term studies. So and also most of the studies are single centric studies also. So if we can address all this, India can lead globally, because we have a rich yoga heritage. If we address all this like multicentric studies and adequate sample size and long-term follow-up studies, and also if we can include digital technologies, definitely we can achieve, and India can lead globally. So we have a rich, as I said, rich yoga heritage in India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving insights into the research. And now this question is.
I just have to tell you one joke. We are doing this yoga trial, so when we are recruiting, so cardiovascular, I saw them talking to them. Will you either part of the yoga madidre nimgidu ayya madal nan mandi sari madi, she said. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿ ನಂದು ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅದೇನು ವರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಂಡಿ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಎಲ್ಡರ್ಲಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೆದರ್ ದೇ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಇನ್ that. So it's not very easy.
Elderly population multiple comorbidities and mobility limitations are there. That is actually major challenges. So we cannot keep them on single protocol. So individual required individual, yes, trials. It's a major challenge. Yeah, difficult. That is the major things. And again, for retention is also problem, because for a long term they cannot come for over months. So That is the reason in India, most of the studies are 3 months, 6 months, but we really need more than 12 month studies to see the primary outcome. For surrogate, as I said, surrogate endpoint, lab and diabetes, so things we can easily assess, but rehospitalization and then mortality and MI, all-cause mortality or cardiac, these things actually very difficult challenges.
So for long term, we need long term follow-ups to
Yes,
get
definitely to
clear
see the
clinical
primary
endpoints. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
One more point I want to add on. And also while selecting the samples, first we should make sure how badly they want it, like their health-oriented behavior. So otherwise, for example, in yoga, in our students, I'll take class every day for 1 hour. They'll be so irritable and agitated to perform 1 hour yoga. So in that condition, no asana, no pranayama, no relaxation techniques gonna help them. So even if we preach yama, niyama, whatever the things, if they're not ready to accept it, it's never gonna help them. So while selecting the audience or the people, the patient, the health-oriented behavior or how badly they want it, whether they know it's gonna help them. As ma'am said, first correct my knee joint, but same in yes, sir. So that point also.
But if we make them to play the music, means they'll
yes.
hours to go.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So it was a nice discussion among all our panelists. We have got so many insights, and I hope everyone would follow that. And it's almost, I just have one short question to Dr. Shalini. If anyone is, right with the stress, is there any one yoga tip that they can perform so that at least that instant they can slow down?
Thank you. Instant. Thank you, Dr. Renuka. Actually, currently we are working on certain population area like IT sectors or teaching professionals and bank workers based on their occupational, we call it as occupational health or Virama yoga or yoga during waiting. Certain slogans we have taken up. So we all know that we cannot control our thoughts or mind or whatever it is. So, but only thing we can control is breathing. So, whenever we are stressed, our breathing rate, our breath rate will be increased, and whenever we are calm or relaxed, as a component of parasympathetic activation, breathing rate will be reduced. As we know, the small examples like a dog breathes fast, so lifespan will be less. Then the tortoise breathing rate will be less, the lifespan will be high. So same way, so while controlling breath cycles or breathing patterns, it's the instant way to control our stress or, for example, our reaction to the stressors. So for example, simple techniques like box breathing or diaphragm breathing or vibhaga pranayama, we say that sectional breathing, all these techniques, if we paste in front of our hospitals or waiting areas just to make it attractive, so they can adopt it during their routine. And especially again, how badly they want it, that is also matters, otherwise they are not going to practice. But instantly box breathing and diaphragm breathing has numerous effect on instant relaxation way. I hope I have answered.
Thank you so much. And now if anyone are under stress, just remember a slow breath. That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Is the new fashion.
Slowing down is the new fashion. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. And we have our guest for the valedictory, Srihari sir. And I welcome Anthony sir to introduce Srihari sir.
ಮೈಸೂರು ಪ್ಯಾಲೇಸ್ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೈಸೂರು ಪ್ಯಾಲೇಸ್ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹರಿಯಣ್ಣ ಹಾಗೆ ಪ್ಯಾಲೇಸ್ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇನು ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡ್ಸೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಂತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅರಮನೆ ಅದು. ಓಕೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರ ಒಂದೇ ಮಾತಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಯೋಗಾತ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀಹರಿ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ GSSನ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಯೋಗಾತ್ಮ ಹರಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಈ ಮುಸ್ಸಂಜೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಕೇಳಿದರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈಜೀನಿಕ್ ಏನೇನು ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಫಸ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇರಲಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್. ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿಲೀವಿಂಗ್ ನವ್ ಡೇಸ್ ದ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿಲೀವಿಂಗ್ ದೆಮ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಬಿಲೀವಿಂಗ್ ಅದರ್ಸ್. ನನ್ನ ಕೈಲಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ನೋ ಐ ಕಾಂಟ್, ಹೌ ಕ್ಯಾನ್, ಇದು ಆಚೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಅದೇ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನೋಡಿ, ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇರೋ ಹ್ಯಾಪ್ನೆಸ್ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀರ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಅಸ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಮೈಲ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಸ್ಮೈಲೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ. ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಸ್ಮೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಕ್ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ ಹೊಡಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಕೈ ತಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಕತ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಓ ಕೈ ಇದೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೂಲ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್ ಟು ಫರ್ಗಾಟನ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆದ್ದು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್, ಶುಭೋದಯ ಅಂತಿದ್ದೆ. ಈಗ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು ಈ ವಿಶಿಂಗ್ GM. ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಹಂಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಅದರ ಬೇಜಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸರ್. ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನಂದರೆ ಗೂಬೆ ಮುಂಡೆ ಎದ್ದ, ಗೂಬೆ ಮುಂಡೆ ಮಗನೇ ಎದ್ದ ಅಂದಾಗಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಶುಭಾಶಯ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಶುಭೋದಯ, ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ವಿಶ್ ಯುವರ್ ಬಿಲವ್ ಒನ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ ಅಟ್ ಇಸ್ 10 seconds ಟು ದೆಮ್. GM ಏನು ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಕು? ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಲೈಫ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ 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 ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದ ರಿಯಾಲಿಟಿನ ಮರೆತುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ರಿ. ಯು ಫರ್ಗಾಟನ್ ಯುವರ್ ರಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದು ಸಂಬಡಿ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಸಿ ಯುವರ್ ರೀಲ್ಸ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ರೀಲ್ ಬಿಡಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಸುಳ್ಳುಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತ ಬರೀ ರೀಲೇ ಬಿಡ್ತಾವನೆ ಅಂತಿದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಈಗ ಅಪಾದ ಹುಟ್ಟಾಯಿತು. ಈಗ ನೀವು ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ಬಿಡೋದು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಯಾವುದಷ್ಟು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಸಾಲೆ ದೋಸೆ ತಿಂತಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಸಾಲೆ ದೋಸೆ ಯಾವ ತಿನ್ನಲೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಯಾರು ಗೋಬಿ ಮಂಚೂರಿ ತಿನ್ನಲೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಯಾರು ಗೋಲ್ಗುಪ್ಪ ತಿನ್ನಲೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಪಂಚ್ ಹೊರದು ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್. ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಪುಟಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಟು ಶೋಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್. ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಫಾಲೋವರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿ. ಅವರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಶುಡ್ ಗೋ ಸಮ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಟು ಅದರ್ ಒನ್ ಹೂ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಲುಕ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಪಾನಿಪುರಿ ತಿಂದು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಗೋಬಿ ತಿನ್ನೋದು ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಾನು ಯಾವುದು ನೋಡಲ್ಲ. ಈವನ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಪ್ರಾಂಪ್ಟ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ನು ನಾನು ನೋಡಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವುದು ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅದು ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು. ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಸಿ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಮೇನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎಂಜಾಯಿಂಗ್. ನನಗೆ ಅವನು ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಾಗ ಅವ್ನು ಏನೂ ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು. ವೈ ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಲುಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ಎಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೈ BP ವಿಲ್ ರೈಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್. ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲು ಸರ್ ಕಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಯಾವ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಬರೋದ್ರ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲು ಕಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಕಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ BP ನನಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ನನಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ ಒಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್, KSRTCಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ ಆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ನೋಡಿ ನಾನು ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಭಗವಂತ ನನ್ನ ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಗಾಡಿ, 2 wheeler ಒಂದು ಗಾಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಬಾಡಿ ಹೋಗೋಕೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅವನು ನೋಡಿ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತೇನೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ದ 4 wheeler. ಡಿಯರ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟಾಕ್ ಕೊಡೋಕೋದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ಮುಗೀತು, 70% ಮುಗೀತು. ಇನ್ನು 25% ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 25% ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಆ ವರೀಸ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕಂತ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದಂದರೆ, ಹರಿಯಾಣ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡಿ ಈಗ ತಾನು ಬಂದಿರೋ ಒಂದು 2-3 ನಿಮಿಷ ರಿಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಂದು 3 ನಿಮಿಷ ಗೋಳಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಓವರ್ ಟು ಹರಿಯಾಣ.
ಆ್ಯಂಥನಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ನಗಿಸಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಂದೇನು ಪಾತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಬದುಕಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ? 120 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಡಿ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ? ಎಷ್ಟು? 50? 50 ವರ್ಷ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಹೇಳಿ, ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ. 50 ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ. 60? ಇಬ್ಬರು 3 ಜನ. 70? 80? 90? ಈಗಿರುವ ಆಹಾರ, ಈಗಿರುವ ನೀರು, ಈಗಿರುವ ಗಾಳಿ ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಬೇಗ ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರ ಬದಲು ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ರೀಲ್ಸು, ಆಂಟನಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ತಲೆ ಬಗ್ಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚಿನ್ ಲಾಕ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಚರಿ ಮುದ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಆ ಮುದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾವು ಬರೋಲ್ಲ, ಹಸಿವು ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಪ್ರಮೋಟಿಂಗ್ ರೀಲ್ಸ್. ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಆಟುಳ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಆಟುಳ ಅಂತ, ಆಟುಳ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಓಡಿಸಿ. ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದೆಲ್ಲೋ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಆಟುಳ ಅಂತ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಹೇಳ. ಆ ಟು ಎಳ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಆ ಇಂದ ಳವರೆಗೆ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೆ. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೋ ಹುಳ ಬಿಟ್ರು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಾ? ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗಾದೆ ಇದೆ, ಒಪ್ಪತ್ತುಂಡವ ಯೋಗಿ ಅಂತ. ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? 2 ಹೊತ್ತು, 3 ಹೊತ್ತು, 4? ನಾಲ್ಕು ಜನ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋರು, ಉಣ್ತಾ ಇರೋರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದೀರಪ್ಪ? ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಗಾದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಬರೋವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರಂತೆ, ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬನ್ನಿ ಹೊತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗೆ ಯಾರೂ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೆ. ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಥೋನಿ ನಗ್ಸಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ನಂಗೆ ನಗ್ಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೂ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ನಕ್ಕಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಯು. ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಈಸ್ ಡಿಸೈನ್ಡ್ ಫಾರ್ 120 ಇಯರ್ಸ್. ಕ್ರಮೇಣ ಅದೊಂದು 100 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು, 80ಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು. ಈಗ ಒಂದು 60ರಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪೇರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. 20ನೇ ವರ್ಷ ಶುರು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೊಂದು ಕನ್ನಡಕ ಬರ್ತದೆ. 30 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ BP, ಶುಗರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಥೈರಾಯ್ಡ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. 40 ಸಾಕಪ್ಪ ಜೀವನ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹಂಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಗ್ನಗ್ತಾ ಇರಿ ಅಂತ. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡಾದರೂ ನಗ್ರಿ ನೀವು. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಯೋಗದಲ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಲಗಡೆ ತಿರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ? ಬಲಗಡೆ ತಿರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ, ಹಾರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಬಲಗಡೆ ತಿರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರು ಲೆಫ್ಟಿಸ್ಟು, ಎಡಗಡೆ ತಿರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತಂದರು. ಈಗ ಬಲಗಡೆ ತಿರ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾ ಎಡಗಡೆ ತಿರ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಥರದವ್ರು ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂತೆ, ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಕಡೆ ಆದರೂ ತಿರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ನಂಬಿಕೆಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿಯಂದ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಉದ್ದು ಅಕ್ಕಿ ನೆನೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಇಡ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಅದು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಬದುಕಿದ್ರೆ ಇಡ್ಲಿ, ಸತ್ರೆ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಲೈಫ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ತುಂಬ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಲೈಫ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಸೋ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್. ಬದುಕುವಾಗ 4 ಜನರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಬದುಕಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಧಾರ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಶೋರ್, ನಾನೇನು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರೂಫ್ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯ ಆಧಾರ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? ಗೊತ್ತಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಯಾವಾಗಾದರೂ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಆದಾಗ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೇನೋ. ತಾಯಿಯ ಆಧಾರ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಡಿ. ತಂದೆಯ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್, ಅವ್ರ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ನಂಬರ್, ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ವಾ? ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ನಂಬರು ಉಜ್ಜಿದ್ರೆ OTP ಬರ್ತದಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫಿನ ಹೀರೋ ಹೀರೋಯಿನ್ ಯಾವುದೋ ಬಾಲಿವುಡ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟರ್ಸಾ ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ವುಡ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟರ್ಸಾ, ಟಾಲಿವುಡ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟರ್ಸಾ ಅಥವಾ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮನ? ಯಾವ ಹೀರೋನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೀಸ್ ಬಂದು ಕಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಹೀರೋಯಿನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೀಸ್ ಕಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ. ಕಟ್ಟೋದು ಯಾರು? ಇಬ್ಬರು ಸೇರಿ ಕಟ್ತಾರ, ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಕಟ್ತಾರ? ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೀಸ್ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗಾಡಿ ತೆಕ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಡು ಖರ್ಚುಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮನ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನೀವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಂತಂದರೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 1 hour ಆನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಗಾಡಿ ಸರ್ವಿಸಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ? ಗಾಡಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? 2 wheeler 4 wheeler ಗಾಡಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಎತ್ತಿನ ಗಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, 2 wheeler ಇದೆ. ಅದೊಂದು 5,000 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಸರ್ವಿಸಿಗೆ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತಲ್ವ? ಹಾಗೆ ಬಾಡಿನೂ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು. ಅದೊಂದು 10-20 ಸಾವಿರ 50 ಸಾವಿರದ ಗಾಡಿನೇ ನಾವು ಬಿಡುವಾಗ ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ವರ್ತ್ ಈ ಗಾಡಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನ ಬಿಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಅವಾಗವಾಗ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇರ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಇದನ್ನೂ ಕೇರ್ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಫಿಟ್ನೆಸ್, ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಫಿಟ್ನೆಸ್, ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಫಿಟ್ನೆಸ್. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪವಾಸ ಅಂತ ಒಂದಿದೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಉಪವಾಸದ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಾ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು? ಮಾಡಲಾ? ಫೋನಿನ ಉಪವಾಸ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ದಿನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ದಿನ ಫೋನ್ ಎತ್ತಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಶನಿವಾರ ಎತ್ತಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಸೋಮವಾರ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ತೆಗೆದು ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಆಗತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ? ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಜಂತರ್ ಮಂತರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಂದೋಲನ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ನಂಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಭಯ ಆಗೋದು, ಈ ವಿಷಯ ಹೇಳಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತೀರೋ ಅಂತ. ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಆಯಸ್ಸು ಇದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಹೊತ್ತು ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಬೇಡಿ. ಕಣ್ಣು ಲಂಡನ್ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್, ಟೋಕಿಯೋ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಟೇಕ್ ರಿಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬೇರೆ ಅಂಗಗಳಿಗೂ, ಕೈಗಳಿಗೆ, ಕಾಲುಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡಿ, ಆರಾಮಾಗಿರಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಮೈ ಡಿಯರ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಡಯಸ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಆಂಥನಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಹಿಯರ್. ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಈಗಲೇ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡಿತಿದ್ರು. ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಗಲೂ ಪೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿರಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೂ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಆಲ್. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಬಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್, be patriotic, be loving, and be a good human. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request, we had few people who have supported us throughout. So I request Dr. Sandeep, Dr. Rosa, Dr. Spurti and Dr. Rachna to come on the stage. And I request Dr. Devraj sir, Dr. Pratibha ma'am, Dr. Rajesh sir to hand over the memento to these guys. Please. Us throughout yoga day preparations, from going to the schools, doing all yoga quiz, handling so many students throughout. I request Yogatna Srihari Anna to hand over the prize. Please, sir. I also request Sona and Santosh to come on the stage, please. Altaf. And we have been seeing so many posters and so many banners coming out, and we had beautiful brochure, invitations and all those things, and that was designed by Mr. Santosh, and I request Yoganna sir and Pratibha ma'am to felicitate him. Please ma'am. Rajesh sir, please take the lead. I also request Altaf and Etish to come on the stage, please.
ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿದ್ದು, ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಯೋಗದ ಅರ್ಥ ಮತ್ತು ಯೋಗ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು, ಅದರ ಅಷ್ಟಾಂಗಗಳೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡು ವಿವರಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ SP ಯೋಗಣ್ಣ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವೇದಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪುಟ್ಟ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಗೌರವ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಮತ್ತು ಗೌರವ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ ಯೋಗಾತ್ಮ ಹರಿಯಣ್ಣ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಸರ್ ಹಾಕೋಣ ಆಮೇಲೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್, ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವ ಮೂಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ಏನು ಕೂಡ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ವಾಪಸ್ ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. We are at the end of the program. I request before that, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಇಡೀ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರೇಣುಕರವರು ಕೂಡ ಗೌರವ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ. I request Dr. Devraj sir and Hari sir to honor Dr. ರೇಣುಕಾ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹಗಲು ರಾತ್ರಿ ದುಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಪುಟ್ಟ ಸನ್ಮಾನ. ಈಗ ವೋಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಮುಗಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕಾಫಿ, ಟೀ ಮತ್ತು ಬಿಸ್ಕೊತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಕಾಯ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಸೊ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯುವರ್ ಕಾಫಿ, ಟೀ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ನಾಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ ವೇಸ್ಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ನಿಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಅದು ಕಾದಿದೆ, ನೀವು ನಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಕಾದಿದ್ರಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಯಾರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಪ್ಪಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದವರಲ್ಲ, ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿಕೊಂಡವರು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾವು ಓಕೆ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ನರ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ನರ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ Dr. Rajesh to say vote of thanks in 2-3 lines.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಸಂಜೆ. ಬೆಳಗಿನಿಂದ ತಮ್ಮ ಅಮೂಲ್ಯವಾದ ಸಮಯ ಮತ್ತು ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೂ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಊಟ ಆದ ನಂತರ ತುಂಬ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸು ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, but still you have a patience and you are been keeping your health in a good way, and you are been still with us till the valid function. And first of all, I would like to thank all the organizers who have been mentored the time and the vision to inoculate this kind of the spectacular the event of the Cardio Yoga Summit, with especially with the keeping the age factor. And for that, we are being highly thankful for the Jaideva group of institution and the authorities for providing the great support and all the coordination with the organizers. And I would like to thank the Department of Ayush, and especially it's the Deputy Director, Dr. Lakshmi Narayana Shanai sir, who's been an spring inspiration for all of us to be here. And on the event of all the organizers, and in behalf of all of you, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Lakshmi Narayana Shanai sir and all the participants, and along with the expertise vision of the dignitaries who have been come across all over the time and the places, and given their the thoughts that what the health sector is about and how it has to be go about, and how we need to incorporate the knowledge into the life lesson. This has to be more the take-home message that one has to learn, that why we have to come and assemble these kind of the events and to live longer. Unless until we inoculate what the kind of the knowledge we are being listening and how we are going to incorporate into our the daily life. That makes the major role to play. And with all the due regards, I really thank all the people who have been directly and indirectly involved in to make this event the great success. And I thank on behalf of everyone, and especially the now I request the Srihari sir to facilitate the Shalini ma'am, who have been ಆಂಟೋನಿ ಸರ್ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ನಗ್ಗದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಆಯಸ್ಸು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ತುಂಬ ಸಾರಿ ಕೋಪ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಥವಾ ಹಾಗೇನೇ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಯಸ್ಸು ಕ್ಷೀಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಕಾರಣ ದಿ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ವೆಸಲ್ಸ್. So because of that, if you want to be in the Jaideva Institute of Cardio Institute as a spectator or a participant, keep on smiling so that you can't be a patient for the same hospital. So with that, the last line, I thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for thanking us all of us. And we'll end this session by national anthem. I request everyone to please stand.
मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
बोलो भारत माता की.
ಟೀ ಕಾಫಿ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆಷಾಢ ಕೊನೆಯ ಶುಕ್ರವಾರದ ಶುಭಕಾಮನೆಗಳು.